Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 2856. Oh, Ziming nodded slightly. It's easy to say, but difficult to do. I can be considered experienced and knowledgeable, but I haven't been able to find a solution. This is one of the reasons why I came to find Master N.I. Qin. Actually, Ziming, you should hurry and find Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua was ready to point out. He has the ability to solve this huge problem. Oh? Is that so? Ziming was stunned, but then she suddenly realized. Right, isn't Great God Shibai in charge of the weather? Xiao Mao has Great God Shibai's bloodline, so he must have a solution. Ziming looked back again and smiled bitterly. My maid hasn't caught up yet. The previous order has already been passed down, so let's just wait. Alas, I'm afraid that's the only way. If Ziyi was here, Xiao Hua would give the seed to Ziyi without hesitation, but Ziming wasn't Ziyi, so Xiao Hua was afraid that it would affect Xiao Mao. Turn that way. Ziyi looked around casually and pointed in a direction. There's a beautiful platform after flying another 20 or so li. Just stop there. Xiao Hua looked at the scenery on his left and right, which was more or less the same, and sighed in his heart. He couldn't figure out why Ziming would turn here. After flying for a while, they saw a mountain peak that looked like a platform. However, this mountain peak didn't have any trace of beauty. The entire mountain peak was jade-colored and looked like a large spirit stone from a distance. Xiao Hua couldn't figure out what was so special about it. The flying boat landed on the mountain peak. The entire mountain peak was 1 li wide. It was abnormally flat, as if it had been cut by a giant axe. There wasn't a single extra stone. Naturally, there was no trace of anyone on such a flat mountain peak. Even the grass and trees were gone. Seeing Xiao Hua and the others' confusion, Ziming smiled. This is the reception platform. Everyone who wants to meet Master N.I. Qin has to wait here respectfully for Master N.I. Qin's arrangements. Reception platform. Xiao Hua was shocked. She's using this mountain peak as a reception platform? This Master N.I. Qin is really generous. Yes, Master N.I. Qin often says that only by using heaven and earth as a furnace and the common people as the fire can one refine the world's weapons. Ziming said with a longing expression. Heaven and earth can naturally be used as a furnace, but the common people are never fire. When Xiao Hua heard this, he was unhappy and said indifferently, this kind of refining technique is a blood sacrifice. Hee, young Master Xiao, I'm afraid that my Meng Mountain's method of artifact crafting is different from your Dao Sex. Ziming grinned. Wait until you see Master N.I. Qin's refining skills, then you won't say that. Maybe. Xiao Hua jumped down from the flying boat and looked around before replying. Sister, are you here to find Master Hua Qin to refine a weapon? Fairy Hong Xia also flew down and asked tentatively. Sigh, that's right. Ziming sighed and said, this matter is very important to me, and it's so important that I can't disclose it. Therefore, I don't dare to tell you. Everything will be clear when Master N.I. Qin comes. All right. Fairy Hong Xia saw that Ziming was very serious and did not dare to ask any more questions. She followed Ziming and sat on the mountain peak. Li Zongbao kept the flowing cloud flying boat, glanced at Xiao Hua, and sat down as well. A faint hot wind blew past from time to time. The sun was hanging in the sky like a fireball, and the sunlight shone directly. Not only did it shine on the four of them, but it was also reflected by the mountain peak, making the entire mountain peak hot. The four of them sat on the mountain peak as if they were sitting in a fire. Although Xiao Hua and the others were cultivators, after a long time, their state of mind was also somewhat unstable. Nonsense, they had been sitting straight for half a day, and the scorching sun had already turned into the setting sun. No one would be too calm, right? Xiao Hua silently circulated the sun-shrouding art that he had just comprehended, slowly repairing his divine sense. At the same time, he looked around, trying to see where the so-called Master N.I. Qin would appear from. Seeing the full moon rise and the stars twinkling, a long figure walked in front of everyone under the water-like moonlight. The figure was a slightly fat old man. The old man's face was hidden in the darkness, and his white hair and beard flickered under the moonlight. His footsteps were very steady, and his voice was also very rhythmic. Seeing the old man approaching, Ziming hurriedly got up and bowed. Master Qingming, may I ask if Master N.I. Qin is in the valley? I am Master N.I. Qin's follower, and I am not a master. You can just call me Qing Ming. What surprised Xiao Hua and the others was that the old man's tone was very cold. Master has ordered that you are a noble of the Hutu village, and you have the shaman token. You don't have to wait here, and you can enter the valley by yourself. After saying that, he did not wait for Ziming to reply, turned around and left, as steady and rhythmic as when he came. Good, this Master Ni Qin's imposing manner is not small. Xiao Hua thought to himself. Looking at Ziming again, there was no trace of unhappiness on his face. He whispered to Xiao Hua, "Young Master Xiao, be quiet, and follow me to pay respects to Master Ni Qin." Okay. Xiao Hua whispered to him. Hearing this, Ziming was slightly startled, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Out of Xiao Hua's expectation, Ziming walked to the edge of the reception platform, and there was a flight of stairs that led straight to the foot of the mountain. This flight of stairs was one step after another, as if there was no end to it. Qing Ming, who had just appeared, walked step by step towards the foot of the mountain. This flight of stairs was personally made by Master Ni Qin. Ziming's face was filled with respect, and he whispered, "Therefore, all the people who came to pay respects to Master Ni Qin must walk down from this flight of stairs to show their respect to Master Ni Qin." Tisk, Xiao Hua sneered and thought, "I'm afraid this guy is fishing for fame." He was worried that people would rush in to find him, so he made a flight of stairs here, and used his name to suppress others, making them obediently walk in. On one hand, he gained the upper hand by a show of strength, and on the other hand, he gained face for himself. As the saying goes, people of the same trade are enemies. Xiao Hua had not seen the Master Ni Qin, but he was speechless and slandered this master. This flight of stairs was really very long. Xiao Hua and the others walked straight for 2 hours before they arrived at the foot of the mountain. When they looked again, the flight of stairs extended into the darkness and into the valley at the foot of the mountain. "Damn it, is there a mistake?" Xiao Hua whispered. "How long is it from the foot of the mountain to the bottom of the valley?" "Young Master Xiao, don't be anxious," Ziming whispered. "There is still an hour. Last time, it took this concubine 3 hours to pay respects to Master Ni Qin. Isn't this a waste of time?" Xiao Hua said coldly. "Just fly down from the mountain. This so-called Master Ni Qin is really too arrogant." "Young Master." Ziming did not have the slightest intention of complaining. Master Ni Qin knows the purpose of this concubine's visit, and to personally receive this concubine is already very satisfied. Perhaps this time, there really is hope. If Ziming was a cultivator of Dao's sect, Xiao Hua would have already asked her. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua did not know how to refine soul tools, so of course, he would not speak blindly. He could only curl his lips, expressing his disdain. The welcoming platform during the day was very hot, and the dark valley was cold and desolate. A sound similar to the sound of pines drifted into Xiao Hua's ears, and waves of cold air blew up from the bottom of the valley. Xiao Hua was very familiar with this sound. It was the sound produced by the cold wind blowing through the withered treetops during the winter. At this time, all the plants in Meng Mountains were withered, and the leaves were long gone. The only things that were swaying in the cold wind were the branches that pierced into the night sky. Xiao Hua did not know when it appeared, but a pea-sized lantern was shining in the depths of the valley. Although the light was small, it made people feel warm in their hearts, as if they had a goal, as if there was hope in their hearts. When Xiao Hua got closer and walked down the stairs, he saw an old man in black clothes standing just a few feet away from the stairs. The light came from the candlestick held in the old man's hand. The light was small, but it was able to clearly illuminate the old man's face. Sure enough, it was not out of Xiao Hua's expectations. The old man's face was ferocious. Not only was there a very deep knife wound on his face, even his ear was cut off, which made people think of a lot of things. However, this was not what surprised Xiao Hua the most. What immediately attracted Xiao Hua's attention was the old man's height. This old man was only 3 feet tall, and Qing Ming, who was standing respectfully beside him, was at least twice as tall as him. However, Ziming did not lose his respect because of the old man's height. He quickly ran over from the stairs, bowed and said, "Ziming greets Grandmaster Hua Qin." Strange. Xiao Hua felt a little strange. He thought Ziming would use the etiquette of Meng Mountains to kneel on the ground, but unexpectedly, Ziming's etiquette was similar to that of the cultivators of Dao sect. "Ziming is the nobleman of Hutu's stronghold. How can I be so respectful?" Please get up quickly. Grandmaster Hua Qin's voice was very strange. It was a little hoarse and a little sharp. She reached out her hand to help Ziming up and said with a smile, I don't dare. Grandmaster is a senior, and Ziming is a junior. I don't dare to be disrespectful. Ziming stood up with Grandmaster Hua Qin's hand, then pointed at Xiao Hua and the others and said, They are a few old friends of mine. They are cultivators of Shi Dao sect. I met them on my way here, and they happened to have something important to do, so I brought them here. Hee, it's okay. Grandmaster Hua Qin said with a smile. Everyone who comes from afar is a guest. I didn't know that you were coming, so I'm sorry for not coming out to greet you. It's a sin, a sin. Junior greets Grandmaster Hua Qin. Fairy Hong Xia and the others did not dare to be negligent. They quickly stepped forward and bowed, then reported their names. Xiao Hua cast a sidelong glance at this Grandmaster, but he had no choice but to follow the two and bow. In contrast to Grandmaster Hua Qin's pleasant expression, Qing Ming's face was always covered in frost. He looked at them coldly, waiting for Grandmaster Hua Qin to order him to bring something to entertain Ziming and the others. Only then did he turn and leave. Then, Ziming and the others were led into the cave by Grandmaster Hua Qin. This cave was somewhat similar to a Dao sect cultivator's cave abode. However, the furnishings inside were mostly white bones, vines and other objects. There were also some rather large oil lamps hanging on the walls. There were no clear flower stones that were commonly seen. Chapter 2857. Since it was an oil lamp, it was hard to avoid the flickering of the flame. The flickering of light and shadow in the cave clearly showed the strangeness of soul cultivators. Deliberately mystifying. Xiao Hua snorted again. As they sat down, a few young disciples immediately served them tea. Of course, these young disciples had long faces like Qing Ming. They came and left quietly, without even a smile. Little friend Li, little friend Xiao, and Miss Hong Xia. Master Qin Qin raised his teacup and smiled. My tea is not as good as the spirit tea of Taoist sect. Please don't mind. Please. I don't deserve it. Thank you. Li Zongbao answered briefly. He also raised his teacup and took a sip. After checking that there was nothing wrong with the tea, he swallowed it. Actually, I don't usually use tea. Master Qin Qin was a straightforward person. It's just that some cultivators came from afar, so they asked my disciples to simply boil the mountain spring water and use it to complement the tea. Master, you're too polite. Fairy Hong Xia smiled and said, Currently, the millions of Meng mountains are extremely dry. It's good enough that we have spring water to boil the tea. Sigh, excellent. Master Qin Qin sighed. This astronomical change is the beginning of a great change in the millions of Meng mountains. There will definitely be earth-shaking changes in the future. Unfortunately, those ordinary natives are innocent. I'm afraid they won't be able to escape from this catastrophe. Master. Ziming said anxiously, I came here today for two things. The first thing is this. All the people of Hutu Stronghold and Shibai Stronghold are struggling on the line between life and death. Although some soul cultivators have already set their sights on the millions of Meng mountains and led their disciples into Sword Domain, it is still a temporary solution. No one knows if Sword Domain can save the lives of the people of the 12 great gods. I hope that Master can be merciful and bestow a miraculous method to save hundreds of millions of natives. Sigh, if I had a miraculous method, I would have used it long ago. Why would I wait until now? Master Qin Qin shook his head. This is an astronomical disaster. It's not something that can be solved by humans. Seeing that Master Qin Qin was also helpless, Ziming was a little disappointed. Then, Master Qin Qin asked, How's the battle between soul cultivators and swordsmen going? Perhaps killing our way into the sword domain isn't a solution, but it might be effective in the end? The war will be handled by Shang village and the others. Our Hutu village and Shibai village will not participate directly. Ziming shook his head slightly. However, I heard that the battle went very smoothly. Those swordsmen didn't have any power to fight back under the attacks of my soul warriors. Master Qin Qin nodded slightly and said, Actually, since Meng Mountain has undergone such a great change, the sword domain and the 3 kingdoms of cultivation must have undergone great changes as well. As he spoke, he looked at Li Zongbao and the others before continuing, the Dao sect's dharma is incomparably wondrous. Perhaps there's a better way? Li Zongbao looked at Fairy Hong Xia, not knowing how to reply. Zi Ming continued, I've also sent my people to the Sword region and the Three Kingdoms. Even Elder Wu and Ji Man from the lower camp have been to these places. It seems like they are different from our Meng Mountains. Even if they have a solution, it's not suitable for our Meng Mountains. Sigh. Forgive this old man for being powerless in this matter. Master Qin sighed compassionately. His skinny figure seemed even smaller. However, Zi Ming's second request, this old man, will agree to it today. Really? Zi Ming was overjoyed. He almost jumped up and said, Master is indeed a trustworthy person. This junior thanks Master. You're welcome. Master Qin laughed. You've brought the shaman token to me 3 times. Even if this old man doesn't owe your shaman village any favors, this item is related to the prosperity of the shaman village. This old man can't refuse. However, because this is my 3rd time crafting a soul treasure, this old man has to be more cautious. I need to prepare for a few more days. Furthermore, the soul-falling lamp of your Hutu village is extremely mysterious. This old man doesn't have much confidence in repairing this soul treasure. You shouldn't be too happy too early. What? Master? This is already your 3rd time crafting a soul treasure? Hearing Master Qin's words, Zi Ming was not as happy as Master Qin said. Instead, he was extremely surprised and said, This junior thought that this was your 2nd time crafting. If I knew this was your 3rd time, this junior, if you knew this was my 3rd time crafting, you wouldn't have come? Master Qin laughed and said, This 3rd time will come sooner or later. Furthermore, this soul-falling lamp is extremely important to you and to the Hutu village. This old man being able to repair this soul-falling lamp for the 3rd time is also the fate of this old man in this lifetime. Xiaohua, who was at the side, was surprised. He said coldly, Master Qin, this is a little strange. You can only craft 3 soul treasures in your lifetime? Hee. Master Qin's face was abnormally dry. His skin was like a dried orange peel wrapped around his face, and his small head was comparable to a skeleton. Previously, Xiaohua only noticed a scar across his face, but now, under the light, he could see it even more clearly. That smile was very strange, and coupled with that face, under the light, it was really somewhat repulsive. Young Master Xiao, Zi Ming could clearly hear the dissatisfaction in Xiaohua's voice, and even the misunderstanding. He hurriedly said, Meng Mountain's crafting of soul tools is different from the Taoist sect's crafting of magical treasures. Every time we craft a soul tool, we need to consume life essence. Especially for a soul treasure like the soul-falling lamp, the consumption is even greater. Although Grandmaster's crafting skill is one of the best in Meng Mountain, but he can only craft 3 soul treasures in his lifetime. After fixing the soul-losing lamp for me, his life essence will be exhausted, and he will return to the arms of Hutu Goddess. Ah? There's such a saying? Xiaohua was stunned. Therefore, although there are many master craftsmen in Meng Mountain, most of them will not craft soul tools for others, let alone soul treasures. Zi Ming explained again, only Grandmaster Qin would not refuse anyone who came to his door to craft a soul tool. Therefore, Grandmaster Qin's reputation in Meng Mountain is very good. But later, because Grandmaster's life essence was used up too much, many soul warriors who received Grandmaster Qin's favor joined hands and sealed off the guest reception platform where Grandmaster Qin was. No one could look for Grandmaster Qin anymore. But the Grandmaster was merciful. He personally chiseled the stairway to heaven from the valley to the welcoming platform. He earnestly invited the spirit warriors and made an agreement. If there was someone who needed to craft a spirit armament, as long as they could sit on the welcoming platform for a sufficient amount of time and use the stairway to reach the valley, the Grandmaster would be able to craft the spirit armament for them. When the soul warriors saw Grandmaster Qin's determination, they knew that they could not stop him, so they all knelt on the ground and left. At this point, Zi Ming looked at the darkness outside the cave and sighed. This guest reception platform is said to be a test, but what's so difficult about it? Young Master Xiao has walked all the way here. How could you see any difficulties? This is actually Grandmaster Qin's merciful heart. If someone were to craft a soul tool, they would first carefully consider whether or not the soul tool was worth Grandmaster Qin's life essence. Whether or not the soul tool was worth Grandmaster Qin's life essence, whether or not the soul tool was worth Grandmaster Kuchin's life. Young master, don't look at Qing Ming's cold face. When we came down, we might be summoned by Hu to God. When Xiao Hua heard this, he was shocked. He did not know the secrets of soul cultivators crafting soul tools, but he was originally a craftsman. If crafting a soul tool, and even if it was a soul tool, could actually shorten his lifespan, then to tell the truth, even if he was beaten to death, he would not craft it. What's more, the person who wanted to craft the soul tool had nothing to do with him. Not waiting for Ziming to finish speaking, Xiao Hua stood up and walked in front of Grandmaster Kuchin. He bowed and said, "Grandmaster Kuchin, this junior has misunderstood you. My previous words were offensive. Please forgive me, senior." It's fine, Grandmaster Kuchin still had a smile on her face, but this smile made Xiao Hua look very benevolent. It was far from the strange smile from before. Grandmaster Kuchin raised her hand, indicating for Xiao Hua to rise. Although she didn't use any of the magic power that Dao sect cultivators often used, Xiao Hua couldn't help but stand up. He was afraid that if he was any slower, he would blaspheme this magnanimous soul cultivation grandmaster. This junior has always believed that I do not judge a book by its cover. But when it comes to this matter, this kind of narrow-minded thinking can't help but appear. Xiao Hua didn't try to hide anything. He straightened up and spoke with a pained voice. Furthermore, this junior also knows some of the soul tool crafting techniques of the Dao sect. Judging others by my own standards immediately magnified my originally dark thoughts. This concubine really admires young master's magnanimity. Ziming's eyes flashed with joy. If young master is a craftsman, then you will definitely have Grandmaster Kuchin's heart in the future. Hi, this junior also has some distracting thoughts. Li Zongbao stood up and bowed. In front of Grandmaster Kuchin, this junior also has to bow. Don't. Grandmaster Kuchin laughed. Don't stand up, regardless of whether it's you or me. We are all humans, not gods. We cannot judge people by their hearts. This has always been the most important thing. This old one was also like this when he was young. But later on, with some luck, he slowly changed. You are so young, yet you can understand this. In the future, your actions will definitely surpass this old one. Grandmaster's bearing of risking her life to craft soul tools. Tiske, this junior will definitely not do that. Xiao Hua's heart was calm, and his words were clear and bright. Don't speak so highly of this old one. Grandmaster Kuchin actually stretched out her thin and small hand. Ziming brought the Hutu Stockade shaman token to this old one. This old one didn't dare to disobey. Ha ha ha. Grandmaster must be joking. Ziming shook his head slightly. The shaman token has no effect on Grandmaster. Sister. Fairy Hongxia was about to stand up and bow again, but was stopped by Grandmaster Kuchin. At this moment, she found an opportunity to ask Ziming. Why does Grandmaster Kuchin have to repair this soul loss lamp? And why did you consume life essence when you were crafting soul tools? Chapter 2858. Hearing that, Ziming was not surprised and laughed. I have long wanted to explain this to young Master Xiao and the rest, and there are some matters related to young Master Xiao. But this matter is very important. Only with Master Kuchin here can I be at ease to explain. Even if my sister did not ask, I still have to say it. Of course, as for my soul refining method, I do not know the details, so I will have to ask Master Xiao to answer. I can only explain the reason why the fallen soul lamp must be restored to young Master Xiao and the rest. Hearing that this matter was related to him, Xiao Hua was startled, but he changed his mind, and immediately understood, and laughed and nodded. Xiao Hua nodded, and Fairy Hongxia was once again in a fog, not knowing what was going on. At this time, Ziming patted his hand, and from his waist, a palm-sized brocade bag took out a black object. This object was about a foot tall, and was divided into two parts. The top part was a fist-sized weird beast head, and the bottom part was like a mountain peak, sharp at the top and round at the bottom. However, upon closer inspection, it was different. The strange beast's head split into three under the light. The three heads were clustered together in the middle, forming a beast's mouth. This beast's mouth was pointing straight at the sky. It seemed to have some fangs, but they couldn't see clearly. The beast's mouth was empty. Also, the lower part of the fallen soul lamp had the same weird pattern. These patterns seemed to be white bones, but also like a skeleton, piled up together. It looked like a beast body. The soul-stealing lamp was abnormally dark. When the light of the lamp landed on it, it was immediately absorbed. There was no reflection, but the so-called shape was faintly discernible to the naked eye, as if it was the flickering light of the lamp. Dog heads? The beast heads of the fallen soul lamp had a sinister and ferocious expression, but their shape was familiar. Xueqi couldn't help but think to himself, a lamp made from 3 dog heads? Maybe the lamp was spat out from the dog mouths? This is my Ho-Tu stronghold spirit treasure, the fallen soul lamp. Ziming took out the soulfall lamp and twirled it in his hand. He proudly said, "This thing hasn't been lit up yet. If Master Xueqi can repair it this time, my Ho-Tu stronghold will immediately regain its former glory." Young Master Xiao, even if the nascent soul cultivators of your Dao sect are very powerful, if they are enveloped by the lamp of the fallen soul, their lives will be at my disposal. Oh my God, you're making my little heart jump. Xueqi pats his chest exaggeratedly and says with a smile, "It seems that no matter what, this Xiao can't let Master Xueqi repair this fallen soul lamp. Or perhaps, this Xiao will have to consider whether or not to take the soul-fall lamp." Back then, young Master Xiao used the soul-falling lamp. Ziming said meaningfully, "Back then, young Master didn't even want it. What are you planning to do now?" Xueqi stared blankly for a moment, then immediately understood, and said with some disbelief, "What? That day, Midnight actually took this soul lamp to Sky Patrol City? There was something like this in the storage pouch? This Xiao really can't believe it?" Ziming smiles and looks at Master Xueqi. Refining a spiritual servant naturally requires this soul-falling lamp. Otherwise, Midnight wouldn't have brought this soul-falling lamp to Sky Patrol City. Spiritual servant? Hearing this, Xueqi squints his eyes, as if thinking of something. "Sister, didn't you say that this soul-falling lamp hasn't been repaired?" Fairy Hongxia asks curiously. "Then how can Midnight use it?" The soul-falling lamp is a spirit treasure. Legend has it that it was passed down by the great god Ho-Tu. Its functions are mysterious. Although it hasn't been repaired and can't be lit up, it still has other small functions. Ziming smiles. "If that's the case, why must it be lit up?" Fairy Hongxia asks curiously. "This soul-falling lamp hasn't been lit up for many years. Now that it's repaired, Master Xueqi's life will be sacrificed?" "Sigh, if I wasn't forced into a dead end, how could this concubine do this?" Ziming sighs and loosens his hand. The soul-falling lamp flew into the air, and a strange black shadow covers the entire cave. Although this soul-falling lamp is a spirit treasure, it's also my Ho-Tu stronghold's inherited treasure. Ziming looks up at the soul-falling lamp and says faintly, "But if the next generation Elder Wu or G-Man wants to inherit, they must light up the soul-falling lamp. Only when the soul-falling lamp is lit up, will it mean that they have received the approval of the great god Ho-Tu. Ziming is not talented, but I am the next G-Man candidate. If Ziming wants to become G-Man, the only way is to light up the soul-falling lamp." G-Man? Xueqi and the rest were stunned. They knew that Ziming's status in the Ho-Tu stronghold was not ordinary, but they never thought that it would be so high up. Under one person, above 10,000 people, or even the one at the top. Ziming glanced at Li Zongbao and said faintly, "Moreover, according to our ancestors, if you control the soul-catching lamp, you might be able to control the mysteries of life and death, and you might be able to revive the dead. In this world, young Master Li is not the only one who wants to revive the dead." Ziming's voice is bitter. Floating in the cave, following the shadow of the soul-falling lamp, a kind of desolation suddenly rises. "Miss Ziming." Li Zongbao also sighs in his heart. He thinks for a moment and asks, "This soul-falling lamp has been damaged for a long time, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible to ask Master Xueqi for help now. Perhaps Mrs. Second reason is the main point." Hearing this, Ziming does not hide, and says with a nod, "Young Master Li is right. This second reason is the most important. As for this soul-falling lamp, it has been damaged for thousands of years. However, my Ho-Tu stronghold has never had many children. The one who can inherit Elder Wu and G-Man has always been only one person. There will not be any disputes, and no one will care whether this soul-falling lamp is lit or not. But my generation is different. There is more than one person who is qualified to inherit G-Man or Elder Wu. Although I am in front of the line, if I can't light up the soul-falling lamp, I am afraid that I will not be able to sit firmly in the position of G-man. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua nods, but suddenly asks again, Ziyi also has this qualification, right? That's right, of course Ziyi has it. Ziming smiles sweetly, but he will not fight with me. He came to the world a moment later than me. Moreover, since we are sensible, we have sworn together that we will not spoil the relationship between siblings because of this position. Young Master Xiao, don't worry. Even if I become the younger sister, I will definitely not fight with Ziyi. And that's for the best. Xiao Hua's heart suddenly relaxed, and he smiles and nods. In this world, all benefits are not as important as family. I know that young Master Xiao will say that. Ziming smiles again. Actually, I have already told Ziyi that if he wants to be Elder Wu, he only needs to say a word to me. I will definitely not fight with him. Very good. Xiao Hua believes that Ziyi can say such words. That's the reason why I came here. Ziming continues, however, the fact that the soulfall lamp cannot be lit has always been a secret of our Hutu stronghold. Even many elders Wu and Ji-man do not know about it. After all, this soulfall lamp is a precious treasure, and is usually enshrined in the ancestral hall. Only I knew that when I had to light the soulfall lamp, I begged Elder Wu to go to the ancestral hall to take it out. It was only then that I realized that something was wrong. How is that possible? Fairy Hong Xiao is puzzled. From what you said, this soulfall lamp has been damaged for thousands of years. How can so many elders Wu and Ji-man not know about it? Whether the ancestors know or not, I don't know. Ziming smiles mysteriously, but the current elders Wu and Ji-man definitely do not know about it. Otherwise, they would not have urged me to light up the soulfall lamp. As for the fact that the soulfall lamp has been damaged for thousands of years, it is recorded in the soulfall lamp. When I got it, I knew about it. But how it was damaged, and who damaged it, there is no explanation. The fact that the soulfall lamp cannot be lit. I have kept it a secret for a long time, and now it has come to a point where I can no longer keep it a secret. Besides, if the other descendants know about this, I'm afraid there will be a dispute in our Hutu stronghold. Now that there is a great change in Meng Mountains, it is no different from a great disaster to our Hutu stronghold. So, I have to be careful. Ziming finally got to the point. Hiss. After hearing Ziming's words, Xiao Hua suddenly understood the importance of the soulfall lamp. At the same time, his heart suddenly felt heavy. When Midnight gave him the storage bag that day, he didn't just give him Qixin, but also the safety of the Hutu stronghold. Karma. In an instant, the space around Xiao Hua trembled again. His nascent divinity, which was comprehending the hand of karma, felt as if it was struck by lightning. An indescribable mystery was transmitted into his mind. Ziming did not notice Xiao Hua's abnormality and continued, in the early years, I also thought of all kinds of ways to light up the soulfall lamp, and I even paid a heavy price. Later, I had no choice but to ask Wu Ling for help. I visited Master Ku Qin 3 times, hoping that he could help. However, I heard that Master still has 2 more chances to refine a soul treasure, so I took the risk to visit him. I didn't expect. Master Ku Qin met Ziming's apologetic gaze and did not care. On his ugly face, the expression in his eyes was very calm. Of course, Master. Ziming smiled again. I know that Master will consume your life essence because of this, and I have been trying my best to find a way to make up for it all these years. Coincidentally, when Ziyi went to Sky Patrol City, not only did he get to know a confidant like young Master Xiao, but he also brought back a spiritual medicine from the Tao sect. This spiritual medicine should be useful to Master. As he spoke, Ziming took out a jade box from the brocade bag at his waist and offered it with both hands. However, this is the last time Master will refine a soul treasure, and your life essence has been overdrawn. I don't know if this thing is still useful? Master Ku Qin was surprised. He reached out and took the jade box. After opening it and looking at it, he asked, what kind of medicinal pill is this? It looks a little strange. Chapter 2859. This is the mysterious rejuvenation pill of the Tao sect. Ziyi only got 3 of them from the Sky Patrol City. I've already given one of them to Elder Wu. After Elder Wu took it, he regained his youth and looked even younger than me. Ziming smiled. I'll give this rejuvenation pill to you. Perhaps it can offset the loss of life essence from refining a spirit treasure. There's such a miraculous pill in this world? Master Xueqi was shocked. I wonder which immortal could refine such a miraculous pill? As he spoke, Master Xueqi's body flashed with an obscure fluctuation. The space within a few feet of him was slightly distorted. The rejuvenation pill in his hand flew into the air, and the pill's shadow flickered in and out of existence. After waiting for half a cup of tea's worth of time, a violent fluctuation rippled out from the surroundings of the rejuvenation pill. An indescribable hurricane swept through the entire cave. This hurricane was different from the usual wind. Once it was formed, it immediately rushed in all directions, seeping into the walls of the cave and blowing out of the cave. Hiss, Master Xueqi gasped. After the hurricane, he looked at the traces of green lines on the mountain walls. His face was filled with surprise and disbelief. He whispered, "Not bad, this miraculous pill is actually filled with the power of thunder. This power of life can replenish the life essence I use to refine a spirit treasure. After taking this pill, I can refine a spirit treasure again. Good." Ziming clapped his hands and said, "If that's the case, I can rest assured." Thank you, Ziming. Although Master Xueqi's temperament was outstanding and he did not care about life and death, this was life and death after all. Since he could survive, he was happy. "This is what I'll do." Ziming beamed with joy and said, "Master, do you want to take it now or after repairing the lost soul lamp?" This. Grandmaster Xueqi pondered for a moment, then smiled. This immortal pill contains the power of thunder. Although it can replenish life essence, the power of thunder is the opposite of my secret soul cultivation method. If this old man takes it now, I don't know how long it will take for the lamp to be repaired. It's not too late to take it after repairing the lost soul lamp. Grandmaster, please weigh the pros and cons yourself. Ziming naturally knew the severity of the situation and nodded with a smile. Putting away the rejuvenation pill, Grandmaster Xueqi raised her head again. Outside the cave stood a dozen or so soul warriors of different heights. It was impossible to see the expressions of these soul warriors in the dark. Grandmaster Xueqi ordered Qingming to come in. Smiling, Qingming explained the situation to Qingming. Finally, a smile appeared on Qingming's face. Bowing to Ziming and the others, he happily led his disciples away. The Tao sect spells are indeed profound. Grandmaster Xueqi also relaxed when she saw that all the disciples had left in satisfaction. She was once again in a leisurely mood as she sighed and said, "The rise of the Tao sect is not without reason." Hee, master. Ziming's face lit up as he said, "Junior wanted to give Grandmaster the rejuvenation pill, but I didn't expect that Huta Great God would send this alchemist here as well. I guess Huta Great God must have seen Grandmaster's magnanimity and knew how much Grandmaster had done for Meng Mountains. That's why she sent this alchemist here to save Grandmaster's life." Oh? Grandmaster Xueqi was shocked. She hurriedly stood up from her seat and looked around. She walked toward Xiaohua and bowed. "Immortal Master Xiao, please accept my bow." Who would have thought that after Grandmaster Xueqi bowed, Xiaohua only looked at her indifferently. He did not move at all, as if he was being extremely rude. Xiaohua. Fairy Hongxia was shocked. She looked at Xiaohua's half-smiling face and hurriedly said to Grandmaster Xueqi, "Grandmaster, Xiaohua probably had some enlightenment just now. Right now he is." But before Fairy Hongxia could finish, Xiaohua's eyes moved slightly. Countless stars flashed in his eyes. In this somewhat dark cave, it was extremely obvious. Grandmaster Xueqi was facing Xiaohua at this moment. Hearing Fairy Hongxia's reminder, she raised her head in surprise. When her gaze landed on Xiaohua's eyes, she was even more shocked. She was stunned for a moment. Then, she shuddered and a trace of horror flashed in her eyes. At this moment, Xiaohua seemed as if he had just woken up from a dream. He looked at Grandmaster Xueqi strangely. Cough cough, Fairy Hongxia hurriedly said, "Xiaohua, Grandmaster Xueqi is thanking you." "Thanking me? Thanking me for what?" Xiaohua scratched his head in confusion. Hee, young Master Xiao, about the matter of the rejuvenation pill." Ziming laughed. "This concubine has already given the rejuvenation pill that Zai obtained from young Master to Grandmaster. Young Master Xiao has hidden it from Zai for a long time. However, this matter cannot be scrutinized. Zai has already secretly told this concubine." He suspects that you are that mysterious alchemy grandmaster. You won't deny it, right? Rejuvenation pill? Alchemy grandmaster? Hearing this, Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully. If it was someone else, this little one would not admit it even if he was beaten to death. Xiaohua laughed, however, facing Grandmaster Kuqin. Even if this little one was beaten to death, he would still admit it. At this moment, Grandmaster Kuqin seemed to have returned to normal. There was a faint smile on her face. She stood in front of Xiaohua and patiently listened to his words. Although Grandmaster Kuqin's height was only 3/2 of Xiaohua's height, Grandmaster Kuqin did not seem to be uneasy standing there. She was calm and composed. She truly had the bearing of a grandmaster. Grandmaster, please. How could Xiaohua dare to let Grandmaster Kuqin bow to him again? He hurriedly raised his hand and asked Grandmaster Kuqin to turn around. Master Immortal Xiao, contrary to everyone's expectations, Xiaohua had just opened his mouth when Grandmaster Kuqin bowed again and said, "Many thanks for Master Immortal's guidance." "Don't." Xiaohua's face turned red. He hurriedly supported Grandmaster Kuqin and said, "Grandmaster, you are the Grandmaster. Please don't say that in front of this little one. You are killing this little one's life essence. Even if this little one takes another rejuvenation pill, it won't make up for it." Ziming laughed. However, she also felt a little strange. When Grandmaster Kuqin thanked Xiaohua and mentioned the effects of Xiaohua's rejuvenation pill, she could understand why she called Xiaohua Master Immortal. After all, this rejuvenation pill was very rare. She had never heard of a pill that could restore one's youth on Dawn Rain continent. From this point of view, calling Xiaohua Master Immortal was nothing. However, this second time, perhaps others didn't notice, but Ziming heard it clearly. Grandmaster Kuqin actually thanked Xiaohua for his guidance. However, when Ziming thought about Xiaohua's words just now, how could there be any guidance? Besides, Xiaohua was an alchemist, not a tool refiner. How could there be any guidance? "Come, Master Immortal Xiao, please sit." Grandmaster Kuqin pulled Xiaohua's hand and insisted that he sit next to her. In fact, in Grandmaster Kuqin's cave, there were only some large stones paved with animal skins. The tea set was also placed on the stone table. There was no order to it. Even if Xiaohua sat next to Grandmaster Kuqin, he was only a little closer to her. However, Xiaohua didn't know how to sit. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Grandmaster, please don't call this little one Master Immortal. This little one can't afford it. Just call me Xiaohua." "Oh, Grandmaster, if you really want to call me that, you can call me Master Xiao." "Ah? Master Xiao? You're that Master Xiao?" Hearing Xiaohua's words, both Grandmaster Kuqin and Ziming were stunned. They asked almost at the same time. But then, the expressions on their faces changed. Ziming's face was full of disbelief, but there was also a sudden realization in this disbelief, as if she should have known this long ago. Grandmaster Kuqin's eyes were shining. She looked at Xiaohua with great admiration, then she bowed and said, "Kuqin thanks Master Xiao for your great kindness to the people of the world. If Master Xiao has the ability of an immortal master, please save the people of Meng Mountain from the abyss of suffering." While speaking, Grandmaster Kuqin actually wanted to kneel down and perform the great ceremony of millions of Meng Mountain people. "Oh no," Xiaohua was so proud that he blurted out. His heart was filled with regret. Since Elder Wu of Bai and Stronghold knew that there were good seeds in the 3 kingdoms of cultivators, how could this Grandmaster Kuqin, who cared about the natives, not know? But in the next moment, Xiaohua felt a bit ashamed. This Grandmaster Qin really didn't care about cultivators, soul warriors, or even swordsmen. She actually brought the people of the 3 kingdoms to thank Xiaohua, and then brought the millions of natives of Meng Mountains to thank him. Her breadth of mind was much greater than his. Therefore, Xiaohua hurriedly supported Grandmaster Kuqin and said with a smile, "Grandmaster Kuqin, since Grandmaster believes that I'm Master Xiao, then you must know that I don't like the customs. If you continue to be so long-winded, I won't care about the millions of Meng Mountain people anymore. Thank you Huta God, thank you Shibi God, thank you 12 gods of Meng Mountain." Ziming couldn't help but mutter, "Young Master Xiao is actually Master Xiao. The people of Meng Mountain can be saved." "Grandmaster, please sit down and talk." Xiao Hua lowered his head and looked at Grandmaster Kuchin. His neck was really sore, so he could only smile and say, "Please." Grandmaster Kuchin invited Xiao Hua to sit next to her, and then she carefully accompanied him. After all, Xiao Hua was not only an alchemist who concocted the rejuvenation pill, but also a benefactor who could save millions of Meng Mountain people. How could Grandmaster Kuchin dare to treat him poorly? Actually, looking at Grandmaster Kuchin and Ziming's eager eyes, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Regarding the millions of Meng Mountain people, I already have a plan, and I've already started to implement it in Bai Lu's stronghold." Great. Ziming and Grandmaster Kuchin looked at each other, and their previous worries immediately disappeared. Ziming thought for a moment and understood. He smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, the matter of Bai Lu's stronghold. Is it related to young Master Xiao Mao?" "That's right." Xiao Hua was also calm. "If it wasn't because I wanted to help Xiao Mao return to Shibi's stronghold and get what he deserved, I would have already told you about this matter." Young Master Xiao, since you want to help Xiao Mao, then all the more reason you should tell me about this matter." Ziming smiled and said, "As long as I can get Grandmaster Kuchin's help and repair the Soulfall lamp, I'll be the next G-man. My Hotian stronghold and Shibi stronghold are on the same side. With my Hotian stronghold supporting Xiao Mao, what worries do you have?" Chapter 2860. Indeed. After Xiao Hua heard this, he nodded and said, "This is also something that I want to discuss with Ziming after rescuing Xiao Mao." "It's all right. Master Qin is here, and young Master Xiao is Zai's good friend. How can Ziming forget Daoist Zhao's contribution?" Ziming smiled and said, "Besides, in my opinion, Daoist Xiao seems to be more reliable than Xiao Mao, right?" Xiao Hua thought for a while. Although he didn't trust Ziming too much, with Master Qin by his side, he really admired this master. Seeing Master Qin's smiling face, he reached out his hand and took out a storage bag. He handed it to Ziming and said, "This is the millet seed I got from a deserted island outside the sea. It was planted together with the rice used by the cultivators in the Three Kingdoms. If the rice seed can be used, then the millet seed can also be used." "Good." Ziming's eyes flashed with surprise. He slowly reached out his hand and took it. When he opened the storage bag, he frowned and said, "Why? Is there only so little? I remember. These are seeds. Ziming, they are not for you to eat." Xiao Hua laughed. This Ziming was indeed a noble of Hutu village. He probably wasn't familiar with farming. Ziming suddenly understood. He hit his own forehead and said with a smile, "I was wrong." Xiao Hua was very familiar with this action. It was exactly the same as what Ziyi did that day. They are really twins. Xiao Hua thought to himself. However, he also lowered his guard against Ziming. Then Xiao Hua said, "I still have some of this millet seed. It should be enough for Hutu village and Shebi village. As for the other shaman villages, after the two villages planted this millet seed, they can slowly circulate it to Meng Mountains. Thank you, young Master Xiao." Ziming understood the meaning of this action. He was really happy. He bowed and said, "With this millet seed, even if I don't have the soul-falling lamp, I'm afraid I can still get the position of G-man." "No need to thank me," Xiao Hua waved his hand slightly. "You are Sister Zai, you can help Xiao Mao. Moreover, with your help, we can plant this millet seed in Meng Mountains. How can I not help you?" "Zai, actually, I should have known that young Master Xiao was Daoist Master Xiao." At this point, Ziming hesitated for a moment before continuing. That day, young Master gave Ziyi a storage pouch. Ziyi remembered young Master's instructions and had his subordinates distribute the seeds to the people of the secular world near the state of Shi. When he came back, he encountered the drought in Meng Mountains. Only then did he remember that you were a good seed of young Master. However, at that time, Zai only saw young Master as a close friend who had built his foundation. He never thought much about it. Zai is really considerate. Xiao Hua smiled. "Unfortunately, I didn't know that he was from Meng Mountain, otherwise, I might have been able to give him this seed that day." At this point, he watched Ziming carefully put away the storage bag and asked tentatively, "I still have something to ask Miss Ming." Ziming smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, feel free to speak. What's going on with the Shibai village? Why did Xiao Mao, a pure god of Shibai bloodline, end up in the Three Kingdoms of Cultivation?" Xiao Hua had always been puzzled. Even Xiao Mao himself didn't know. This. Ziming was also troubled. She thought for a moment and shook her head slightly. This? I really don't know. This is the internal affairs of the Shibai village. It should also involve the secret of the witch elder or G-man. I've never been interested in it. Master, do you know? Xiao Hua asked Master Ni Qin. Master Ni Qin also shook her head. That's strange, Xiao Hua said curiously. Since no one knows, why would Yi Yu, a swordsman, chase after Xiao Mao? Yi Yu? Ziming's eyes turned slightly. She understood a little and said, this swordsman should be Ji-man's husband, the Fu man of Shibai village. If he chased after Xiao Mao, it would definitely cause internal strife in the Shibai village. Sigh, it's very simple. Yi Yu was afraid that Xiao Mao would return to the Shibai village and affect his position. Yes, it would affect Ji-man's position. But, can a swordsman be the Fu man of a witch village? Xiao Hua was puzzled. Why not? Ziming smiled and said, apart from the witch elder and Ji-man, who must be the descendants of the great gods, the Fu man and Fu woman can be anyone else. Also, as far as I know, in the witch village under the jurisdiction of Huta village, there are many Taoist cultivators who practice soul spells and become Meng Mountains soul warriors. The sword realm is closer to Meng Mountains, so there are more swordsmen. Having said that, Ziming gave Grandmaster Qin Qin a glance and continued. Actually, without the bloodline of the 12 gods, it is impossible to cultivate the true soul spells of Meng Mountains. What they have cultivated is just the surface of the modified version. They can't understand the essence of the soul spells. As for true soul magics, they have to do with the bloodline, the soul, and the life essence. Master Ni Qin knew what Ziming meant and said, it's the same for refining soul tools. Could it be that with the bloodline of the 12 great gods, it's impossible to chant witchcraft incantations and connect the life essence with the soul tools, let alone the refining method? So that's how it is. Xiao Hua understood that the refining of soul tools was related to the Green Seal script. When the refiners of Meng Mountains refined soul tools, they were just like Yun Tingyu of Misty Cloud sect. When they used the Green Seal script, they would immediately age and die. It was better not to learn this kind of refining. From what Taoist Xiao said, it seems that in addition to alchemy, you also know some refining techniques? Master Ni Qin said, may I have the honor of asking Taoist Xiao to repair this soul-falling lamp with me? Hearing Master Ni Qin's invitation, not only was Xiao Hua surprised, even Ziming was a little stunned. After all, Xiao Hua was a cultivator. Although Master Ni Qin didn't see the difference between cultivators and soul warriors, but the refining of soul tools was a secret of Meng Mountains. How could it be shown to others? However, Ziming soon realized something. Didn't he just say it? Without the bloodline of the 12 great gods, one couldn't control the true soul spells. Even if Xiao Hua saw the refining method, he couldn't practice it, right? Even if he saw it, what could he do? It's my honor to be favored by Master Ni Qin and be able to observe Master Ni Qin's refining technique. After Xiao Hua was surprised, he beamed with joy. He knew the art of soul cultivation. Although this art of soul cultivation was just a minor detail in the eyes of Ziming and Master Ni Qin, it was absolutely possible for him to gain some benefits from Master Ni Qin's refining technique. All right, Taoist Xiao, please go back and rest. 3 days later, I will ask Taoist Xiao to refine with me. Master Ni Qin nodded and said, thank you, Master. Xiao Hua stood up. When he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and asked casually, Master Ni Qin, can you repair or refine a sorcerer puppet? Sorcerer puppet? Master Ni Qin was stunned, then a wry smile appeared on her face. I didn't expect Taoist Xiao to know the name of sorcerer puppet of Meng Mountains. However, this sorcerer puppet is refined with all the life of a sorcerer, and it can only be refined once in a sorcerer's life. Not to mention that my soul cultivation has not reached such a level, and I am not a sorcerer. The secret method of refining sorcerer puppet has long been lost in Meng Mountains. If you want to truly refine it, I'm afraid you can only find it in the depths of Meng Mountains, where those sorcerers have not been in the world for a long time, right? What about Meng Mountains? Xiao Hua asked in a natural manner. I don't know. Master Ni Qin laughed. Even the sorcerer and G-man of Huta village and Shibai village don't know. Then, Master Ni Qin stood up, waved her hand, and said, Even the sorcerer villages of the descendants of the 12 great gods don't know. Why? Xiao Hua was puzzled. The vastness of this world is far beyond your imagination. The wonders of this world are also far beyond your imagination. So what if you know? So what if you don't know? When it's time for you to know, you'll know. When it's time for you to know, even if you want to know, you can't know. Master Ni Qin said as she walked away, leaving Ziming and the other guests in the cave. Her voice once again traveled far in the darkness. When it's time for you to know, you'll know. When it's time for you to know, even if you want to know, you can't know. These words echoed in the valley for a long time. Master, you're right. Ziming clapped his hands and praised. You've enlightened me. Now that Master has left, what should we do? Xiao Hua smiled. Are we supposed to meditate here? Why not? Ziming also smiled. When it's time for you to meditate, you can meditate anywhere. When it's time for you to meditate, even if you want to meditate, there's no place for you to meditate. Haha. Xiao Hua laughed. This night was not wasted. Of course, before long, Qingming and the other disciples of Master Ni Qin came one after another. They led the guests out and arranged for them to rest in a quiet room that was similar to a cave. Xiao Hua naturally didn't stay with Fairy Hong Xia. After sending off his disciple, Xiao Hua took out the newly refined jade talismans and placed them all around the cave. As Xiao Hua formed a hand seal, the simple capital sky star array was set up with a faint flicker of light. This jade talisman was indeed different from a spiritual talisman. Not only did it consume less spiritual power, but the tightness and concealment of the formation were also greatly increased. However, the capital star formation that was set up using a jade talisman absorbed too much spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth at the beginning. Fortunately, the mountain wind whistled in the valley, so these movements did not attract the attention of others. Very good. Xiao Hua released his Buddhist awareness and checked the capital star array. He was very satisfied. Although he had refined it in a hurry and only had a few dozen talismans, this array was comparable to the array activated by the 100 spiritual talismans that he had given to Jiuxia. When he thought of Jiuxia, her beautiful smile involuntarily appeared in his mind. Chapter 2861. Damn it, I'm afraid I won't be able to get rid of this guy in the future. Xiao Hua shook his head unhappily. It looked like he was trying his best to throw this beauty out of his mind. Sigh, forget it. Maybe I've been hit by some secret technique of Jiuxia. Xiao Hua found an excuse for himself. When my magic power is strong enough, I'll naturally be able to break it. Then, Xiao Hua looked around, took out a futon from his dimension, and sat down cross-legged. He was about to use the sun-shrouding art to nourish his divine sense, but just as he was about to activate the sun-shrouding art, Xiao Hua stopped. He clapped his hand and took out 3 bone boxes from his dimension. This bone box was given to Xiao Mao by Ji Man in order to show his loyalty back in Bai and Stronghold. Xiao Mao then gave it to Xiao Hua. According to Ji Man, they hadn't given any treasures to Shibai village for a long time. These 3 bone boxes were the most precious of treasures. Of course, from Ji Man's cautious attitude that day, Xiao Hua knew that the things inside were definitely not ordinary. If Xiao Hua hadn't heard Master Qin and Ziming talking about how the millions of cultivators in Meng Mountains were all low-level soul warriors, he might not have remembered these useless treasures of Meng Mountains. Didn't Xiao Hua start cultivating the soul cultivation method that cultivators passed on to him in the language of Tao sect? Although Xiao Hua later learned the true meaning of cultivating the 9 heavens spirit origin from the jade slips of other soul cultivators, and his nascent divinity was now dancing with the little white dragon's soul, and his soul cultivation technique was gradually reaching the level of samadhi. But, this soul cultivation technique was still a low-level, unorthodox technique. Perhaps I can get some benefits from these 3 treasures? Xiao Hua's heart was full of expectations. However, when Xiao Hua opened the 3 bone boxes and saw the 3 treasures with his own eyes, he still smiled bitterly even though he was somewhat prepared. Inside the first bone box was a palm-sized bone staff. It was flat and somewhat slender. There was a pure white luster on it and it was very smooth to the touch. It was somewhat similar to the jade stones seen in the Tao sect. However, this bone staff looked just like a bone staff. There wasn't a trace of strange fluctuation. Even when Xiao Hua released his soul strands, he didn't see any reaction. This made Xiao Hua smack his lips. He almost thought of using this bone staff to coax Junior Wu Qing. The thing inside the second bone box could be seen at a glance. It was a bone snake. It was unknown what kind of method was used to condense the tiny bone particles that were smaller than a grain of corn together to form a small snake that was as thick as a thumb and more than a foot long. This small snake was coiled inside the bone box. The small snake's head was slightly tilted up and its eyes were blank. Although it was also formed by two even smaller bone particles, there was no divine light. It was no different from a corpse. Xueqi used his fingers to fiddle with the bone snake a few times. It was similarly ice-cold to the touch, and a faint chill came from this coldness. This chill penetrated Xueqi's skin and even seeped into his soul. Hiss, this thing is powerful. Xueqi was happy. He knew that this bone snake had some background. However, just as this joy surged into his heart, he was suddenly startled. He thought of the day when Xiao Mao met Elder Wu of Baiban Stronghold. Elder Wu used a soul armament to create a statue of God Bai to test Xiao Mao's authenticity. That statue's ears. Were there not two jade snakes hanging from it? Ah, this item is not fated to be with this young master. Xueqi immediately put the bone snake into the bone box. He knew that this item was used by the descendant of God Bai, and he couldn't steal it. It was better to return it to Xiao Mao. The item in the third bone box was even more puzzling to Xueqi. This was also a soul armament made from white bones. It was a ball about the size of a fist. Of course, rather than calling it a ball, it was more accurate to call it a skeleton. This skeleton wasn't a complete skeleton. Like the bone snake, it was made up of millions of tiny particles of bone. These particles of bone seemed to be condensed into a ball, but the skeleton was faintly discernible in and out of this ball of bone. This wasn't something that Xueqi found strange. What Xueqi found strange was that underneath the bone particles of the skeleton, there wasn't an empty space. Instead, there was another layer of bone particles. This layer of bone particles seemed to be the same as the outer layer of bone particles. Even below the second layer, there were still bone particles. When Xueqi scanned it with his Buddhist sense, he realized that this soul armament had 18 layers. At the very core, the hole formed by the bone particles was only the size of a soybean. Good heavens! Soul cultivator items are really strange. Xueqi picked up the bone ball from the bone box and tossed it up and down a few times. The bone ball was abnormally light, as if it didn't have any weight at all. His Buddhist sense only contained the bone particles, so there was no reaction. Even when Xueqi released his soul strands, the bone ball didn't move like the previous soul armament toad. This made Xueqi even more happy. That soul armament toad was quite useful when fighting against sword cultivators, but when it came into contact with a soul warrior, it immediately turned to ashes. It was clearly a low-level item that couldn't be any lower. But this item didn't have any reaction from the soul strands. Xueqi knew that this was an extremely powerful item. What Xueqi needed to do was to find out how to use this item. Should I ask Master Xueqi? Xueqi's hand casually tossed the bone ball as he thought to himself. The bone particles of the bone ball gradually shook up and down in the air. A fist-sized skeleton gradually appeared. In the dark night, Xueqi's appearance became even more terrifying. Let's talk about it after I repair the soul-falling lamp. Xueqi made up his mind. Since this item belongs to this young master, then it belongs to this young master. Xiao Mao didn't say anything, so what can the others say? Could it be that Master Xueqi wants to take this treasure away? Oh. Thinking of this, Xueqi's face showed a puzzled expression. This Master Xueqi is also strange. Why did she suddenly call me Immortal Master? If it weren't for the fact that he called me Immortal Master, and made my heart beat wildly, how could I have casually mentioned Taoist Zhao's name? Later on, Master Xueqi's behavior was also somewhat strange. The words she said were very puzzling. She even asked me to observe her repairing the soul-falling lamp? This was truly an inconceivable matter. But in the end, she actually sang and left. It was quite disrespectful. Forget it, forget it. She is a master craftsman of Meng Mountain. Naturally, she has an extraordinary bearing. Why should I be so serious with her? In the future, I still have to ask her about how soul cultivators craft tools. I also have to ask her about the use of this bone ball. Smiling is the right way to go. In the end, Xueqi stopped thinking. His eyes swept around, and his hands trembled. Damn it, This is really scary. How did it turn into a big skeleton? That's right, the bone ball in Xueqi's hand had already turned into a skeleton bigger than a fist. Those empty eyes were looking at Xueqi, and those white teeth were between Xueqi's fingers. Let this young master take a look again. Xueqi opened his transcendence vision. Sure enough, he could see a skeleton with his transcendence vision. What about this? Xueqi took out the bone snake and the bone staff. In his transcendence vision, the bone snake naturally couldn't see anything. But the bone staff had a square shape, and there were traces of green light in it. Green seal script? Xueqi looked at the familiar green light, and his heart shook. He retrieved the bone snake and the bone ball, and threw the bone staff into the air. Hundreds of soul threads stretched out, wrapped around the bone staff, and dragged it toward the center of his eyebrows. This drag didn't matter, but Xueqi immediately felt something different. This bone staff seemed to be extremely heavy, and his soul threads couldn't drag it at all. There's hope. Xueqi wasn't surprised, but happy. He immediately released more soul threads. However, in the soul threads, the bone staff only moved a little. It was like a mountain, majestic and unmoving. This is troublesome. Xueqi's right hand's index finger and middle finger flicked up and down on his chin. He stared at the bone staff and thought for a moment. Then, he stretched out his hand, placed the bone staff between his brows, and pulled the soul threads inside. After using a Herculean effort, Xueqi's forehead only felt the coldness of the bone staff. But the bone staff couldn't feel his burning heart, and simply ignored him. Damn it, this young master is going to waste time with you. Xueqi was a little angry. This young master has encountered so many magic tools, magic treasures, and even spirit tools. Which one of them wasn't obedient to this young master? This young master doesn't believe that he can't subdue you. As he spoke, Xueqi's mind spun rapidly. He really didn't have many soul techniques. Other than the cultivation method of the 9 heavens of spirit origin, these soul threads, and those green seal scripts, he didn't have any other soul techniques. Right, this young master also has a primordial spirit that cultivates soul techniques. Xueqi slapped his forehead, and his mind entered the mysterious dark clouds. He saw that in the Qing Shen heaven, the human figure that seemed to be formed from a water bubble was swaying. Countless soul strands were dancing all the time, and mysterious waves of light were overflowing in the entire Qing Shen heaven. Beside the human figure, little white dragon's soul seemed to be a little bigger, but it still leaned against the human primordial spirit. Its body was also dancing with strange waves of light. These waves of light were different from the waves of light of Xueqi's primordial spirit. However, occasionally, when the waves of light collided with each other, it would affect each other's own waves of light. Thus, the waves of light emitted would also have extremely subtle changes. Not bad. Xueqi slightly sized up this height. It was already much faster than when he was in the ring of spirit origin. Could it be that this 9 heavens of spirit origin is easier to cultivate to the end? However, this was only Xueqi's guess. There were no records in the cultivation method. When Xueqi called out his primordial spirit, he couldn't help but be a little dazed. At this time, his primordial spirit appeared in the cave. Layers of green brilliance appeared around the primordial spirit, and the entire primordial spirit was wrapped up. And this green brilliance was precisely the appearance of a human figure. The entire primordial spirit was lively and lively, just like a small person. Chapter 2862. My goodness, isn't this the same as a nascent soul? Xueqi froze for a moment, then thought, if other primordial spirits are like this, then this young master will have nearly 10 nascent souls? Wait until this young master's divine ability reaches the great success stage. If anyone dares to compete with this young master will swarm them and beat them to death. Xueqi laughed loudly, urging his primordial spirit to deal with the disobedient bone staff. The green primordial spirit's entire body shook, and countless soul strands extended from his body, completely covering the bone staff. Then, before Xueqi could think of anything else, a faint green light was emitted from the primordial spirit, and transmitted to the bone staff according to the rhythm Xueqi had seen in the clear spirit heaven. Following the flickering of this light, the bone staff began to tremble strangely. When the bone staff's trembling was the same rhythm as the green light, the green primordial spirit reached out and placed his hand on the bone staff that was taller than him. The entire bone staff rapidly shrank, turning into a small cube, and fell into the green primordial spirit's hand. Then the soul strands around the green primordial spirit pulled on Xueqi's Dharma eye imprint, and with a whoosh, entered Xueqi's mind, following the soul strands, and disappeared into the mysterious dark clouds. Xueqi was dumbfounded. Truly dumbfounded. Yes, the green primordial spirit's subsequent actions weren't driven by him at all. It was only after the primordial spirit had done that he had some awareness and understood. Even the green primordial spirit's final return to the mysterious dark clouds wasn't his command at all. This is bad, this is bad. Seeing such a situation, how could Xueqi not know that things were already showing signs of going out of his control? There is life and death in the lightning tribulation, this primordial spirit. Could it be that it has its own life? Xueqi temporarily couldn't think about the bone staff's function, and his back was sweating a little. Just now, he was still thinking about having 10 primordial spirits to fight with him, but now that he really saw such signs, he was afraid instead. 10 primordial spirits with their own independent thoughts. That's 10 Xueqis. This. Who should he listen to? Who was the real Xueqi? Maybe one day, the 10 Xueqis would fight by themselves first. Damn it, little white dragon, you've caused this young master to be miserable. Thinking of the future consequences, especially when he thought of the primordial spirit splitting technique from Master Ming Ming and Li Xiaobai, had already begun to come true, Xueqi couldn't help but howl. Hurry up and wake me up. Xueqi thought as he urged his primordial spirit to rush into the mysterious dark clouds, wanting to find little white dragon's soul. However, just as his consciousness entered the Ring of Heavens, he saw that in the center of the Ring of Heavens, there was an emerald green ball of light emitting a faint brilliance. That brilliance was formed from tiny green seal characters, and it was like an extremely pure emerald that illuminated the entire Ring of Heavens. Xueqi couldn't care less about the strange bone staff. Xueqi's mind was about to rush into clear spirit sky. Unfortunately, Xueqi's mind had only just brushed past the green brilliance when the light exploded with a loud bang. The sound was like a thunderclap, and even more so like a landslide, shaking the entire clear spirit sky. What emerged from the light were dozens of huge green seal characters. These green seal characters were so vast in the clear spirit sky that they practically covered the entire clear spirit sky. Moreover, the green seal characters rotated from time to time, twisting from time to time, disintegrating from time to time, and gathering from time to time. Waves of desolate aura, waves of indescribable mystery 9 were born from these green seal characters. Motherfucker, at this point, Xueqi naturally couldn't go to the pure spirit heaven anymore. He hurriedly urged his soul strands and prepared to touch these green seal characters like before. At this moment, at the place where the green seal characters exploded, where there was still a ball of green light, Xueqi's green primordial spirit appeared strangely. As soon as this primordial spirit appeared, the soul strands around its body waved and pointed at the green seal characters dancing in the sky. Just like before, every time the soul strands touched a green seal character, the green seal character would emit a green light and slowly shrink. Along with the soul strands, it entered. Yes, it entered the body of the green primordial spirit. However, as the green seal characters entered the green primordial spirit, Xueqi's mind also had a strange feeling. Moreover, the green seal character's information also appeared in his mind. At this time, the ring of aura sky was truly like a changing heaven and earth. The green seal character's flickering was like a heavenly phenomenon that could move mountains and overturn seas. The green seal character's dancing was like the transformation of the sea into mulberry fields. It was as if all the changes in the world were appearing in the ring of aura sky, and the center of all these changes was the green primordial spirit. Looking at the green primordial spirit dancing in the ring of aura sky, Xueqi looked pensive. Why didn't the bone staff change when this primordial spirit sent it into the ring of aura sky? Instead, this bone staff can only change when the mind enters it? Why did this primordial spirit sense the green seal characters in the mind when it received them? Why did this primordial spirit not come out from clear spirit sky until the mind entered the ring of aura sky? As Xueqi pondered, he gradually came to a conclusion. All kinds of signs indicated that the master of this mysterious dark cloud was still his mind. This green primordial spirit still couldn't control the entire mysterious dark cloud. Perhaps, the other primordial spirits are also like this. Xueqi's heart settled. No matter what, there has to be a distinction between the primary and the secondary. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a complete mess? As Xiaohua pondered, the green light in the ring of aura sky gradually disappeared. The green seal characters that filled the sky also gradually disappeared. In the end, they turned into 50 that revolved around the green primordial spirit. However, these green seal characters didn't seep into the primordial spirit. Xiaohua's mind was calm. He urged the 50 soul strands in the ring of aura sky to slowly touch the 50 green seal characters. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The green seal characters suddenly exploded again and swarmed into the green primordial spirit's body. In an instant, an enormous amount of information rushed into Xiaohua's mind. The Shaman Codex. This information entered Xiaohua's mind. Xiaohua was suddenly shocked. This is, however, when Xiaohua tried to find out more about the Sorcerer Codex, he realized that he only knew that it was a Sorcerer Codex. Apart from the green seal script recorded in the Sorcerer Codex, he was still clueless about everything else. This information was related to the 50 green seal characters. Moreover, the content of this information was somewhat different from the green seal characters that Xiaohua had previously obtained. Or rather, it was completely incompatible with Xiaohua's current understanding. If Xiaohua wanted to obtain something from this information, he was afraid that he would have to spend some effort to comprehend it. Damn it, what is this? If Xiaohua's mind could smile bitterly, he would definitely force out a smile. He had obviously obtained a treasure, but the content was something that he couldn't understand. Wasn't this the legendary entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed? What else can I do? This wasn't the first time Xiaohua had encountered this kind of situation. After all, his cultivation was still too shallow. Even though he had the strength of a nascent soul realm cultivator, in front of the mysteries of heaven and earth, he was inferior to an insignificant ant. The primordial spirit disappeared. That Shaman Codex also disappeared. When Xiaohua regained his senses, the Shaman Codex that had caused the astronomical changes in the ring of aura sky had already disappeared. I'm afraid that the primordial spirit was sent into the clear spirit heaven again. Xiaohua somewhat understood. This Shaman Codex could only be opened in the soul. Moreover, it could only be opened layer by layer. Without his mind, the primordial spirit clone was powerless. Sure enough, when Xiaohua's mind rushed into the clear spirit heaven, the Shaman Codex once again exploded. Another 50 green seal characters appeared from the Shaman Codex. Moreover, when the Shaman Codex revealed the astronomical changes, the entire clear spirit heaven was directly expanded by 2 times. Unfortunately, this kind of opportunity seemed to only belong to Xiaohua. Little White Dragon's soul seemed to have not heard this at all, and was not affected in the slightest. Moreover, when the 50 green seal characters entered the body of the primordial spirit, a layer of green clothing appeared outside the primordial spirit. The style was actually somewhat similar to the clothing worn by millions of Meng Mountain's soul warriors. Moreover, the 100 green seal characters even turned into dots of fluorescent light outside the primordial spirit's body. Following the fluctuations of the primordial spirit's green light, the faint brilliance was like twinkling starlight. This Shaman Codex gave birth to 50 green seal characters in both the Sky Ring and Sky Clear Spirit Heaven. Among them, I already knew some of the green seal characters, but I don't know most of them. In other words, when the cultivation of the 9 heavens of spirit origin is completed, this Shaman Codex can give birth to 450 green seal characters. Perhaps the soul cultivator's green seal characters are only 450. My goodness, these 450 green seal characters can be separated. Moreover, 2, 3, 4, and so on can be combined into new green seal characters. In other words, all soul cultivators' soul techniques can be produced from these 450 green seal characters. What a soul warrior needs to do is to find the method to combine different green seal characters into a soul warrior. Xiaohua seemed to have understood. This kind of strange cultivation method is really unimaginable for us Dao sect cultivators. It seems like this Shaman Codex is really the most precious treasure of Meng Mountain. Thinking of this, Xiaohua felt a little embarrassed. If I got it from someone else, I would naturally be secretly happy. But this is Xiao Mao's. He didn't know the importance of this Shaman Codex and gave it to me, but I can't pretend that I don't know. I'll ask Grandmaster Pu Qin about it later. If it doesn't work, I'll just return it to Xiao Mao. After getting the Shaman Codex, Xiaohua naturally had the thought of dragging the bone ball into the mysterious dark cloud. But this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment. After all, the soul was very important. Just now, Xiaohua was also a little impulsive, so he ruthlessly threw the Shaman Codex into the mysterious dark cloud. Fortunately, this was just the Shaman Codex, and only the green seal characters were recorded in it. Also, the usage of these green seal characters was not a real soul tool. However, these green seal characters were able to cause a great disturbance in both the Sky Ring and Sky Clear Spirit Heaven. If this bone ball was really a powerful soul tool, wouldn't it destroy his 9 heavens of spirit origin? If that happened, perhaps Xiaohua wouldn't even have the chance to cry. Chapter 2863. Xiaohua's back broke out in a cold sweat at the thought of this. His arrogant guts shrunk in an instant. He finally understood why those cultivators with high cultivation were so cowardly. Han Zhu, for example, knew that there were many things he needed in the Buddhist ruins. But even after cultivating for so long, he still didn't dare to go there. That was because he knew that the Buddhist ruins were filled with danger. Without absolute confidence, he absolutely couldn't set foot in there. If it was him, he would have already barged in and turned into a skeleton by now. He didn't even know which soul weapon he'd become. Immediately after, Xiaohua stopped being distracted and sat cross-legged on the praying mat. As he circulated the sun-shrouding technique, he concentrated on comprehending the 100 or so green seal text. Strands of obscure comprehension were born from the green seal text from time to time, and a feeling of scratching his ears and cheeks involuntarily arose in his heart. Xiaohua was meditating. The 2 Dao sect cultivators on his left were also meditating. Li Zongbao held the slaughtering immortal whip in his hand. The slaughtering immortal whip in his hand flashed with a faint golden light. This golden light was like a bamboo shoot after the rain, slowly rising. Every time it grew taller, the golden light would grow a little brighter. Li Zongbao's face would also darken a few times. But even though the golden light of the slaughtering immortal whip was faint, the traces of blood within it could be seen clearly. It was the blood that changed according to Li Zongbao's expression. Sometimes it was dense, sometimes it was sparse, and sometimes it was dense. It looked a little strange. As for Fairy Hong Xia, the phoenix token flew to her forehead and resonated with the phoenix mark between her eyebrows. Rings of 5-colored brilliance were produced from the phoenix token and landed on the mark. The mark gradually danced and slowly penetrated Fairy Hong Xia's body. After her entire body was bathed in the 5-colored brilliance, the 5-colored brilliance went straight into the phoenix mark and into the phoenix token. The brilliance of the phoenix token shone even brighter, and the phoenix mark became even clearer. Even Fairy Hong Xia's jade-like skin became even more lustrous. The 3 Dao sect cultivators were bitterly cultivating, but the 2 soul cultivators were not. Zi Ming was lazily sitting on a bone bed with the soulfall lamp placed in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the pitch-black soulfall lamp, as if her gaze was being sucked in by it. Zi Ming's beautiful eyebrows were tightly knitted together, like ice that hadn't melted in tens of thousands of years. Zi Ming wasn't happy about the fact that the soulfall lamp was about to be repaired. Unlike Zi Ming, Master Qin Qin was also sitting under a huge, withered tree. The bright moonlight shone through the dark clouds and into the valley. It also shone through the branches of the tree and fell on Master Qin Qin's face. Master Qin Qin's expression was very strange. It was as if she had lost her soul, but also as if she was both happy and worried. She was even a little worried. After the time it took to eat a meal, the moonlight left Master Qin Qin's face. Master Qin Qin raised her head slightly, and her pair of dazed eyes gradually regained their luster and even clarity. Sigh, she let out a long sigh. Perhaps the moon rises and sets, day goes and night comes, and the tides rise and fall like this. Then, Master Qin Qin seemed to inadvertently look at a place in the valley. She paused for a moment, then stood up and left the huge tree. The place Master Qin Qin was looking at was pitch black. Other than the night wind, there was no other movement. For a cultivator, 3 days was like the passing of a white horse. Before Xiaohua could scratch his head, he sensed that someone was calling him from outside the cave. Sigh. When will this young master be able to go into seclusion for a few years in peace? Xiaohua had no choice but to come out of his meditation. Although the green seal text was still being comprehended by his primordial spirit, that wonderful feeling was gone. Thinking about the process of something that was incomparably pleasant, but only let you participate in the result, No matter who it was, their heart would be filled with resentment. Xiao Hua withdrew the capital star array and walked out of the cave. Qing Ming was standing respectfully at the entrance of the cave. He was not as cold as he was when Xiao Hua saw him that day. Young Master Xiao. Qing Ming followed Zi Ming's greeting and said, Master has already gone to the soul refining cave. Young Master, please follow. Then he looked up at the time. In about an hour, Master will start crafting soul tools. Xiao Hua tilted his head and smiled. Master crafting soul tools. Needs to pick an auspicious day. That's not the case. Qing Ming smiled apologetically. At noon, soul warriors are full of vitality and hundreds of ghosts will avoid them. It is the best time for us soul warriors to craft soul tools. Thank you for your advice. Xiao Hua was somewhat enlightened. His feet didn't stop to rest as he followed Qing Ming along the valley. After walking for a while, Qing Ming smiled and said, Young Master Xiao should know how to fly, right? Let's fly over. Don't let Master wait anxiously. Soul cultivators can also fly? Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. That's right. Ever since Xiao Hua saw a soul cultivator riding a soul beast and fighting against a swordsman outside of Million Meng Mountains, he had seen many soul cultivators inside Million Meng Mountains. However, even Ji Man, the candidate of Hutu's stronghold, Ziming, had never flown before. He had relied on his soul beast to fly. If Taoist cultivators can fly, we soul warriors of Meng Mountains can naturally fly too. Qing Ming smiled and took out a soul tool. He chanted an incantation. The soul tool flashed with a green light and wrapped around Qing Ming. His body immediately flew forward like a feather. His body was as agile as the flying technique of ordinary cultivators. Xiao Hua's face was a little hot. He also circulated his magic power and followed behind Qing Ming. A faint green light flashed under Qing Ming's feet. It was more imposing than Xiao Hua's light. I'm sorry, Xiao Hua said embarrassedly, since I came to Million Meng Mountains, I've seen many soul cultivators, but I've never seen them fly. They all ride soul beasts, so, not flying doesn't mean you can't fly. Qing Ming smiled and said, My Meng Mountain soul technique is a little different from your Taoist sex magic. Your Taoist sex cultivation technique, as long as you cultivate to a certain stage, you will naturally use a magic. But for my Meng Mountain soul cultivators, cultivation technique is cultivation technique, soul technique is soul technique, they have nothing to do with each other. I understand now. Xiao Hua immediately understood. No wonder he didn't know any soul technique even though he practiced the 9 heavens of spirit origin to the stage of pure spirit heaven. But, it seems, the cultivation techniques I cultivate are also like this, right? Actually, what Grandmaster said is not completely correct. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. Some cultivation techniques come with magic, but many cultivation techniques don't have the corresponding magic. Oh, I understand. Qing Ming didn't intend to ask further and nodded slightly. Not long after, under Qing Ming's lead, Xiao Hua came to a hillside where the sun was rising. In front of the hillside, Grandmaster Qin Qin and Zi Ming were already waiting. There were also a few other disciples of Grandmaster Qin Qin. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hong Xia were not beside them. Taoist Xiao. At this moment, Grandmaster Qin Qin had already regained her calmness. When she saw Xiao Hua flying over, she raised her head and called out. Young Master Xiao. Zi Ming also had a smile on his face. It was a far cry from the miserable look he had a few days ago. I'm late, please forgive me. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said with a smile. Since you're here, you're not late. Grandmaster Qin Qin said with a smile. This old one has refined swords with a few blacksmiths from Sword Domain. This is the first time I'm refining a soul tool with a Taoist sect alchemist. If there's any mistake, please advise me. I don't dare. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. Grandmaster is a grandmaster. This little one is just observing, not saying a single word. No, Taoist Xiao is wrong. Master Qin Qin shook her head. The crafting of the soul tool this time is a little different. If there are any mistakes, Taoist Xiao must take action. Moreover, during the refining process, this old man will also have some questions to discuss with Taoist Master Xiao. Oh. Xiao Hua somewhat understood why Master Ni Qin wanted him to participate in the restoration of the lost soul lamp. I'll leave this matter to young Master Xiao. Ziming hurriedly said. If you need my help, I'll definitely do my best. Xiao Hua hurriedly agreed. Then he asked, did Grandmaster not inform my two Dao friends? Haha, other than weapon refinement masters, no one else is allowed to enter this soul-refining cave. It's useless for them to come. Master Qin said with a smile. Rather than that, it's better to let them cultivate in the cave. At this point, Master Qin hesitated for a moment. She waved her hand to have Qing Ming and the other disciples leave. After thinking for a moment she said, also, that Li Zongbao's cultivation is a little off. His soul and bloodline are a little strange. I'm afraid the magic treasure he's using is causing a backlash. The backlash from the magic treasure is already beyond what he can control. If we don't correct it soon, it'll cause a disaster. Does Grandmaster have a better plan? Xiao Hua was shocked. Then he asked Master Qin with great admiration. This old man has a few ideas. This is also one of the reasons why this old man invited Taoist Xiao to refine the soul tool. Master Qin smiled. However, the root of his problem is his magic treasure. Although this old man's idea can treat the symptoms, it can't treat the root of the problem. It's best to start with young Master Li's magic treasure. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was convinced by Master Qin's magnanimity. Not wanting to hide anything, he smiled. I won't hide it from Grandmaster Qin. The spirit treasure Senior Li is talking about was made by this old man. However, because the spirit treasure is new, it hasn't been cultivated yet. Moreover, he used the spirit treasure again and again to fight with swordsmen and soul warriors. That's why his soul was damaged. This was also because he had no choice. Taoist Xiao? Master Qin's mouth opened wide in astonishment. Spirit treasure? Ziming was also dumbfounded. Young Master Xiao can actually refine spirit treasures? Haha, I'm sorry. Xiao Hua said with a smile. I just happened to come across it by chance and was lucky enough to successfully refine it. Oh, actually, it can't be considered a successful refinement. It's more like a successful repair. Chapter 2864. Following that, Xiao Hua roughly explained the reason for the slaughter immortal whip. Although Xiao Hua downplayed it and emphasized the restoration, but even so, Master Qin's expression became much more respectful. Nonsense, an alchemist who could refine the rejuvenation pill, an alchemist who could refine spirit tools, both identities were worthy of the respect of ordinary people, not to mention that these two identities fell on the same person. In fact, Master Qin almost had to address Xiao Hua as senior. This is really Huta Great God's arrangement. Master Qin sighed, her eyes seemed to have a kind of determination. At this crucial moment, she sent Taoist Xiao to this old one, and this old one also asked Taoist Xiao to restore the fallen soul lamp under Huta Great God's arrangement. If this fallen soul lamp cannot be restored, this old one will not have the face to see Huta Great God again. Young Master Xiao, you. Ziming said a few words, did not know what to say, finally pursed her lips and said, can you give this concubine a few more surprises? Of course, let's wait and see. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and said very proudly. Hee. Ziming pursed her lips and said, this concubine only now knows why Zai is so respected by young Master Xiao, even this concubine feels familiar with young Master Xiao at first sight. Hee, as long as it is not at first sight. Xiao Hua said very casually, but just as he said those two words, he felt that it was inappropriate, not to mention Master Qin, just based on Ziming's identity as Zai's twin sister, he could not say those words out loud. But obviously, Ziming had heard it, although her face did not turn red, but the corner of her mouth revealed a smile without a doubt. Hee, Master. When will we enter the soul-refining cave? Xiao Hua hurriedly changed the topic. In a moment. Master Qin raised her head and looked at the scorching sun that was about to reach the top of their heads, and said with some expectation, this matter will trouble Master. Ziming clapped her hands, took out the fallen soul lamp from the brocade bag and handed it to Master Qin. This old one had 40% confidence before. Now with Taoist Zhao's help, this old one feels that all of a sudden, this old one feels that it is 90%. Master Hua Qin extended her hand to take it, and held onto the middle of the fallen soul lamp, and said, a blacksmith who can repair spirit weapons, repairing spirit treasures shouldn't be a problem. Don't, Grandmaster. Xiaohua anxiously waved his hands. Xueqi has never seen a spirit cultivator refine equipment before, and doesn't even know what a spirit treasure is. How can you repair a spirit treasure? I'm just observing. Just observing. There's a saying in the Dao sect, all arts return to origin. Master Ni Qin said with a smile. Actually, isn't artifact refinement also called all artifacts return to origin? It didn't matter if it was a spirit item, a sword item, or a soul item. In the end, they all had the same power and had the same use. They didn't have to be different. It's just that the refining process is different and the materials used are different. Good, Xiaohua agreed. It's just as the master said. Just now, when I saw Master Qingming's flying technique, I felt that it was true. It doesn't matter if a Taoist uses magic power to fly, a swordsman uses a flying sword to fly, or a soul warrior uses soul force to fly. As long as one can fly, the result will be the same. With that said, Xiaohua smiled and asked Ziming, can you and Ziyi fly? Why do you always use soul beasts? Hee. Ziming smiled and muttered something. Then, a faint green light flashed. White light and wisps of white mist appeared from Ziming's feet. Ziming's body flew gracefully from the mountain slope into the air. After circling in the air for a while, he landed back down. It's just as young Master Xiao said. Flying as a soul cultivator consumes soul power. Although this soul power can last for a long time, it's not easy to replenish. It can't be compared to the magic power of a cultivator. Ziming explained with a smile. Moreover, every soul cultivator has a soul beast. Since soul beasts can fly, why do we have to fly ourselves? Indeed. Xiaohua understood. It's just like the people of the secular world. They can walk with their legs, they can also walk with their carriages. Since they have carriages, why do they have to walk with their own legs? Right. Ziming smiled. He pointed his finger at the sky and said, Young Master Xiao, you shouldn't ask any more questions. Please enter the cave. Good. Xiaohua laughed. He cupped his hands and said, Master Ni Qin, please lead the way. Please. Master Ni Qin didn't stand on ceremony. She took the lead and walked towards a small cave on the mountain slope. Thank you for your trouble. Ziming cupped her hands towards Xiaohua. It was as if she wanted to entrust the soul lamp to Xiaohua and not Master Ni Qin. Xiaohua slightly nodded. With a smile on his face, he also turned around and followed Master Ni Qin. Only Ziming was left standing under the sun. She let the blazing heat shine on her face. It was as if only this light could dispel the worries in her heart. Her eyes were fixed on Xiaohua's back. She was waiting for Xiaohua's back to disappear into the cave. Xiaohua was actually calm. This matter of repairing the soul lamp was not his business. He was just a passerby. Seeing Master Ni Qin walk to the entrance of the cave, she slightly turned her head. Seeing that Xiaohua had already followed, she patted her hand. She also took out a brocade bag. From inside, she took out a dark green bamboo joint. She chanted an indescribable syllable. Along with this syllable, a strange fluctuation appeared around Master Ni Qin. Then, Master Ni Qin pointed her finger at the top of the bamboo joint. Gulyalu. A bubbling sound came from the bamboo joint. The bamboo joint began to melt. An emerald green fingerbone appeared in the air. Master Ni Qin used her hand to support the fingerbone and slowly extended it forward. When it touched the entrance of the cave, a rumbling sound came from the entrance. Xiaohua only saw a flash in front of his eyes. A pitch-black stone door appeared in the originally empty cave entrance. Not only was the stone door pitch-black, but there were also some undulating veins. These veins were sometimes large and sometimes small, covering the entire stone door. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He could clearly see that these veins were made up of many talismans that looked like bones. Each talisman seemed to be in a trance, as if it could absorb a person's gaze. Xiaohua didn't dare to look anymore. He looked at Master Ni Qin again. Master Ni Qin's hand gesture didn't change. The fingerbone was sent to the front of the stone door. There was a deep hole the size of a thumb where many symbols intersected. When the fingerbone fell into the deep hole suddenly closed. Then, like a person's eyeball, it slightly rotated. Soon after, it opened. A ray of azure light shot out from the eye. covering Master Ni and Xiao Hua. Beep, beep, beep. Master Qin was chanting some strange spells again. Green lights that looked like seal scripts fell down and rushed into the blue light. Swoosh, when the light touched the green light, it immediately shrank. Zalala, the pitch-black door suddenly cracked open. The two sides of the crack were like the teeth of a beast. I've made a fool of myself. Master Ni turned around and said humbly, this old man's soul-refining cave was passed down from the previous generation. There are some secrets inside. Compared to the Dao sex magic, this soul formation technique is still a bit lacking. In Daoist Zhao's eyes. Hee, I've made a fool of myself. Not at all, not at all. Xiao Hua looked around but didn't use his Buddhist sense. He smiled and said, this soul formation technique is very mysterious in my eyes. How can I say it's made a fool of myself? Or it could be said that each has their own strengths. Please, Master Ni walked into the cave. At this time, the finger bone also floated to his side. The inside of the cave was very dark. One couldn't see clearly with the naked eye. Master Ni grabbed the finger bone and flung it. The entire cave suddenly brightened and was covered by a gentle green light. See, Xiao Hua followed behind Master Ni. Suddenly, he felt a green light pierce into his eyes. That green light was like a ghost baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. He couldn't help but shiver in his heart. Then, when he looked around and saw the situation of the soul-refining cave clearly, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This soul-refining cave was very big. It was as if the entire cave was hollowed out. However, the four walls of the cave weren't stone walls. Instead, they were dark green. Even the area under Xiao Hua's feet was dark green. He couldn't tell where was up and where was down. The place where Xiao Hua came in was already closed. It was also flat and no traces could be seen. Moreover, this dark green was so deep. Wherever his gaze fell, he couldn't feel the boundary. It was as if it was infinitely big. Xiao Hua didn't dare to release his Buddhist sense. However, when his gaze swept past, that dark green revealed a strange aura. It was as if Xiao Hua's gaze could stir up waves in the dark green. The moment those waves rose, one after another malevolent ghost head and one after another naked men and women would be revealed inside. So much so that, as Xiao Hua's gaze shifted, one after another shocking pictures would appear in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Soul-refining cave, soul-refining cave. It really lives up to its reputation. Xiao Hua slightly turned around and looked at the situation of the entire soul-refining cave. A strange look appeared in his eyes as he sighed. This soul formation can see directly into the heart. It's indeed not something my Dao sex formation can compare to. At this moment, Grandmaster Qin had already turned around. His eyes were glowing as he looked at Xiao Hua with great interest. When Xiao Hua finished sighing, he asked in a low voice, Daoist Xiao, you don't need to hide it from me. Have you practiced a soul cultivation technique before? Why do you say that? Xiao Hua smiled. He didn't admit it and asked back. I won't hide it from Daoist. Grandmaster Qin laughed. This old one is a weapon refiner from Meng Mountain. It's precisely because I deal with soul tools that I'm very sensitive to soul cultivation techniques. There's no need to talk about Meng Mountain's soul warriors. As long as it's a cultivator or a swordsman who has dabbled in soul cultivation, this old one will be able to find the flaw with a sweep of his soul sense. However, this old one clearly sensed traces of soul strands on Daoist Zhao's body. However, under my soul sense, I can't find any traces of Daoist Xiao cultivating soul sense. Soul sense? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Is it something similar to the divine sense of my Dao sex cultivators? That's right. Grandmaster Qin nodded. Swordsman and cultivator have divine sense. Devil cultivators have devil sense. Us soul warriors naturally have soul sense as well. However, soul sense is different from divine sense and devil sense. It's not obtained through cultivation techniques. Instead, it's tempered and tempered. Chapter 2865. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua nodded. This humble one is indeed ignorant. This soul technique is related to soul strands. If you haven't practiced a soul cultivation technique, I'm afraid you can't use it. Master Qin said with a smile. This old man has a record of this. I wonder if Reverend is interested? Alas, Xueqi saw that Grandmaster Xueqi insisted on asking him whether or not he had practiced a soul cultivation technique. He could only sigh and say, "This little one has always been curious. Otherwise, I wouldn't have practiced both the Tao of refining and the Tao of alchemy. Until now, I am still only in the foundation establishment realm." This humble one learned about the 9 heavens of Ling Yuan in Meng Mountain a few years ago. However, I heard from Master and Ziming that the cultivation technique transcribed by those cultivators was inferior. Thus, this humble one didn't dare to say much. "Oh, so that's how it is." Master Xueqi nodded. "I'm afraid the cultivation technique Reverend obtained has already deviated greatly." Perhaps. Xueqi didn't comment. He didn't like to talk about such laughable things. "Can you tell this old man about your soul cultivation technique?" However, Master Xueqi didn't let him go and asked. "This." Xueqi hesitated slightly. He didn't understand what Master Xueqi meant. He didn't know if Master Xueqi asked because he needed to rely on his soul cultivation technique to repair the soul falling lamp. However, when he thought about his low-level soul cultivation technique, he didn't mind. He patted his hand and took out the jade slip from his space and handed it to Master Xueqi. However, Xueqi didn't go into detail about the true cultivation of his soul cultivation technique. Master Xueqi took the jade slip and glanced at it briefly before returning it to Xueqi. He said with a mocking smile, "The cultivators of your Tao sect are really good at making things up. According to the 3 souls and 6 spirits, my soul cultivation realm is divided into 4 stages: human, earth, heaven, and saint. Among them, Aura Ring and Clear Spirit Heaven are called human stage. Bright Ruah Heaven and Abundant Reality Heaven are called earth stage. Condensing Meridian Heaven and Understanding Heart Heaven are called heaven stage. Soul Forming Heaven, Yuanshu Heaven, and Silent Void Heaven are called saint stage." Furthermore, he even compared my soul cultivation level with your Tao sect's cultivation level. He said that the mortal stage was equivalent to the Tao sect's Qi refinement stage, the earth stage was equivalent to the Tao sect's foundation establishment stage and golden core stage, the heaven stage was equivalent to the nascent soul stage and spirit severing stage, and the sage stage was equivalent to the Tao sect's unification stage, tribulation stage and Mahayana stage. All of this was purely false. It was nothing more than a division created by those cultivators based on their own understanding. How could the spirit of Meng Mountains, Yuan Zhoutian, cultivate like this? How can you get the true essence of soul cultivation with such a specious method? Isn't that the case? Xueqi was stunned and hurriedly asked. Then, what should it be? Unfortunately, Grandmaster Qin did not answer Xueqi's question. Instead, she changed the topic and asked, "I wonder if Taoist Xiao would like to obtain the true cultivation method of 9 heavens spirit from Meng Mountain?" This time, it was Xueqi's turn to be surprised. Puzzled, he looked down at Grandmaster Xueqi. At this moment, Grandmaster Xueqi was standing in front of Xueqi like a child. Looking at this soul cultivator who resembled Gao Zhuang, Xueqi did not know what Grandmaster Xueqi was thinking. Just now, Grandmaster Xueqi had used the tempering of his soul consciousness as a lure. Now, Grandmaster Xueqi denied the soul cultivation method in the jade slip and used the true cultivation method of 9 heaven spirit as a bait. This was not something a master craftsman of Meng Mountain should do. Grandmaster Xueqi met Xueqi's surprised gaze without any fear. With a calm expression she said, "Taoist Xiao, please don't be surprised. This old man just has a matter to ask Grandmaster for help. That's why I'm using it as a price to ask for Grandmaster's help." "What matter?" Xueqi thought for a moment and said, "If it's simple, Grandmaster doesn't need to pay any price. This little one can do it for you." Let's not talk about it now." Grandmaster Xueqi waved her hand and said, "Taoist Xiao, you can think about it again. It won't be too late to answer me after the soul setting lamp is restored." "All right." Xueqi was somewhat baffled. Grandmaster Xueqi hadn't even said what the matter was, so how could he think about it? However, since Grandmaster Xueqi didn't say anything, she probably wouldn't say anything even if Xueqi asked again. However, at this moment, Xueqi thought of another matter and asked, "Oh right, Li Zongbao, is the method to repair the soul-setting lamp included in it?" "That's not included in it." Grandmaster Xueqi clapped her hands and took out the soul-setting lamp. She said with a smile, "When the soul-setting lamp is repaired, Taoist Xiao will be able to see it." "All right." Xueqi nodded. Grandmaster is so straightforward. This little one can agree even if I don't think about it. Hee. Grandmaster Xueqi didn't say anything at this moment. All right, Grandmaster. This little one has another question. Xiaohua asked again, may I ask? Taoist Xiao is too polite. Grandmaster Xueqi said with a smile, if Taoist Xiao has any questions, you can ask me at any time. This old man will tell you everything he knows. Does Grandmaster know about the Shaman Codex? Xiaohua asked cautiously, carefully looking at Grandmaster Xueqi's expression. Of course I know. Grandmaster Xueqi's expression was normal. There wasn't the slightest bit of shock, as if the Shaman Codex was an ordinary thing. Phew, Xiaohua immediately let out a sigh of relief. However, this old man doesn't know which Shaman Codex Taoist Xiao is asking about. Grandmaster Xueqi asked again. How many Shaman Codices are there? Xiaohua didn't understand. Hee. The Shaman Codex of Meng Mountain is just a general name. It's a book that records the matters of Meng Mountain, cultivation methods, and spirit warriors. Almost every shaman village has a Shaman Codex. Grandmaster Xueqi answered, Bailu village has a Shaman Codex. Shibailu village also has a Shaman Codex. However, it's obvious that the two Shaman Codices can't be compared. The biggest function of the Shaman Codex is to pass it down. The Shaman Elder of Bailu village has a Shaman Codex, so he can be called a Shaman Elder. If the Shaman Codex of Bailu village disappeared, then Bailu village would cease to exist. If you want to destroy Bailu village, you just have to take away the Shaman Codex of Bailu village? Xiaohua was stunned. Hee. What this old man means is disappearing. Disappearing from this world. Grandmaster Xueqi said, as long as the people of this shaman village still have a trace of bloodline, this Shaman Codex will never disappear. Even if this shaman village declines and disappears, its Shaman Codex will still exist in Meng Mountain, until the people of this shaman village completely disappear. Of course, if someone finds this lost Shaman Codex, they can also rebuild the shaman village. Oh, I see. Xiaohua finally understood. So this Shaman Codex of his was really not a rare object. Reverend, do you have any other questions? Grandmaster Xueqi asked with a smile. Yes. Hearing this, Xiaohua smiled and said, but when I look at the cultivation method of 9 heavens of spirit origin, I have no idea what it is. Ha, Grandmaster Xueqi laughed. The cultivation method of a spirit warrior is different from that of a cultivator. If Reverend doesn't have any doubts, then it would be strange. When Reverend obtains this old man's cultivation method of 9 heavens of spirit origin, you will naturally understand a lot. Oh, but let me tell you in advance, this old man's cultivation method of 9 heavens of spirit origin only has 6 heavens of spirit soul, but it doesn't have 3 heavens of spirit. How many green seal characters are there in total? Xiaohua ignored Grandmaster Xueqi's explanation and suddenly asked. 365. Grandmaster Xueqi answered very casually, but then his body shook violently. He raised his head to look at the smiling Xiaohua and asked with an incredulous tone, Xiao. Reverend Xiao, could it be that you have already learned the green seal characters? I have. Xiaohua's answer was powerful and resonant, but I was baffled by it and didn't know what it was. Although he said that, he was secretly thinking, that's not right. The Shaman Codex should have counted 450. Why is it that Grandmaster Xueqi only has 365? Oh, I see. Grandmaster Xueqi looked at Xiaohua's unusually young face and nodded. My Meng Mountain's green seal characters inherited from the ancient times, but now they have been completely annihilated in the dust of time. Of course, the green seal characters also exist outside of Meng Mountain, so it is normal for Reverend to have seen them. Actually, I still want to ask. Xiaohua really wanted to know the origin of the green seal characters, so he asked again. What is the secret of the green seal characters? It seems to have the ability to understand the world. Could it be that every green seal character has its own origin? Facing Xiaohua's question, Grandmaster Xueqi's reaction was very strange, as if he didn't come to the soul-refining cave to repair the soul-losing lamp, but specifically to teach Xiaohua. He patiently answered, this old man doesn't know the origin of the green seal characters. This secret of Meng Mountain is probably directly related to the 12 great gods, and only the ancient Yi clan in the depths of Meng Mountain would know about it, right? However, according to this old man's knowledge, if you can completely master the green seal characters, Then you will have the ability to understand the world. The ancient Yi clan in Meng Mountain. Xiao Hua was stunned again. This world was really mysterious. He used to think that Meng Mountain was mysterious and unfathomable, but now that he came into contact with soul cultivators, he realized that this was not the only mystery of Meng Mountain. The mystery was still inside. This time, Grandmaster Xueqi did not answer the question about the ancient remnant races. Perhaps he did not know either. He continued, the crafting techniques of Meng Mountain are completely related to the Green Seal script. Hearing this, Xiao Hua suddenly realized that Grandmaster Xueqi was waiting for him here. However, a few days ago, when Xiao Hua heard that Grandmaster Xueqi could only refine 3 soul treasures in his lifetime, he already had some understanding. He didn't hide it and nodded, Grandmaster. When you said that refining is related to life essence, this little one understands a little back then. Then, Xiao Hua briefly explained the matter of Misty Cloud's sex Yun Ting Yu. So in Meng country, there are also Taoist disciples who inherit the Green Seal characters of Meng Mountain? This old man really didn't expect this. Grandmaster Xueqi was really surprised. This method of using the Green Seal characters is somewhat similar to this old man's refining techniques, but it also consumes life essence. Alas, what a pity, if this technique could be used, the drought in Meng Mountain could be alleviated. But I'm afraid no one would be willing to exchange their lifespan for the Green Seal characters. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. This old man can. Grandmaster Xueqi said indifferently, but this old man doesn't know how. All this old man knows is the Green Seal characters of refining. Chapter 2866. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He understood the Green Seal text, but how could he teach it to this master craftsman who cherished Meng Mountain? It seems like he still doesn't know how to display the Green Seal text. Let's listen a bit more. Xiao Hua thought to himself. If Taoist has already seen Sect Master Yun use the Green Seal text, then you should already know my refining technique. Master Xueqi waved her hand, and the soul-falling lamp immediately flew into the air. Yes, I understand. As long as you sing the Green Seal text, the Green Seal text will produce the ability to refine tools, refining soul tools like my Tao sex magic. Xiao Hua nodded. Taoist is still wrong. Master Xueqi said bluntly, singing the Green Seal text is something only the descendants of the 12 great gods can do with the power of the great gods' bloodline. Us spirit scholars need to use soul strands to make soul sounds, and use the power of the soul to chant the Green Seal text. As for Sect Master Yun, because he doesn't have any soul power, he can't make sounds, so he took the unorthodox path and used his body to make sounds. This kind of Green Seal text can't be used to its full potential, and it also consumes a lot of life essence. I can refine tools 3 times, but he can't even do it once. Xiao Hua was extremely excited. This was a secret technique he had been searching for a long time. However, he still suppressed his joy and said with a smile, I want to see Master's divine technique. I'm ashamed, Master Xueqi shook her head. I haven't reached the divine technique realm that Taoist mentioned. Using soul power to make sounds is also borrowing the power of my bloodline. The power of bloodline? Xiao Hua's eyes turned slightly, and he said with a smile, What's the matter with the power of bloodline? Xiao Hua used blood essence to refine spirit tools, and he also used blood essence to control magic treasures. Even the cultivation method of the demon realm included the cultivation of bloodline. He really wanted to know how Master Xueqi explained it. Taoist is a cultivator of the Tao sect. I'm afraid you only know how to use the power of bloodline, but you don't know the origin of the power of bloodline. Master Xueqi said with a smile, just like Taoist said Ziming, you only know that soul power can fly, why do you need to know how it can fly? Indeed, Xiao Hua nodded. He was talking about her, but there were many things that he didn't understand. In fact, the bloodline power is way too mysterious, and I haven't read any Magus books about it. I've only read a lot of books about it and added my own understanding of it. Master Xueqi said. She pointed her finger and a drop of blood fell into the air. Then, Master Xueqi's body started to vibrate. The vibrations caused the air to vibrate and spread throughout the entire soul refining cave. The blue light around the soul refining cave also started to vibrate. It was as if Xiao Hua and Master Xueqi were standing on a sea with monstrous waves, surrounded by the sound of waves. As the sound became louder and louder, A voice that Xiaohua was familiar with spread out from the soul-refining cave. Countless tiny green seal characters appeared in the surroundings and fell towards the blood drop in front of Master Xueqi. I understand. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly realized why Grandmaster Xueqi wanted to refine weapons in this crafting cave, and what was going on with the azure surrounding his crafting cave. The green seal characters on the blood drop gathered into a big green seal character and fell into the blood drop. With a pang sound, the blood drop suddenly turned into a small human figure. Taoist, please take a look. If an ordinary person was injured, who knows how much of this small blood drop would fall? Master Xueqi's face was a bit pale. She pointed her finger and said, but under the stimulation of the green seal characters, this blood drop can produce a powerful bloodline power. Yes. Xiaohua nodded. Actually, this is only the most basic power of the bloodline. Master Xueqi was really resting. She explained, in my opinion, the greatest use of the bloodline power is inheritance. Inheritance? Xiaohua stared blankly and didn't understand. Whether we are cultivators, soul warriors or swordsmen, whether we are the descendants of the 12 gods, or the descendants of the sword ancestor and the Tao ancestor, we are all humans. This bloodline is something that has existed since we were born into this world. Within this bloodline is the inheritance of the information from the ancient people. With this bloodline, we are humans, not beasts, not grains of rice and millet. From this bloodline, humans can be divided into cultivators and soul warriors. From this bloodline, Ziming can recite the witchcraft incantation of the Hutu great god, but ordinary soul warriors like us can't. From this bloodline, cultivators can refine their own magic treasures. From this bloodline, swordsmen can refine their own spirit swords, and even fuse with their bodies with the sword. Moreover, according to what I know, the demon world also has blood refining techniques. From this bloodline, demons can cultivate into demon lords. Even soul weapons, spirit weapons, and so on need the power of this bloodline. Ordinary blood sacrifices are the same. They all extract the power of the bloodline and accumulate it to reach a level that ordinary people can't reach. I also don't remember if it was passed down from ancient times or recorded somewhere, but if I, a soul warrior, cultivate the power of this bloodline to the extreme, I can become a god through the bloodline. Master Xueqi said with almost longing, just by relying on the bloodline, I can see through life and death and live forever between heaven and earth. See, Xiaohua didn't dare to believe. Is this possible? Actually, although the power of the bloodline is strong, it is not the most mysterious thing in the world. Master Xueqi didn't answer him, but continued, the soul is the most mysterious thing in the world. If the bloodline is the inheritance of the human race, then the soul is the inheritance of the individual, or in other words, the most fundamental difference between everyone. Xiaohua heard Master Xueqi change the topic and frowned slightly, not understanding why. But he heard Master Xueqi say again, this world is boundless. From mortals to cultivators, then to the immortal world, and so on, human cultivation seems to have no end. But within the soul, doesn't the 9 heavens of spirit origin cover all cultivation? This old man bluntly said that the 9 heavens of spirit origin is connected to heaven and earth. As long as you completely understand the 9 heavens of spirit origin, you can definitely reach the supreme realm. Xiaohua heard the last part and couldn't help but smile, asking, Master also cultivates the 9 heavens of spirit origin, right? I wonder what level of heaven you have cultivated to now. Taoist Master Xiao. You still don't understand what this old man means. Master Xueqi said with a smile. How can the current 9 heavens of spirit origin be considered a true comprehension? This old man is not talented, but he has already cultivated to the full reality realm. But this kind of cultivation is simply a passing observation. It is simply impossible to truly understand the meaning of the 9 heavens of spirit origin. Then, how can you understand it? Is there such a cultivation method? Xiaohua asked curiously. How can there be such a cultivation method? Master Xueqi said with a smile. Just by a sentence recorded in the cultivation method, you want to control heaven and earth? You want to be free and unfettered in the 9 heavens? That is absolutely impossible. All the cultivation methods in this world, or rather, as long as there is a cultivation method, it is impossible to reach such a realm. Oh, what do you mean? Xiaohua was even more shocked. Doesn't the cultivation of the Tao sect rely on cultivation methods? How can one cultivate without a cultivation method? Cultivation is only to obtain power, or use power to make up for one's realm. This is the purpose of your Tao sect. Master Xueqi said patiently. My soul cultivation method is also the same. However, the good thing is that my soul cultivation method is a cultivation method, and my soul technique is a soul technique. You only need to comprehend the 9 heavens of spirit origin, and you will also have a profound soul power, tempering your soul to a solid state. But this kind of tempering will never reach the height of the 12 great gods. Moreover, Taoist Xiao, do you think there is a soul technique in this world that can let people cultivate to the level of a great god? This. Xiao Hua instantly thought of his own backtrack time, and thought of the light escape method. All cultivation methods are in the same direction, and in the end, there is an end. Master Xueqi pointed at the little blood man in the air. The blood man seemed to have gained intelligence, and rushed into the soul-falling lamp floating in the air. Wang Wang, the soul-falling lamp immediately appeared to be a blood-red color, and an indescribable vibration came from the soul-falling lamp, rushing to the surroundings of the soul-refining cave, and with the help of the power of the bloodline and the power of the soul, one can make this cultivation method go in the right direction, allowing one's cultivation to have no end. Master Xueqi finally finished speaking, and suddenly his body began to tremble rapidly. Waves of green light came out from his body, and waves of fluctuations were also emitted, echoing the vibration of the soul-falling lamp, rushing to the 4 walls. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sounds like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves came out from the surroundings of the soul-refining cave. The azure light set off violent fluctuations, and hundreds of thousands of tiny green seal characters rushed out from the azure light, fluttering around the entire soul-refining cave. Xiao Hua looked at the sky full of green seal characters, and his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Master Xueqi's words seemed to be a bit extreme, putting the soul cultivation method above all sword cultivation and Taoist cultivation methods, and saying that the power of the bloodline and the mystery of the soul were the only powers in the world. But thinking about it carefully, Xiao Hua felt that Master Xueqi's words were quite reasonable. After all, many inexplicable cultivation methods could be explained from these 2 aspects. In particular, Master Xueqi said that all cultivation methods were in the same direction, and in the end, there would be an end. This really made Xiao Hua feel enlightened. Yes, if such a cultivation method could be casually obtained by anyone, wouldn't they immediately have a meteoric rise? Wouldn't they be able to cultivate to become a Buddha without any effort? Wouldn't they be able to immediately ascend to the immortal world? All cultivation methods were created by people, and they were all related to that person's realm. Could it be that the so-called great deity could write a cultivation method that would allow someone to cultivate to become a great deity in an instant? If that was the case, then wouldn't this great deity be too worthless? Were the heavens full of great deities? Of course, Master Xueqi's words were enlightening, but Xiao Hua didn't completely believe it. Although the power of the bloodline and the mystery of the soul were very important, if there were only these 2 in this world, then where did the 3,000 great Taos come from? How would Xiao Hua explain the karmic hand in his space? How would he explain the heavenly Tao starry sky? Chapter 2867. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was once again puzzled. Why is this soul cultivator weapon refining grandmaster wasting so much time talking to me? Does she want to accept me as her disciple? Does she want to teach me the soul cultivator's weapon refining techniques? Since when was my character so lovable? Of course, Xiao Hua was only thinking about it. He didn't believe that Grandmaster Xueqi, who he had just met, would accept him as her disciple. Moreover, Xiao Hua himself wouldn't agree, right? Helpless, Xiao Hua looked at Grandmaster Xueqi again. Woo! With a loud roar, Grandmaster Xueqi's figure floated into the air. It seemed that the lecture just now had released all the suppressed emotions in her heart. However, her angry roar seemed insignificant in the soul-refining cave where the green seal characters were chanting. However, after this roar, huge tentacles appeared around Grandmaster Xueqi. These were the soul strands that Grandmaster Xueqi had refined for hundreds of years. The soul strands nimbly tapped on the green seal characters that filled the sky as if they were plucking the strings of a zither. Every time they tapped on a character, a strange sound would be emitted. After dozens and hundreds of green seal characters were tapped on, the green seal characters formed a green seal character that was 1 zhong long and emitted an even louder sound. This sound was ear-piercing and extremely strange. It seemed as if it had existed since the beginning of time, but also as if it had never existed. The source of the sound was the soul-falling lamp. As the sound faded, A thick layer of black fog appeared above the soul-falling lamp. As soon as the black fog appeared, it emitted a strange sound that was extremely similar to the sound that had disappeared before. A sharp, awl-like piercing pain emerged from Xueqi's mind, directly approaching his soul. Xueqi was greatly alarmed, and hurriedly urged his soul strands, blocking the area around him. Xueqi's soul strands were originally vibrating, but this sound affected the vibrations of the soul strands and forced them to change. Naturally, following the change in the vibration of the soul strands, the sound and the piercing pain did indeed gradually lessen. However, the vibration passed through the soul strands and into Xueqi's soul. The mysterious dark clouds once again emitted a rumbling sound as they underwent some slight changes. This mysterious vibration even penetrated into Xueqi's space. Xueqi's soul strands stretched out, and he immediately sensed Grandmaster Qin Qin's abnormality. If his soul strands were a gurgling stream, Grandmaster Qin Qin's soul strands would be a boundless ocean. However, Grandmaster Qin Qin didn't notice Xueqi's change. The tentacles formed by the soul strands kept poking at different green seal scripts. Then, more green seal scripts appeared. Different sounds shook the entire soul-refining cave. As the green seal scripts entered the soul-refining lamp, it gradually came alive. A black hound formed by countless ghosts appeared from the soul-refining lamp. A dark and suffocating aura filled the entire soul-refining cave. This black dog looked like an ordinary black dog. It had a body, 4 legs, and even a tail with a ghostly face. However, the most eye-catching thing about this black dog was that it had 3 heads, and each head had a pair of dark red eyes. The dark red light was extremely gloomy and bewitching, as if it could see through everything in the world. Hiss! A feeling of extreme danger rose from the bottom of Xueqi's heart. It was as if he had no power to resist this strange black dog. After waiting for a moment, Xueqi frowned again. Although this black dog appeared, and its dark and irresistible aura filled the air, the black dog only appeared and didn't move at all. Oh, I see. Xueqi dodged the dark red light of the 3-headed black dog and looked at it. He saw that in the middle of the black dog's chest, between its 2 front legs, there was a fist-sized gap missing. When Xueqi took a closer look, he found that the black dog's head, ears, and mouth were all chipped. They weren't complete. It should be because these places are missing that the soul-refining lamp can't be lit. Xueqi understood. But how do I fix it? While he was thinking, Master Qin Qin slapped her hand again and took out a dozen different bones from her bag. These bones were of different sizes, and some even had strange shapes. These bones were also strange. As soon as they were taken out from the bag, they turned into balls of black gas under the sound of green seal script. Terrifying ghostly heads were born from these balls of black gas, but these ghostly heads were extremely unstable. They roared and writhed in the black gas, as if they were struggling with all their might. Meng Mountain's soul artifacts are made from living souls. As long as there are enough living souls, they can connect to the 9 underworlds. Grandmaster Qin Qin finally spoke again, but her voice was old and powerless. When Xueqi looked at the Grandmaster again, there was an unconcealable sense of age on the Grandmaster's face. If you want to repair a soul armament, you naturally have to use living souls. The Taoist school uses a cauldron and a spirit fire when crafting, but we soul cultivators use the world as the cauldron, life essence as the fire, and souls as the supplement. As she spoke, Master Qin Qin's body began to tremble again. The soul strands that looked like tentacles began to dance in the soul-refining cave. Another green light was emitted from the soul strands and then rushed towards the walls of the cave. Naturally, as the green seal script came out, Master Qin Qin's body began to age rapidly. Countless wrinkles appeared on her face. After the green seal script came out, it quickly landed on the black gas. The black gas suddenly stopped moving and became still. It didn't take long for it to turn into thin strands of black gas. Then, under the entanglement of Master Qin Qin's soul strands, the black gas landed on the black Cerberus body. Every time a strand of black gas landed on the black Cerberus, a ripple would appear around the black Cerberus. The ripple would then land on the walls of the cavern and cause the cavern to roar again. For the next couple of days, Grandmaster Qin Qin had been patiently injecting the black threads into Black Hound's body. Seeing the black energies gradually becoming complete, Xueqi finally understood. So, this is how the soul treasures of millions of Meng Mountains are repaired. This is really out of... I can't say that it's out of my expectations. Isn't the fixing of a magical treasure? Also fixing the formation and the body of the treasure? Since it's a spirit treasure, then the spirit soul inside must be repaired. 10,000 weapons return to origin. Grandmaster Hua Qin is right. In the past 10 days or so, Master Qin Qin didn't say a word to Xiao Hua. She seemed to be concentrating on repairing the dog and didn't dare to be distracted in the slightest. In the end, there was only a small flaw in the dog's ear. Master Qin Qin let out a long sigh. She turned to Xiao Hua and said, "Zhenren Xiao, I'm sorry you had to see this. It seems, to cultivators, repairing soul tools is similar to repairing clothes in the mortal world, right? If Grandmaster really thinks so, then it's not impossible." Xiao Hua laughed and said, "Left and right are all mended. Magic tools are like that, spirit treasures are like that, clothes are also like that." Ha ha ha. Taoist Master Zhao's words have enlightened me. Master Qin Qin laughed heartily. She pointed at the black dog and said, "Spiritual Master Xiao has been watching from the side for a long time. He already knows how to repair this spirit treasure. If he knows how to refine this spirit treasure and how to control the soul strands, I'm afraid he can also repair this fallen soul lamp?" Xiao Hua nodded and said without hiding anything, "Indeed. This black dog is the core spirit of this spirit treasure. It's like the array of a magic tool or the spirit treasure's spirit treasure. It knows how to cultivate the array and the spirit treasure's spirit treasure. It only needs to be repaired slightly to succeed. This is not a difficult task for me. But the problem is, how to refine this spirit treasure and how to refine this spirit treasure. I don't know anything about it. The array of the Taoist sect has always been difficult for me to understand." Master Qin Qin finally began to teach Xiao Hua again. A few talismans and a few spirit stones can produce unparalleled power. Although it can't be considered profound, it still has its own uniqueness. Since Spiritual Master Xiao can refine spirit treasures, you must also be proficient in refining spirit treasures. Perhaps. Xiao Hua laughed and said, "This is Meng Mountain's secret. I don't dare to be so bold as to covet it. Actually, I'm sure Taoist Master Xiao has already figured out the problem of young Master Li suffering from the backlash of the spirit artifact when I was repairing the spirit artifact. We can start from repairing the spirit artifact's artifact spirit, and let young Master Li nurture the spirit artifact. He can grow along with the artifact spirit and gradually eliminate the hidden danger of the backlash." Grandmaster Qin Qin said after thinking for a while. "Indeed." Xiao Hua nodded. "Grandmaster had already given us some hints before you repaired the soul lamp, so this humble one has been thinking about this problem. However, Xiao Hua can't use the green seal script. I'm afraid it won't be easy to repair the artifact spirit." Of course, Great Master Qin Qin took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Hua solemnly. "Taoist Xiao, as I said before, I have the true method of tempering soul strands, the method of creating soul remembrance, and even the true cultivation method of the 9 heavens of spirit origin. I can give all of this to Taoist Xiao, but I beg you to do something for me." "Hee, Grandmaster, you can speak frankly about this matter." Xiao Hua laughed and said, "Even if you don't have these things, this humble one can still do something for Grandmaster that doesn't go against his conscience." Hee. Great Master Qin Qin also smiled. "However, later on, I found out that Taoist Xiao is Taoist Xiao, and that you can bring benefits to Meng Mountain. Later on, when I found out that Taoist Xiao is also a Grandmaster artifact refiner, I changed my mind. Even if Taoist Xiao doesn't do this, my artifact refiner. Yes, according to the Tao sect, it's a Tao orthodoxy. I still have to hand it over to Taoist Xiao. Whether Taoist Xiao comprehends it yourself or helps me find a successor, it's all up to Taoist Xiao." "Ah?" Xiao Hua was baffled. He pointed at his nose and said, "Grandmaster, could it be? You wanted me to help you find a successor?" "Indeed." Great Master Qin Qin said without hiding anything. Chapter 2868. That's strange. Xiao Hua shook his head vigorously. This is really not in line with the heavenly Tao. You have so many disciples here, but why don't you find a suitable master? Besides, can't you find a fated person to pass down your orthodoxy to? Or can't you ask your disciples to find one? Also, don't you have the rejuvenation pill? After you finish repairing the soul-losing lamp, you can take it yourself. Perhaps you can even regain your youth and take in 8 or 10 more disciples. Why did you find me, a cultivator of Taoist sect? If not, you can also find Ziming? These questions. I won't answer you, Master Qin said with a smile. I have my reasons for giving it to you. And this old man also believes in you. You are a benevolent cultivator. Even if you can't find a suitable disciple for this old man's orthodoxy, you will certainly be able to use this old man's refining skills to refine a suitable soul weapon. This soul weapon will not do evil at will. This old man can rest in peace in the arms of Huta God. Xiao Hua was a little dazed by this pie that fell from the sky. He had been coveting the soul cultivation technique for a long time, and he wanted to come to Mount Meng to get some. But before he could do anything, Master Qin had offered it to him with both hands, and even the artifact refining technique of soul cultivation. He really couldn't believe that such a joyous event had happened. I'll think about it again. Xiao Hua actually declined. Taoist Xiao, you don't have time to think about it. Master Qin pointed at the black dog and said, this soul is almost fully repaired, and now is the most critical moment. Without Taoist, I only have a 40% chance of success. But with Taoist, I have a 90% chance. In half an incense stick's worth of time, I will finish repairing the soul item, and I will need Taoist's help at that time. If I succeed, that will be good, but if I fail, I will return to the arms of Huta Great God. Of course, this has nothing to do with Taoist. Whether I succeed or not, Taoist will not be harmed. Therefore, Taoist needs to give me an answer now. Can't I give it to other disciples? Xiao Hua asked in the end. Of course not. Master Qin said with a smile. If I could, I wouldn't have said so much to Taoist. All right, Xiao Hua nodded. This is an extremely good thing for little Ku. How could little Ku not agree? However, I must say that Xiao Hua will take a look at it yourself. But I can't guarantee that you can find a disciple to pass down this orthodoxy. Good, seeing that Xiao Hua had agreed, Master Qin was overjoyed. She pulled out the brocade pouch and handed it to Xiao Hua. Everything I have is here. I've written some superficial things on a jade slip. Taoist Xiao, please take a look when you have the time. You'll understand my intentions. All right, I'll try my best to fulfill your wish. Xiao Hua nimbly took the brocade pouch and placed it in his bosom. Then he bowed and said, in addition, although Grandmaster didn't impart his skills in name, he did impart his skills. Please accept this humble one's respect. All right. Master Qin did not hold back and accepted Xiao Hua's bow. Reverend, you have a rejuvenation pill that can replenish your life essence. In the future, you won't have to worry about your life essence being depleted when you use green seal runes to refine soul artifacts. My crafting skills in the soul refining cave will definitely flourish in Reverend's hands. Even in the embrace of Huta God, I will be happy. I hope so, Xiao Hua stood up and said with a smile. He had already said that he must take a look at the soul refining technique in this brocade pouch. Master Qin heaved a sigh of relief after explaining the matter. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something and spoke first. All right, I still have a question to ask Master. It's just that. I didn't dare to trust Master before, so I didn't say it. Now I have to ask. Oh? Enlightened Master, please speak. Master Qin was not surprised and nodded. Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out the oil lamp that he accidentally obtained in the secret auction in Weeping Moon City. He respectfully handed it to Master Qin and said, Master, this is something that I accidentally obtained. If I'm not mistaken, the cultivator who traded with me should be a nascent soul cultivator. He said, this item is probably something from the 10,000 demon realm. A soul warrior summoned a soul demon from the 10,000 demon realm and brought it here. Soul demon? 10,000 demon realm? Master Qin took the oil lamp and coughed twice. Her bent body seemed to be even weaker. After she carefully looked at it, she nodded slightly and said, Reverend is right. This item is not a soul artifact of my Meng Mountain, nor is it a magical item of Sword Realm or Dao sect. It should be something from the 10,000 demon realm. Then she hesitated for a moment and said with an uncertain tone, As for what it is, I'm not sure. However, in the past, when this old man was unable to master it, he had seen something similar to this item. This item is called a spirit treasure in my Meng Mountain. It's quite similar to your Dao sect spirit treasure. Oh. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He thought that this item was a soul artifact, but he didn't expect it to be a spirit treasure. If that was the case, then he had taken advantage of it. Haha, Reverend, this spirit treasure is different from your Dao Sect's spirit treasure. Master Qin laughed. If it's a real spirit treasure, how could a nascent soul cultivator be willing to trade it? That's true. Xiaohua scratched his head, embarrassed. The reason why I call it a spirit treasure is because it's rare, and it's formed from the spirit of a demon beast. That's why it's worthy of the word spirit. Master Qin explained again. As for the soul warrior who can summon a soul demon, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the descendant of the great god Di Jiang of Meng Mountain. They have the ability to tear space and summon a soul demon from the 10,000 demon realm. Of course, it could also be the work of the ancient races in my Meng Mountain that I mentioned earlier. This spirit treasure should be formed from the spirit of the soul demon. This thing. How do I control it? Xiaohua took the oil lamp from Master Qin and asked impatiently. A spirit treasure is a real spirit treasure in the hands of a soul demon. If it's in the hands of a soul warrior of Meng Mountain, he can only control it with his soul sense and a special soul technique. However, its power is incomparable to the spirit treasure of your Dao sect. Master Qin shook her head slightly. Instead of focusing on this thing, Reverend Xiaohua should refine more spirit treasures. Yes, I've learned something. Xiaohua felt a little regretful. He put away the oil lamp and said, Actually, I took this thing out for 2 reasons. First, I want to know its origin. Second, we're both lamps. I want to see if this thing can be used to repair the soul-falling lamp. Reverend Xiaohua is very thoughtful. Master Qin nodded, looked at Black Hound, and said, Reverend Xiao, when you refine spirit treasures, do you control the power of bloodline? Xiaohua knew that the power of bloodline mentioned by Master Qin was the demon realm's blood fusion technique. He opened his mouth, and a wisp of spirit fire flew out. As Xiaohua performed the fire-controlling art, the spirit fire turned into a tiny fire snake that shuttled back and forth in the air. This is the demon realm's artifact refining technique? Master Qin was indeed knowledgeable. She immediately saw through it and cried out in astonishment, Reverend Xiao, you know so much. Haha, I'm just lucky. Xiaohua smiled. Alas, no wonder. Master Qin sighed. That day, I was very confused. I didn't know how the Dao Sect's artifact refining technique controlled the power of bloodline. If Reverend Xiao knew the demon realm's artifact refining technique, this would be easy. Then, Master Qin opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, saying, Reverend Xiao, please do it. All right. Xiaohua did not hold back. He controlled the spirit fire and tempered the blood essence bit by bit. Gradually, a tiny human figure appeared. Roar! Upon seeing the blood-colored avatar appear and Master Qin controlling the green seal text, the entire soul-tempering cave emitted a strange sound once again. Wisps of black gas appeared again and were sent into the Black Hound by Master Qin. After half a day, the last wisp of black gas was sent into the black dog. Then Master Qin shouted, Reverend Xiao, send the power of bloodline into the soul. All right. Xiaohua shook his hand and the blood-colored avatar flew into the air. Before Xiaohua could release the soul strands, Master Qin's soul strands grabbed the blood-colored avatar and sent it into the black dog. Woof! As the little person entered the black dog's body, a clear bark rang out. The entire black dog began to move. All of the black gas and green light entered the black dog's mouth along with the bark. Even the azure surrounding the soul-refining cave was torn apart, turning into blue waves that fell into the black gas mouth. Woof! Another soft bark sounded. A blurry black shadow appeared in the air. It looked like smoke, but also like a ghost's hand. Crack! With a thunderous sound, Master Qin activated another green seal rune. This green seal rune landed directly on the black shadow. The black shadow disappeared the moment it touched the green seal rune. The green seal rune also turned into specks of light and fell to the left. Woof woof! The black dog seemed to be angry and kept barking. Then, one black shadow after another appeared around the black dog. Reverend Xiao, help me, Master Qin shouted anxiously. How do I help? Xiaohua was confused. Use the flame to envelop the soul. Master Qin said anxiously. Okay. When Xiaohua heard that it was so simple, he quickly activated the spirit flame. Sure enough, the black dog in the soul was afraid of the spirit flame. It didn't dare to move when it was enveloped by the spirit flame. Occasionally, it would touch the spirit flame, but it would be burned into smoke. Master Xueqi chanted a few more green seal text and killed the black shadow summoned by the black dog. Then, she took a deep breath and withdrew all the soul strands into her body. She opened her mouth and a huge green seal text spun and enveloped the black dog. Wang! A loud roar came from the green seal text, causing Xiao Hua's heart to tremble. Reverend Xiao Hua, quickly withdraw the spirit flame. Master Xueqi's voice sounded like an ant in front of the green seal text. Chapter 2869. Hearing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly opened his mouth, and the spiritual fire turned into a fire snake and returned. The black dog, who had lost the restraint of the spiritual fire, was about to bark. However, at this moment, the green seal script fell on the black dog's body, and all the black gas was wrapped up by the green seal script, emitting a green light. As the green light flashed, the black dog became smaller and smaller, and the soul-falling lamp was born from the black dog's body. The black gas of the black dog gradually solidified and turned into the shape of the soul-falling lamp. Phew! Seeing that the green seal script had disappeared and the soul-summoning lamp had returned to normal with a flash of black light, Master Xueqi heaved a sigh of relief. She shook her head and said, "Spiritual Master Xiao, if it weren't for you, this black dog would have escaped. My soul-refining cave couldn't trap it at all." "Haha, I was lucky." Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at the lamp again. He asked, "Has the lamp been repaired? Can it be lit?" "Of course not." Master Ma Qin shook her head. Although the soul-losing lamp has been completely repaired, it still requires the blood of the Hutu Great God's descendant to be dripped on it, the incantation of the Hutu Great God, and the blessing of the Great God to light it up. Haha, then I'd like to see the appearance and power of the soul-falling lamp after it's lit. Xiao Hua said expectantly. "Spiritual Master Xiao, you'll be disappointed. Although Ziming is the descendant of Hutu Great God, her blood can still be used." Master Xueqi slowly walked to the soul-falling lamp. At this moment, his hair and beard were all white, and he looked like an old man. He reached out his hand and took the soul-falling lamp, saying, "However, the soul-falling lamp can only be lit in the ancestral temple of Hutu village. This is a kind of ancestral rule and a kind of ritual. Without the blessing of the previous generation's Grand Elder and G-Man, Ziming can't light up the soul-falling lamp." "It's so complicated." Xiao Hua couldn't understand. "I've already said that the power of blood and the mystery of the soul are the most mysterious things in the world." "That's the reason," Master Xueqi said as she walked away. "Let's go. This matter is over. I don't want to stay here any longer." Following which, Master Xueqi took out the green fingerbone and opened the door to the soul-refining cave. It was already sunset and Ziming, Fairy Hongxia and the others were waiting outside the cave. When they saw Xiao Hua and Master Xueqi walking out safely, the two of them couldn't help but walk over quickly. "Grandmaster." Ziming wanted to say something, but hesitated, as if he was afraid to hear the result. His gaze fell on the soul-losing lamp in Grandmaster Ni Qin's hand. "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Master Xueqi looked at the sky, and her wrinkled face twitched slightly. Then she handed the soul-losing lamp to Ziming and said, "With Taoist Master Zhao's help, it has been completely repaired. Ziming can ask Elder Wu and G-Man to light it up when he returns to the ancestral shrine." "Thank you, Grandmaster." "Thank you, young Master Xiao." Ziming cautiously received them. Not only was his face filled with joy, but his eyes were also filled with tears. "Don't mention it, don't mention it." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "Thank you, Grandmaster." Looking at Grandmaster's face, "I know how hard it was for Grandmaster." "That's right, Grandmaster. You should quickly consume the rejuvenation pill." Ziming kept the soul-losing lamp and hurriedly said, "Junior will wait in the valley. When Grandmaster regains his youth, Junior will thank Grandmaster again." "Hee, no need." Master Xueqi laughed. "When I was repairing the spirit treasure, I chatted with Taoist Master Xiao for a long time. From him, I learned a lot of refining techniques. Now, I am going to use the rejuvenation pill to go into seclusion for a while. During this period, it is better not to be disturbed. Ziming, bring Taoist Master Xiao and the others and leave this place now." When you light up the soul-losing lamp, I will bring my disciples to Huta village and observe the ceremony with Elder Wu and Ji-Man. Grandmaster, is there a need to be so anxious? Xiaohua was puzzled and asked softly. Hee, I can't wait to see the effects of the rejuvenation pill. Master Qin laughed. Furthermore, the people of Huta village are in deep trouble. Ming's problem has been solved. Shouldn't you consider your own people? Taoist Master Xiao wants to help Ming. How can I dare to keep a few people here? This is true. Ming nodded. Junior's maids have not arrived yet. I don't know what happened on the way here. Young Master Zhao's millet seeds are very important. The earlier we send them back to Huta village, the more lives we can save. Junior understands. Junior will bring young Master Xiao and the others back to Huta village. There is no news about Ming's maids? Is there news about Hitorigami? Xiaohua was anxious when he heard. Yes, it should be about Hitorigami. Ming nodded. Otherwise they would have come here long ago. All right, Grandmaster Qin. Then I will not stay here any longer. As the matter involved Xiao Mao, Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. He quickly bowed and said, Grandmaster, I will definitely do what you say. Yes, I believe in Taoist Master. Grandmaster Qin nodded and reached out to hold Xiaohua's wrist. Xiaohua hesitated but did not avoid her. Let's go. I will send Taoist Master Xiao and the others out of the valley. Thank you, Grandmaster. Xiaohua and the others replied respectfully. Xiaohua and Grandmaster Qin walked at the front. One was extremely tall and the other was extremely short. They looked like an adult holding a child's hand. However, Ming, Fairy Hongxia, and the others, as well as a few disciples who came later, looked at them respectfully. No one dared to show any disrespect. Xiaohua and Grandmaster Qin's figures were elongated in the afterglow. They were reflected on the stone steps leading to the peak, moving bit by bit. By the time they reached the reception stage, the sky was already dark. Everyone said a few words and Li Zongbao took out the flowing cloud airship. The four of them stepped onto the airship and bid farewell to Grandmaster Qin before flying off into the distance. Grandmaster Qin watched as the airship disappeared into the distance. She slowly turned her head with an indescribable expression on her face. She did not say a word. When she reached the top of the stairs, she gritted her teeth and ordered, Ming, I will not go down. Hurry up and inform the disciples of the valley to come to the reception stage immediately. This. Ming was taken aback, but he immediately bowed and said, This disciple understands. This disciple will go down and inform them. Good. Go and come back quickly. Grandmaster Qin looked up at the sky and urged, Everyone must come up in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Do not delay for even a moment. Yes. Ming didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly waved his soul armament and flew down the stairs. The other two disciples were strangely accompanying Master Qin. Grandmaster Qin watched as Ming flew down. She looked around and randomly found a place to sit down. Then, she put her hand into her bosom and took out the rejuvenation pill given by Ming. She looked at it carefully, then looked at the pitch-black valley. She opened her mouth and was about to swallow the rejuvenation pill. Xiaohua and the others boarded the airship and flew for a long time in the night. They watched as the bright moonlight gradually turned into a light red color. Then, the light red color darkened and turned into a blood red color. The millions of Meng mountains, which were originally filled with shadows, became even more mysterious under the blood-red moonlight. A bloody feeling emerged in everyone's eyes. Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the airship. He wasn't controlling the airship to fly. Instead, he was comprehending what he had learned over the past few days and thinking about how to repair Li Zongbao's spirit artifact. He wasn't in a hurry to check Grandmaster Qin's pouch. He knew very well that the pouch contained all of Grandmaster Qin's treasures. It was bound to be vast. If he were to check it now, he might be distracted and delay his own cultivation. There were many techniques that he needed to comprehend. These soul cultivation techniques. He would have to wait until he had the time to do so. When the blood-red moon came into being, Xiaohua felt a slight disturbance from the dark clouds and was pulled out of his comprehension. Xiaohua raised his head to look at the blood moon, then looked at Ming who was kneeling on the flying boat. He asked curiously, Ming, why are you doing this? We have been here for a long time now, but I don't think we've ever seen anything as strange as this. Ziming seemed to have something on his mind. As soon as he boarded the airship, he sat down. Unlike when he was whispering to Fairy Hongxia, when the blood-red moon rose, he immediately knelt on the airship and chanted something in a low voice. At the same time, his hands were constantly moving. It looked somewhat similar to the Dao Sex incantations. Ziming didn't immediately answer Xiao Hua's question. Instead, he closed his eyes and chanted. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the blood-red light of the blood-red moon began to fade. The red light was mixed with a pure white color. Ziming then stood up respectfully from the airship and looked at the blood-red moon in the sky. Young Master Xiao, you may not know this, but for the sake of the reproduction and inheritance of the Wu tribe, the great god Hutu of Meng Mountain transformed into the 9 underworlds. When she succeeded, the heavens and earth changed colors and the sun and moon cried for her. This moon weeping is a rare night sacrifice in Meng Mountain. Xiao Hua had naturally heard Grandmaster Qin Qin's explanation in the soul-refining cave. He opened his eyes slightly and looked up at the blood-red moon in the night sky. It's because the great god Hutu gave up her eternal life that the lineage of Meng Mountain can control the power of souls, and the people of Hutu's stronghold can control ghosts. Even the souls of the human race can only return to the embrace of the great god Hutu after the fall of our fleshly body. Ziming explained sincerely. Moreover, every night during the night of the great god Hutu's sacrifice, the entire Meng Mountain will be covered in the color of blood. The heavens and earth will be grateful, and the people will be grateful. Even some soul beasts will come out from their hiding places and offer sacrifices to the great god Hutu to express their gratitude for the great god Hutu's virtue. Oh, even that Hanba will come out from his hiding place tonight to offer sacrifices to the great god Hutu. Perhaps it's because Hanba sensed that the night of sacrifice will be held that he appeared in Meng Mountain in advance? I see. Xiao Hua nodded, but he was also puzzled. There was only one moon in the Xiaoyu continent. Why hadn't he seen the blood-red moon in all these years in the state of Xi? Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then asked cautiously, does the night of sacrifice of the great god Huda happen every year? No, Ziming shook his head. According to the records of the Stronghold's Magus canon, it may be 10 years, or 100 years. It's not certain. Chapter 2870. Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hongxia. Her snow-white face was stained with blood, making her look rather strange. An indescribable wildness flashed from her dark red eyes. Hiss! Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and frowned. He took a closer look and realized that Fairy Hongxia's face was very calm. The expression in her eyes was also very indifferent. It was just that when the blood-red color was reflected in those black eyes of hers, it gave him this illusion. Xiao Hua looked at Ziming again and found that he was the same. Other than the sacrificial night of Hutu Great God, what other uses does this moon tear have? Xiao Hua asked again. Well, Ziming hesitated for a moment and said, according to the ancient legends, the moon tear is the divine eye of the Hutu god. Under the bloody light, it can investigate the right and wrong of Meng Mountain, and all the evil spirits will be wiped out. Many of the sacrificial ceremonies in Hutu village will be held during this sacrificial night. If I were to light up my soul-falling lamp at this time, it will be easy for me to obtain the blessing of Hutu Great God. Elder Wu won't even need to do anything. After hearing what Sister said, I also thought of my Dao Sex Ghost Festival. Fairy Hongxia interrupted. On the day of the Ghost Festival, the 9 underworlds door will open. Hundreds of ghosts will roam the mountain and all living things will avoid taboo. Ziming was a little unhappy when he heard that. However, he looked at Xiao Hua and did not say anything. After a moment he said, when Huta Great God opens her divine eye, it is also the time when Huta Great God opens her arms. If you can enter the arms of Huta Great God at this time, you will definitely obtain the mercy of Huta Great God and preserve the consciousness of these descendants of Meng Mountain. On the day of reincarnation, you will still retain the memories of this life. Oh? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and asked curiously, Isn't this similar to my Dao Sex? Condensed knowledge treasure? What is condensed knowledge treasure? Ziming was puzzled again. After Xiao Hua explained, Ziming smiled and said, condensed knowledge treasure is condensed from cultivation techniques and other things. What the people of Meng Mountain leave behind is all the memories of this life. Therefore,
Some old soul warriors who feel that they don't have much life essence will organize their legacy and wait for the Huta Great God's sacrificial night, so that they can safely and smoothly return to the Huta Great God's embrace, so that they can retain all their memories and reincarnate into the future.
Elder sister, isn't this night of sacrifice something that might not even appear for 100 years? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Fairy Hongxia laughed. Hee, you're right. How can it be so easy to find all of them? Ziming also laughed. According to the Magus Codex, only 1 in 10,000 people can actually find one. Of course, as the saying goes, there's no harm in being prepared. If one of them receives the grace of Hutu, then... I understand. Just as Ziming was explaining, Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization and couldn't help but cry out. Young Master Xiao? Ziming looked at Xiaohua with some surprise. Even Fairy Hongxia was stunned. It was very rare for Xiaohua to lose his composure like this. Master Hua Qin. Xiaohua frowned, somewhat at a loss for words. But this still isn't right. Young Master Xiao, what's going on? When Ziming heard that Master Hua Qin was involved, he hurriedly asked, What's wrong with Master Hua Qin? Alas, Master Qin told me something inexplicable when she repaired the soul-losing lamp, which made me very confused. Now that Ziming mentioned the sacrificial night of Huta Grand God, I feel. Although Master Qin didn't tell Xiaohua about the secret, Xiaohua still explained it vaguely. I'm afraid that Master Qin has already known that it's the sacrificial night of Huta Grand God tonight. Therefore, she has long prepared to return to the arms of Huta Grand God tonight. Impossible. Ziming immediately said decisively, the night of sacrifice of Hutu doesn't have any pattern. No one can know in advance that the night of sacrifice of Hutu is coming. Moreover, Master Hua Qin has taken the rejuvenation pill. Even if she can't recover her youth, she definitely won't return to the arms of Hutu tonight. But Xiaohua naturally felt that this explanation was a bit strange, but if he wanted to think of other reasons, he really couldn't think of any. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Let's not talk about it now. No. Ziming suddenly shouted, Young Master Li, please stop the airboat. I feel that something is wrong. What's wrong? Li Zongbao had been driving the airboat all this time. After all, soul cultivation was different from Taoism, so the explanation of the blood moon was different. He wasn't close to Ziming, so it was better not to talk about it. Previously, I asked Master Hua Qin to help me twice, but he didn't agree. Ziming explained, however, each time, he would let me stay in the valley for a few days. But today, something is wrong. Although he is a bit tired, he shouldn't have sent us out immediately. In particular, if he is tired, why did he personally send us to the reception desk? Xiaohua was already puzzled, so when he heard this, he nodded. If he hadn't been worried about Xiao Mao and was in a hurry to find Ziming's maidservants, he definitely wouldn't have left the valley so easily. Moreover, I felt that the maidservants didn't come to find me because they encountered Hanba. Ziming continued, but now that I think about it carefully, if they encountered Hanba, they would have sent me a message immediately. Even if they were all killed by Hanba, I would definitely have sensed it. Ah? Xiaohua was shocked. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was indeed the case. Therefore, I have to return to the valley and carefully plan with Master Hua Qin. Ziming said again, I also need to borrow Master Hua Qin's soul tool to find the location of my maidservants. Senior brother, quickly return. Xiaohua nodded. He also had a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't know if it was because of Master Hua Qin's strange condition or because of the blood moon, but since Master Hua Qin treated him so well, he would definitely repay her generously. Okay. Li Zongbao obeyed and turned the airship around. Under the blood moon, they flew back to where they came from. Several hundred kilometers in front of the airship, there was also a blood moon. In a cave, there were a dozen natives dressed in strange clothing. Their faces were all covered, only revealing 2 eyes. In the innermost part of the cave, there were 9 people dressed in black. Their entire bodies were covered in black, making it impossible to see their faces. It was impossible to tell if they were soul warriors or natives. The inside of the cave was shrouded in a black mist. Under the blood moon's light, there was a hazy blood moon that seemed to be on the surface of the water. The blood moon's light was faintly discernible. The blood moon's light was slowly moving,
but it suddenly stopped and then faded away again. GGGG. One of the natives facing the mist hurriedly waved a soul tool that looked like a water bottle in his hand. Then he muttered an incantation and a green light fell down, causing the blood moon's light to become clear again. Io, why did it turn around? A hoarse voice sounded in shock. Reporting to my lord, this subordinate doesn't know either. Maybe it's because this subordinate soul technique didn't work during the sacrificial night? The native hurriedly argued. Or maybe she realized something was wrong. It's fine. Without waiting for the native to finish his words, the hoarse voice waved his hand and ordered, no matter where she goes this time, she'll die without a burial place. If she returns, she'll die even faster. Let's go. As the master, who had also concealed himself, walked out of the cave, the other natives hurriedly followed him out. Only after the natives left did the 9 black-robed people move. Strangely, the 9 of them walked together in unison. Although their faces were covered with black cloth, they easily walked out of the cave. The bloody night gradually faded away, and the snow-like moonlight slowly came. It was like a late awakening. When the flying boat was still far away from the soul-refining cave, Xueqi couldn't help but release his Buddhist awareness. When he saw the situation on the reception platform and everything in the valley, he finally understood the meaning of Master Xueqi's words and why Master Xueqi invited him to watch him repair the soul-losing lamp. At the same time, he finally understood the painstaking efforts and helplessness of Master Xueqi to hand over his mantle to him. Master Xueqi, how is it? Ming might have soul sense, but she clearly knew that her cultivation wasn't as strong as Xueqi's. She was constantly observing Xueqi's expression. When she saw Xueqi raise an eyebrow, she immediately asked, Ming. Xueqi didn't know how to explain, so he just sighed and said, Sigh, you should see for yourself. Xueqi's sigh had said everything that needed to be said. Ming felt a chill in her heart, and she bit her lips with her pearly white teeth. A cold gleam flickered in her eyes. From afar, one could see that under the moonlight, a small body was lying on the welcoming platform. Around this body were a few corpses. There were no bloodstains near these corpses, but the pale white moonlight that looked like snow reflected off the welcoming platform and shone on these people of Meng Mountains, who had returned to the embrace of Huta Great God. The bloodstains on their heads, the cracks on their skulls, and the pitch-black holes between the cracks were truly a shocking sight. Li Zongbao stopped the airship in midair. Before the airship could land, Ming flew out from the airship. With some white mist swirling under her feet, she flew straight to Master Xueqi's side. Master! Ming let out a sorrowful cry and knelt down. Xueqi sighed in his heart as he followed behind Ming and landed on the ground. Master Qin's eyes were wide open, as if she was unwilling to close her eyes. However, there was neither disbelief nor astonishment in her eyes. Instead, there was an abnormal calmness in her eyes, as if she had seen through everything and understood everything. Looking at Ming's sorrowful face, Xueqi glanced around again. The other disciples were not as transcendent as Master Xueqi. Some of them had ferocious expressions, some were panicking, and some were at a loss, as if they had never expected their own deaths. Chapter 2871. Xueqi. Fairy Hongxia flew to Xueqi's side, shrank her neck and whispered, I feel a little cold, and I'm scared from the bottom of my heart, and don't be afraid. Xueqi was also a little scared. After all, from the signs on the reception platform, it seemed that not long after they left the reception platform and before Master Qin returned to the valley, he and his disciple were killed. At that time, they were not even dozens of miles away, right? If they had left a little later, or if he had used his Buddhist sense, the situation might have been different. However, fate seemed to be playing tricks on people. He was worried about Xiao Mao, and because his divine sense was injured, he did not use his Buddhist sense. Thinking of the Buddhist consciousness, Xueqi's heart stirred. He patted Fairy Hongxia's hand and pulled her in front of Ming, saying in a low voice, Ming, this Xiao has a secret technique that can be used to find the situation of Grandmaster Qin's death from his dead soul. Ming raised his head, his eyes red. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, Young Master Xiao, I'm afraid you're talking about the Taoist sect's soul-searching technique. Meng Mountain also has this kind of soul-searching technique. But young Master Xiao doesn't know that during the night of sacrifice, All the souls returned to the embrace of Huta Great God and did not stay in this world. Even if young Master Xiao uses the soul-searching technique now, I'm afraid you won't be able to find anything.
Not necessarily. Xiao Hua did not believe it.
Ziming said again, besides, even if Master N.I. Qin's soul is still here, we can't disturb him. Although Master Go Qin had been killed. For Master Go Qin, meeting the night sacrifice was a blessing in disguise. It was also a blessing that Huta God had given him for his whole life. If he was reincarnated as a human being, he would certainly be another master of refining who would achieve greater achievements in the future. If we disturb him, we will make Master N.I. Qin lose the blessing from Huta Great God. Not only will we be disrespecting Master N.I. Qin, but also Huta Great God.
All right. Xiao Hua nodded.
He could only respect Ziming's opinion and hope that Master N.I. Qin could retain the memories of this life and be reincarnated as a human.
By the way, when will Master N.I. Qin reincarnate? Is it still in Meng Mountain? Xiao Hua thought of N.I. Qin's request. Ziming shook his head slightly. No one knows. It could be tomorrow, or 10 years, or 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Maybe it's Meng Mountain, maybe it's the Sword Domain, or maybe it's the 3 kingdoms of cultivation.
Hearing Ziming's words, Xiao Hua nodded. Then, he looked at the dark night sky and the dark valley that gave off a strange atmosphere. He said, "How should we deal with the corpses of Master N.I. Qin and her disciple? Young Master Xiao, please bring their corpses to this reception table." Ziming said without hesitation, "Your body must be given to Hutu before the sacrificial night, or it will affect their reincarnation."
All right, you wait here.
Xiao Hua nodded and flew into the valley. Fairy Hongxia hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Lang Yu, be careful."
Yes, I know.
Xiao Hua turned around and smiled. He looked at the reception table and then looked around. After thinking for a moment, he clapped his hand and took out the capital star formation jade talisman. He placed it around everyone and activated the capital star formation. Then he said, "I don't know if the murderer who killed Master N.I. Qin is still here. You all be careful and don't leave this formation."
All right, I know. You be careful too.
Ziming's eyes flashed with relief. He carried Master N.I. Qin's corpse and was about to place it in the center of the capital star formation when Ziming suddenly exclaimed, "Young Master Xiao, Master Qin, did not take your rejuvenation pill. Moreover, the jade box is in her hands. The rejuvenation pill is gone." Master N.I. Qin's hand that was holding the jade box was pressed under her body. Xiao Hua and the others did not see it. Now that Ziming carried the corpse, her hand was exposed. The jade box containing the rejuvenation pill naturally fell out as well.
Oh, is that so?
Xiao Hua was surprised. He looked at the empty jade box and then reached into Master N.I. Qin's clothes. There was a dark green bamboo joint in her clothes. It was the soul armament used to open the soul refining cave. There were also a few other things, but there was no trace of the rejuvenation pill. Strange, Xiao Hua was somewhat baffled. "Senior brother, can you see if the other disciples have any rejuvenation pills on them?"
Xiao Hua ordered.
Flying out from the capital star formation, he clapped his hand to take out the wishful staff. Looking at the night wind, he flew down the mountain. However, as soon as he flew to the top of the stairs, he saw a corpse lying on the ground about 10 zhong in front of him. That corpse was Qing Ming, who had welcomed Xiao Hua earlier. Qing Ming's face was filled with shock and pain. There was also a big hole in his head. His brain had long disappeared, and dried blood was stuck to his head.
Good.
Xiao Hua reached out and grabbed Qing Ming's corpse. Just as he was about to return to the reception stage, he heard Ziming shout from the high platform, "Young Master Xiao, come quickly." Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He did not have time to use his Buddhist sense to sweep out. His figure immediately used the wind escape technique to fly back. Fortunately, there were still 3 living people in the capital star formation. However, the corpses of Master N.I. Qin and several other disciples were placed on the reception stage by Ziming and the others. Their heads were slightly tilted and one of their feet was slightly raised. It was an extremely strange posture. Young Master Xiao, seeing Xiao Hua return, Ziming hurriedly pointed to the ground where Master N.I. Qin had fallen and said, "Look, this was left by Master N.I. Qin." Xiao Hua handed Qing Ming's corpse to Li Zongbao and squatted down to carefully examine it. On the ground, close to where the jade box had fallen, there was a faint and indistinct bloodstain left on the mountain rock. The bloodstain seemed to be a talisman character, but it also seemed to be a mark. Xiaohua was baffled when he saw it. Young Master Xiao, this is a simple witchcraft incantation used by the natives of Meng Mountains. Ziming explained, if we use the words of Taoist sect to describe it, it can be interpreted as death orb 6. Oh? So, the reason why Master Ni Qin left this bloodstain before her death is to tell us who killed her? Xiaohua frowned and said hesitantly. Death. 6. What does it mean? Is it the name of the murderer? Ziming was also puzzled. After pondering for a while, Xiaohua could not find the trick. He looked around the valley and said, I'd better go to the valley and have a look. If Master Ni Qin's disciples are not alive, we must hurry before dawn. After saying that, Xiaohua looked at the pile of corpses in a strange posture and said, Let them return to Hutagod's embrace as soon as possible. Thank you for your trouble, young Master Xiao. Ziming said with relief when he saw Xiaohua was so considerate, ignoring his own safety and going to the dangerous place. Xiaohua jumped down from the reception platform, held the wishful staff in his hand, and released his Buddhist sense. His figure slowly flew down the stairs. He had a hunch that the murderer of Master Ni Qin had not left, and was still hiding somewhere in the valley, waiting for the next attack. Since it was before dawn, it was even darker. The wind blew in the valley, scraping the dry treetops and stone walls, making a very strange sound. Moreover, there was an inexplicable fluctuation coming from different places in the valley, which made Xiaohua shudder. However, when he heard the movement, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense, but he could not find anything strange. Everything was like this, which made Xiaohua feel a sense of crisis. This soul cultivator. This million Meng Mountains is really strange. Xiaohua flew carefully and thought to himself, it's more terrifying than the Ghost Festival or the 100 Ghost Parade. Thinking of this, Xiaohua came to the cave where he met Master Qin for the first time. At this time, there were still some lights in the cave, but when Xiaohua scanned it with his Buddhist awareness, he knew that there was no life in the cave. When he carefully walked into the cave, he found that the whole cave was silent, and there was only the flickering of the lights. Why are there less animal skins in the cave? Xiaohua's eyes swept over and found something different. Then, his eyes fell on the two corpses lying on the animal skins. These two corpses were the same as Qingming and the others. Their brains were eaten, and there were no other wounds on their bodies. However, one of the two corpses was holding a slightly bigger brocade bag in his hand, which was similar to the brocade bag that Master Ni Qin gave to Xiaohua. Xiaohua put away the corpse and picked up the brocade pouch. He used his divine sense to sweep it out, but he couldn't see what was inside. He understood in his heart that this was probably a soul scholar's storage pouch. He should have used his soul sense to examine it. However, even if Xiaohua could not see anything, he already knew that these two disciples were tidying up the cave. With a sigh, Xiaohua placed everything in the cave into a storage pouch. Then, Xiaohua left the cave and cautiously scanned the valley with his Buddhist sense. In front of him was the location of the soul-refining cave. The entire valley was still pitch black. Although this darkness couldn't block Xiaohua's vision and his Buddhist awareness could see everything clearly, Xiaohua was also clear in his heart that there were many things in this world that couldn't be seen by Buddhist awareness and the naked eye. And this thing was obvious. Right now, it was in this valley where he had just killed someone. With that kind of uneasiness in his bosom, Xiaohua once again flew towards his resting place based on his previous knowledge. The night wind was also a bit weaker at this time, but the sound became increasingly strange. Sometimes it was high, sometimes it was low, sometimes it was light, sometimes it was heavy, and sometimes it was high. It was like the cry of a monster. When Xiaohua arrived, sure enough, he saw 3 corpses lying on the ground, and their state of death was exactly the same as Qingming and the others. Their faces were filled with a kind of savageness, as if someone had dug out their brains before they died. This kind of pain was probably the best torture in the world. After putting away the corpses and the items in the cave, Xiaohua muttered to himself. If Master Ni Qin was the only one who died in such a miserable state, then it might have been some kind of torture. But if all of the corpses were the same, then maybe... Xiaohua couldn't help but think back to when he heard Xueqi talk about how powerful the fire ape was.
Chapter 2872. Could it be a demon beast similar to the fire ape? Or a hitorigami? Thinking of the hitorigami, Xiaohua's back immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The hitorigami was a natural spiritual creature, and its divine ability was innate. With Xiaohua's cultivation, he was no match for it. Xiaohua's eyes turned rapidly, looking at the darkness around him.
There was no anxiety from the bottom of his heart, and only then did he feel slightly relieved.
But then, Xiaohua sneered again. Humph, maybe this is a deceptive tactic. Someone deliberately set up a maze to harm Master Qin, so that no one can guess who did it.
But who is it that made things difficult for a master refiner revered by millions of Meng Mountain soul warriors?
Thinking of the purpose of Zi Ming's visit to Master Qin, and some of Zi Ming's words, Xiaohua gradually had an idea. Who? Just when Xiaohua felt that he had an idea in his heart, a strange feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. He hurriedly raised his head and looked at a stone wall in the distance. This stone wall was dozens of feet in size, and it was somewhat flat. In fact, it was covered with dried vines that made a rustling sound in the night wind. Xiaohua held the wishful steel staff in his hand and flew close to the stone wall. He looked at it with his naked eyes, and his Buddhist awareness also swept through it.
He did not see anything strange, but the indescribable feeling just now swept past the front of the stone wall.
After thinking for a while, Xiaohua formed a seal and used the earth escape technique to escape into the stone wall.
He inspected the stone wall within dozens of feet of it, but still did not find anything.
Strange. Is this young master being paranoid? Xiaohua flew out of the stone wall. He didn't dare to look back. Soon after, he went to the other caves and collected the corpses of Master Qin's disciples. Only then did he walk to the front of the soul-refining cave with grief in his heart. These dozens of disciples had all died miserably. Every one of them had their brains dug out and died. Every disciple seemed to be packing their things before they died. However, there was no exception. Not even half of the things in the valley had been packed. Only the soul-refining cave is not checked. Xiaohua looked at the cavern in front of him. The bamboo-shaped soul armament was in his hand, but he didn't know how to activate it. He didn't know how to open the cavern. Right at this moment, a bright light shone from the distant horizon.
Then, as if the curtain of light had been pulled open, the surrounding horizon and the valleys at the foot of the mountain were all lit up.
The night was about to leave, and a new day was about to arrive in the millions of Meng Mountains. Forget it. Xiaohua remembered Zi Ming's warning and didn't dare to delay any longer. He activated his magic power and returned to the reception platform without consulting anyone. Young Master Xiao, seeing that Xiaohua is late, Zi Ming is somewhat anxious and also somewhat worried. He hurriedly says, "Quickly, bring Great Master's disciples." Alas, so many disciples. Back to the embrace of Great God Hutu? Seeing Xiaohua actually take out dozens of corpses in succession, Zi Ming's gaze also revealed shock. Xiaohua didn't say much and placed the corpses on the ground. According to what he saw, he imitated and arranged them into strange postures. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia didn't dare to delay and hurriedly came to help. But Zi Ming, on the other hand, was somewhat absent-minded when he saw so many corpses. Alas! Zi Ming sighed softly. After a long time he faintly says, "Although I don't know the cause of this matter, but it seems it has something to do with my arrival. Let's send Great Master Qin back first." Xiaohua looked at the dawn sky. Although he didn't believe Zi Ming's words, but for the sake of Zi Ming, and for the sake of his own beautiful dream, Xiaohua was willing to follow the ritual of the millions of Meng Mountains and properly send Great Master Qin back to the embrace of Great God Hutu. "Yes, I understand." As Zi Ming spoke, she raised both of her hands and her body began to dance. The slight trembling of her mouth sounded like a song, but also like a dance. In Xiaohua's eyes, this dance was more like the dance of one's nascent soul. A faint sense of solemnity emerged from Zi Ming's dance. In Xiaohua's eyes, Zi Ming's dance didn't give rise to any feelings. On the contrary, looking at Zi Ming's movements and her swaying black hair, Xiaohua seemed to be able to see Zi Ming's confession to heaven and earth, the sorrow in her heart, and the admiration she had for Great Master Qin. Xiaohua was even surprised to find that he could see Zi Ming's worship for Great God Hutu from her dance. Xiaohua had a feeling of enlightenment. The earliest things in this world were definitely not words, nor were they words. This dance was probably the most primitive way for people to express their emotions. Using this as an extension, Xiaohua naturally thought of the way of cultivation. The Taoist sect used words to pass down their teachings. The Buddhist sect passed down their teachings by picking flowers. The soul cultivation method used the dance of one's nascent soul. Perhaps it directly pointed to the essence of cultivation. Could it be that soul cultivation is? Xiaohua suddenly had a strange thought. Could it be that the 12 great gods are comparable to my Taoist sects? That's right. Who is the founder of my Taoist sect? I've never heard of him before. Great Master Ni Qin's death was also a kind of trigger for Xiaohua. Zi Ming's dance was also a kind of trigger. Xiaohua couldn't help but have the impulse to let his imagination run wild. Just as he was thinking of some inexplicable things, Zi Ming had already stopped. He saw her prostrate on the ground with great sincerity, facing the almost overflowing sunlight in the east and muttering something. Boom! Zi Ming didn't seem to do anything, but a cluster of jade-green flames appeared out of thin air and enveloped the corpses of Great Master Ni Qin and the others. In the midst of the flames, the corpses of Great Master Ni Qin and the others were instantly reduced to dust. At this moment, the brilliant sunlight pierced through the sky like a bright sword, and an orange sun appeared in the clear sky in the east. A rather strange feeling arose from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua couldn't help but open the Dharma eye on his left hand. Ah! Xiaohua couldn't help but cry out. About 90 feet above everyone's head, a crack was closing. Dozens of blurry figures had disappeared in that place. A rather tall figure was looking back. Wasn't that Great Master Ni Qin's face? Xiaohua, beside him, Fairy Hongxia's face was also solemn. Hearing Xiaohua's cry, she hurriedly asked in a low voice. I'm fine. Although Xiaohua's eyes were filled with astonishment, a smile appeared on his face and he slightly shook his head. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't say anything, Fairy Hongxia didn't ask any more questions. She looked at the jade-green flames again. As the corpses of Great Master Ni Qin and the others disappeared, the jade-green flames also gradually disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Xiaohua used his Dharma eye to look up again. Like the jade-green flames, the crack disappeared without a trace. It seems this situation is very familiar. Xiaohua frowned slightly and thought to himself. It seemed that he had seen this situation before. Master Xiao. Just as Xiaohua was about to recall, Zi Ming walked in front of Xiaohua and asked in a low voice, Thank you for your trouble just now. May I know if there's anything unusual in the valley? After Xiaohua told Zi Ming what he saw, Zi Ming was also puzzled. He looked at Xiaohua, then at Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao, and said hesitantly, I think. Great Master Ni Qin seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and was about to leave. It was at this moment that she met with a calamity? Yes, I think so too. Li Zongbao nodded. But Fairy Hongxia disagreed. If Great Master Ni Qin had sensed that something was wrong, why didn't she leave with us? Instead, she waited for us to leave before making this plan? Xiaohua restrained himself for a moment and did not tell her about Great Master Ni Qin's request. At this time, he actually understood that Great Master Ni Qin must have foreseen something, and even foreseen the death of all the disciples in the valley. That's why he entrusted his legacy to me. However, Xiaohua was also puzzled. Since Great Master Ni Qin knew something, why didn't she leave with them? What if she left with them? Thinking of this, Xiaohua was shocked again. If Great Master Ni Qin left with them, perhaps they would all die inexplicably here, right? Perhaps Great Master Ni Qin knew that if she left with us, we would definitely die. She didn't want to drag us along and ruin our lives? Zi Ming bit her lips and whispered. Unexpectedly, she had the same idea as Xiaohua. The question now is, Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and said lightly, who killed Great Master Ni Qin? Was it a demonic beast? Or a human? Yes, the thing that ate human brains was definitely a demonic beast. Ordinary soul cultivators, and sword cultivators would not have such a hobby. If it was a demonic beast, then what was the meaning of Great Master Ni Qin's talisman? Fairy Hongxia whispered. Maybe it was a trick to set up a maze. To hide the real culprit. I'm also inclined to think so. Xiaohua nodded slightly. Judging from the situation in the valley, it's very likely that many people attacked at the same time to catch Great Master Ni Qin and the others off guard. But Great Master Ni Qin has always been famous in Meng Mountains. Zi Ming whispered in disbelief. Heh, for fame, for profit, what can't she do?
Li Zongbao sneered. Perhaps Great Master and I Qin blocked someone's path and did something that someone didn't want her to do.
Hiss. Hearing this, Ziming was shocked.
He looked up at the rising sun and said, Young Master Xiao, we can't stay here for long. If that person could kill Great Master and I Qin so easily, we are no match for him.
Besides,
Ziming hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything more. Then, he pointed in another direction and said, Young Master Li, thank you for your trouble. We'll leave from there.
Okay. Li Zongbao wasn't surprised by Ziming's change of direction. He immediately activated the flowing cloud airship that he hadn't put away.
When the four of them stepped on the airship, it hurriedly flew in another direction, leaving the empty welcoming platform to welcome the rising sun. Only the valley below the welcoming platform was left crying in the morning breeze, as if mourning the fate of the master of the valley, and also as if retelling the vicissitudes of life.
Chapter 2873.
After flying far away, Xiao Hua retracted the Buddhist scents he had left on the reception desk. He still felt lucky, hoping that he could find traces of the murderer before he left. However, he was still disappointed. The murderer was very careful. Not only did he not leave any traces, but he also left immediately after the attack. How could he let Ziming and the others, who had arrived late, find traces of him? Looking at Ziming's sorrowful expression, Xiao Hua said in a low voice, Ziming, this matter is already like this.
It's useless for us to think too much.
Although this is the first time this Xiao has met Grandmaster Xueqi, Grandmaster's character has left an indelible impression in Xiao Mao's heart. What we need to do now is to pull ourselves together and find the real culprit as soon as possible to avenge him. Alas, Ziming heard and sighed. Who is the murderer?
It's really confusing and hard to say. However, I thought about it just now. In fact, Master may not be unable to write down the murderer's name or more clues.
Young Master Xiao, look at Master's calm expression, as if everything was within his expectations. He didn't even have the thought of asking others to avenge him.
See, that's right.
Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart trembled. Isn't that right?
That day,
Grandmaster Xueqi had entrusted his legacy to him for no reason at all. Obviously, he had sensed something, but he had never mentioned anything about wanting this Xiao to take revenge for him. And at that time, he probably didn't know that he had encountered the sacrificial knight, right? In fact, the old man is also thinking of trying to escape from the valley. That was Master's idea. Since we encountered it, we can't just stand by and watch. Otherwise, how can we face Master? Xiao Hua thought for a while and shook his head. Alas, Master is merciful. He doesn't want to drag others down because of his own matters. Ziming said with emotion. Even he couldn't resist the murderer. Young Master Xiao. And I may not be a match for him. If Master Xueqi knew this, he wouldn't have warned us. He didn't even want to board our airship. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he asked, This Xiao has only seen Grandmaster Xueqi refine tools, but I have never seen him fight. Grandmaster Xueqi only said that he has cultivated to the full reality realm. So, Grandmaster Xueqi should be an expert, right? How do you classify your 1 million soul warriors in Meng Mountains? Is there also the Qi Refinement Foundation Establishment and nascent soul stages of the Dao sect? When Ziming heard this, she bit her lips slightly and did not answer Xiao Hua's question. Instead, she continued, actually, in the end, I still feel that I've implicated Master Xueqi. If it wasn't for this concubine begging him to refine a weapon, he wouldn't have died an unnatural death. It's all my fault. Sigh, Ziming, don't blame yourself too much. Xiao Hua understood that this was a knot in Ziming's heart and comforted him. Everything in this world is caused by karma. Ziming had already planted this seed when he first visited Master Ni Qin. Master Ni Qin's death has already been decided. At that time, I thought that Great Master Hua Qin still had 2 more chances to refine spirit treasures. This time, I came with the shaman token to meet you. Moreover, the soulfall lamp is not only useful for me to take over the back earth stronghold, it is also related to my greatest wish in this life. Ziming couldn't help but become excited when she mentioned her greatest wish. That's true. Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao who was steering the boat and Fairy Hongxia who was nodding at him, indicating for him to comfort Zi Ming. He then said, Master Kuqin did not agree to your request previously, and it was because he had 2 chances to refine spirit treasures. However, during this period of time, there must have been a second chance to refine spirit treasures. He agreed to wait for you to come back for the 3rd time. He obviously only had one last chance left. He obviously knew that as long as he helped you repair the soulfall lamp, his life essence would be exhausted.
However, he still agreed to it.
Obviously, he had already made preparations to return to the embrace of great god Ho too. But I still brought young master's spring returning pill.
Zi Ming said again.
Yes, this is the real cause and effect. Xiaohua nodded. Although you obtained the spring returning pill from Ziyi, and Ziyi also went to Sky Patrol City to meet me, but all of this can't prevent the karma of Master Kuqin's death.
Didn't you see?
Before Master Kuqin died, he had already seen all of this clearly in his heart. He didn't even have the slightest bit of resentment in his heart, so why do you feel so conflicted?
Young Master Xiao, where did the spring returning pill go?
Zi Ming hit the nail on the head. If there were demon beasts coming for the spring returning pill, then, if I gave the spring returning pill to Master Kuqin, wouldn't I be sending Master Kuqin to his death?
Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat.
Obviously, this was also a kind of cause and effect. However, before Xiaohua could say anything, Fairy Hongxia, who was next to him, chimed in. Elder sister, all the causes and effects are intertwined. It's hard to understand.
However, elder sister, think about it again. Master Kuqin's entire life was devoted to others.
For you and the millions of spirit warriors of Meng Mountain, he was never stingy with his life essence.
This is a good cause.
It's because of this good cause that he passed away during the sacrificial night of Great God Ho Tuesday. This is a rare opportunity for a spirit warrior. Isn't this the good cause that Master Kuqin pursued his entire life?
All of this is because Great God Ho Tu remembered Master Kuqin's kindness.
Elder sister's matter was done by Great God Ho Tu. What does it have to do with elder sister?
Good.
Xiaohua clapped his hands. Hongxia is right.
Zi Ming, do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Zi Ming sighed,
but in my heart, I still feel sad. After all, I'm separated from Master Kuqin. When I see him again, I don't know what will happen. Master has his own path, Zi Ming has his own path, and Ziyi also has his own path. Why should there be any intersection?
Xiaohua said indifferently.
Then, he pointed his finger forward and said, Besides, from today onwards, you and I may have all kinds of paths. Our paths are all connected to the heavens, but there may not be any intersection. If you lament for my future, and I wish for your future, isn't it beneficial? Master Kuqin asked for benevolence and got benevolence. He comforted us and didn't board the airship. How can we, under his great kindness, have any doubts?
Forget it. I know you because of Ziyi.
That's all I have to say.
You can think about it yourself.
Young Master Xiao. Zi Ming's eyes flashed with tears. She nodded and said, I've learned. I'll remember Master's words and let the people of Hutu's stronghold live peacefully under my control.
Good.
Xiaohua smiled and nodded. Zi Ming forced a smile onto his face as he said, You wanted to know about the cultivation levels of soul cultivators, right?
I'll have to disappoint you.
My soul cultivation method is the 9 heavens of the spirit origin. When I'm in the 6 heavens of the spirit soul, I'm called a soul scholar. When I'm in the 3 heavens of the spirit soul, I'm called a shaman. As for the division between soul scholars and shamans, there's no further division. In addition, the depth of soul cultivation method is different from the Taoist sect's method. The 9 heavens of the spirit origin and soul techniques are separated. Even shamans, if they don't practice soul techniques, I'm afraid they won't be a match for soul scholars. Or if they're both soul scholars, if they don't compete, it's impossible to know each other's depth. Moreover, soul techniques are also divided. Only when 2 soul scholars use the same soul technique can the strength of 2 soul scholars be distinguished.
So it's like that.
Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to speak, Li Zongbao said indifferently, Xiaohua, don't ask too much. If you want to know the depth of a soul scholar, there's a chance in front of you.
What?
Xiaohua was stunned. He swept his Buddhist awareness forward and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. About 10 miles ahead,
A vague human figure was standing in mid-air. This figure was surrounded by a thick black fog, so Li Zongbao couldn't see his face.
Although he didn't know whether this figure was looking for trouble, how could Li Zongbao not be vigilant when he was right in front of the flying boat?
Young Master Li. Ziming seemed to release her soul remembrance again. She whispered, "Let's change direction and see if this soul scholar is looking for us."
Yes.
Li Zongbao nodded slightly.
He urged his magic power, and the airship roared as it charged in the direction Ziming pointed.
Ha! Xiao Hua's Buddha's consciousness remained in that place. He saw that the figure didn't move at first, but when the airboat flew a few miles away, the figure suddenly disappeared. When Xiao Hua hurriedly used his Buddha's consciousness to search in front of the airboat, the figure had already arrived in front of the airboat. This figure's speed wasn't necessarily fast, but its whereabouts were really strange. It actually avoided Xiao Hua's Buddhist awareness. It wasn't inferior to the demon realm's concealment techniques. "It seems we don't have to hide anymore,"
Xiao Hua said indifferently. "This soul scholar should be coming for us."
"Young Master Xiao, this soul scholar looks very powerful." Ziming bit her lips and said, "Let's turn back. The airship should be faster than his flying speed."
"It doesn't matter."
Xiao Hua shrugged. "I'm going to Huta's stronghold to see Zai, so I'll send Ziming back while I'm at it. It's best if we don't provoke the soul scholars of Meng Mountain." "Yes, thank you, young master," Ziming said in a low voice with a rare smile on her face.
But when she raised her head and released her soul sense, as if to search for the right direction, her face suddenly lost all color and turned deathly pale.
"Ziming?" Seeing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly released his Buddhist awareness. However, not to mention 10 kilometers, even within 100 kilometers, there didn't seem to be anything strange,
except for that strange figure that was still hovering in the air.
"Young Master Xiao."
Ziming bit her lips and said, "The whereabouts of my soul scholars, or many of my Meng Mountain soul scholars can shield themselves from the Dao Sect's divine awareness.
If they don't want to be discovered by cultivators like you, they can hide with a simple soul technique. Moreover, young Master's divine awareness has already been injured? So that's how it is." Xiao Hua suddenly understood. No wonder the Dao Sect's cultivators were so afraid of the millions of Meng Mountain soul scholars. This soul technique was really mysterious. When facing a soul scholar, cultivators really didn't have the confidence and were somewhat afraid. Chapter 2874. Have we been surrounded by them all this time? Xiao Hua asked faintly as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the white fog in front of them that didn't dissipate under the sunlight. "Indeed." Ziming nodded. "Although I can't see some places, I can still detect them with my soul sense. These soul warriors should be here for me." Those maidservants of yours. I'm afraid we can't find them either," Li Zongbao said from the side. "I hope I won't see one or two of them again." Ziming's expression slowly calmed down as she said faintly, "Let's go, senior brother. Let's go and see what's so powerful about these millions of soul cultivators of Meng Mountain."
Xiao Hua exhaled a long breath and said coldly as he pointed at the direction of the human figure.
It didn't take long for them to arrive at a place that was barren and dry. There wasn't even the slightest bit of greenery, and yellow sand could be seen in many places. Ziming looked around curiously and said in a low voice, "Strange, why would the land of Meng Mountain have such a landscape?"
However, she only muttered a few words before her eyes were attracted by the human figure.
Sure enough, this human figure was different from what she could see with her Buddhist sense. It was a big man about 10 feet tall. This big man was wearing very little animal skin, and his limbs were exposed under the sunlight. This big man's skin was abnormally dark, and strange runes were engraved on his skin. These runes looked like bone grains, and each bone grain had a ghost head the size of a grain of rice attached to it. When the sunlight shone on it, it didn't reflect the usual 7 colors, but only a layer of green light slowly overflowed. This green light not only blocked everyone's vision, but there were also wisps of black energy lingering around it.
Looking behind this big man, about 1,000 feet away, there were a few more human figures wrapped in black clothes flying in the air. These black figures were scattered widely, and as far as the eyes could see, they surrounded the airship.
Ziming took out her bone staff from her brocade pouch and flew into the air. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly flew into the air as well, staying several feet away from Ziming. Ming looked around and scolded sternly. Who are you? How dare you block the way here? Do you know who I am? As he spoke, Ming waved his hand and took out a fist-sized object. This object was crystal clear and abnormally white. It was like a crystal, but it was still in the shape of a skeleton. Ming pointed his finger, and the crystal skeleton flew into the air. As Ming waved his bone staff, he chanted the same shaman language as Xiao Mao.
Tang, with a muffled sound, black smoke flew out from the crystal skull.
The black smoke rushed into the sky, and a loud sound resounded.
Then, the black smoke gradually transformed, and a strange person appeared.
This humanoid figure had a human body and a snake tail.
What was strange was that it had 7 arms on its back.
These 7 arms were holding something strange, but its specific shape could not be seen clearly. Moreover, this humanoid figure also had 2 arms in front. These 2 arms were holding 2 flying snakes. The flying snakes seemed to have a pair of wings. They looked like they were flying, and their ferocious snake heads were very eye-catching.
Hiss! Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air.
This humanoid figure looked a little similar to the god statue of Shang Hua Ming. Moreover, from the strangeness of this humanoid figure, it looked a little similar to the great god Xueqi that Xiao Mao activated. Needless to say, this must be the great god Hutu that Ming spoke of. This is the great shaman token of the Hotian stronghold. You are all soul cultivators of Meng Mountain. How dare you not salute the great shaman token? Ming shouted sternly again. Ming's great shaman token was indeed useful. Among the black figures on the left, several of them bowed slightly. Even the soul warrior at the front bowed. Humph, you still have me, the great god Hutu, in your eyes. At least you have a bottom line. Ming sneered. If that's the case, you should know who I am. Do you know that you have committed a great crime of disrespect by stopping me here?
Ha ha ha, while Ming was speaking, a soul warrior also dressed in black flew over from afar.
After saluting the great shaman token, he laughed and said, We naturally respect the great god Hutu and the great god Xueqi.
As for those below the great god, they are all the children and people of the great god.
You are neither G-man of Hutu stronghold nor G-man of Xueqi stronghold. What harm is there in blocking your path? Who are you? Ming heard this person's hoarse voice and sneered. We, the people of Meng Mountain, have never hidden our faces. By doing this, are you still the descendant of the 2 great gods? You don't need to know who I am.
That person did not say much. As for whether or not I am the descendant of the great gods, only the great gods will know.
You don't need to know either. Take out the soul-extinguishing lamp. For the sake of the great god Hutu, I won't make things difficult for you too much. I was ordered to do this by someone else. Don't force me to do it. Soul-falling lamp? You really came for the soul-falling lamp. Ming sneered. Looks like my maidservants won't be able to see it for the rest of their lives, right? That's right. Since you already know, why do you have to say it so bluntly? That person laughed. Besides, the soul-falling lamp has been in your hands for decades. Don't you think it's time to change the person? You can't light it up yourself, so why do you keep blocking others from trying? I can't light it up, and there's still midnight. Who has the right to speak? Ming said indifferently, even if that person wants to try, he has to line up and wait for decades. Besides, if you take away the soul-falling lamp from me, will that person be able to light it up? If that person lights it up, will Elder Wu and G-Man agree?
Ha ha ha.
That person laughed. If you are honest, it will be difficult for me. If you are so stubborn, it will be easy for me to do this. Now that the village lacks candidates for G-Man and Elder Wu, do you think that if someone holds the soul-falling lamp, G-Man will ask? In addition, midnight. Hee, Ming, how long do you think you will keep this secret from others? After that person finished speaking, he paused for a moment and laughed coldly. With this secret, even if that person lights up the soul-falling lamp, how will you explain it in front of G-Man? Who are you? Ming turned pale with fright. He first looked back at Xiao Hua and said loudly, How do you know all this? Ming, Midnight has already been dead for 20 years, right? That person said indifferently. Looking at Ming's panicked expression, he was very proud. Or, it's even longer? Do you think that the 2 of you have done it perfectly? Even if the 2 of you are twin brother and sister, who wouldn't find something fishy after a long time? Hearing that, Xiaohua was shocked.
He hurriedly looked at Ziming with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Ziming seemed to have eyes behind his back. At this moment, he hurriedly turned his head and said apologetically, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I have let you see a joke.
Originally, I wanted to wait until we reached the back Earth village to tell you about it. But there is no other way. To actually encounter such a sudden change here, I am also helpless."
Sigh. Xiaohua heard those extremely familiar words. If not for Ziming's female disguise, this would really be Ziyi who was admiring the snow with Xiaohua in Sky Patrol City.
Ziming. Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao also kept the flying boat at this moment.
They came behind Ziming and whispered, "What you said earlier, your biggest wish in this life, is to revive Ziyi?"
And that's right.
Ziming nodded slightly and gritted his teeth. "That's why I want two people to hold the soul-losing lamp in my hands. It's not for the position of G-Man in the back Earth village, but for the hope of reviving Ziyi." Seeing that Ziming was ignoring him, the man was not in a hurry. He waited for Ziming to finish his words, then continued with a smile. "Besides, Ziming, you've colluded with the cultivators of Taoist sect and infiltrated Meng Mountains. You've even instigated a dispute between Patriarch Wu of Shebi village. All for the sake of seizing the position of G-Man. Don't you think that even if I kill you and send you back to the embrace of Huta Great God, G-Man and Patriarch Wu will not blame me?"
Little Six. It's really you.
Ziming's face showed that he was enlightened and even a little excited. "As early as when Master Kuchin was killed, I thought that it might be you.
But thinking about it, you also owe Master Kuchin a favor. How could you kill him so ruthlessly?
What I really didn't expect was that you were so ambitious.
You actually took advantage of the time when Master Kuchin repaired the soul-losing lamp to kill him."
It's also because he saw an acquaintance like you that he did not have his guard up.
Master Kuchin?
That person was stunned. Then, he stretched out his hand and pulled down the black cloth covering his face from his head.
He said coldly, "What does Master Kuchin's life have to do with me?
If I didn't want you to know, how could you know it was me?"
"You, Hou Yan." Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao were stunned. Even Xiaohua was surprised.
Although they thought that this Hou Yan must be the son of Huta village and had some relationship with Ziming, they did not expect that the two of them would have such a conflict of interest that it had reached the point of life and death.
"Young Master Li has seen Ziyan before?" Ziming immediately understood. "That's right. This guy called himself Hou Yan. He and you killed my people." Li Zongbao said coldly, "I didn't expect. Enemies really don't meet. We meet again here." A person who changed his name and hid his head and tail when he got there. Xiaohua sneered. He felt a little apologetic. He did not believe Ziming that day. Otherwise, so many things would not have happened.
Ziming is Hou Ming. Ziyan is also Hou Yan.
My Huta village has always used Hobe as our surname. This Ziming can also be called Hou Ming.
Ziyan smiled faintly. "You Dao sect cultivators have always been self-righteous, pouring dirty water on others.
This seat does not care anymore. As for Master Kuchin, this seat wants to kill him. But this seat will not take the risk of being punished by G-Man to find trouble with him. Moreover, he has already repaired the soul-losing lamp. This seat can't thank him enough." Chapter 2875.
If it wasn't you, then why did Grandmaster Kuchin leave behind the word 6?
Ziming said coldly, "Isn't the word 6 meant to remind me to be careful of you, little Six?"
"Humph, whatever you say." Ziyan didn't care at all. After today, there will be no more Ziming in this world, and there will be no more Ziyi. I will report to G-Man that Grandmaster Kuchin was ambushed by Dao Sex cultivators in order to repair your soulfall lamp, and you, Ziming, because you fought against Dao Sex cultivators, you returned to Huta Great God's embrace during the sacrificial night. Let them wait for a few decades before finding another descendant with your memories."
"Hee hee, little Six. Do you think you are the only smart one?"
Ziming sneered. "Don't you think that without G-Man and Elder Wu, I would have been able to pretend to be Ziyi for so many years?
Is that important?"
Ziyan didn't care at all. Since they agreed to let you pretend to be Ziyi, they must be afraid that someone would shake the foundation of Hutu's stronghold because of G-Man or Elder Wu's position. After all, if I lit up the soulfall lamp in front of G-Man, Elder Wu, and the other elders of Hutu's stronghold, Would they not let me take the position of Elder Wu's substitute? Besides, why don't you think about it? How would I know that the soul fall lamp is broken?
Sigh, it's a little complicated.
Listening to Zi Ming and Zi Yan's conversation, Xiao Hua could tell that the fight for Elder Wu and Ji Man's position in Huta's stronghold was complicated. Hearing this, Zi Ming's expression changed again, but she still looked around in disbelief. Little Six, even if you and I can fight for Ji Man and Elder Wu's position, but you and I have the same bloodline. You actually set up such a formation here. Are you trying to take my life?
Zi Ming, you still don't understand.
Zi Yan said indifferently, the Meng Mountains of today is no longer the Meng Mountains of the past. Not only do we have to leave Meng Mountains and step foot into the Sword region and the 3 dynasties of cultivators, many sword cultivators and cultivators are also mingling among the descendants of Meng Mountains. That Yi Yu from Shibi was originally a swordsman from the Sword region, and now, he has become the servant of Shibi village. The one who just appeared with the bloodline of the great god Zabi is a cultivator who grew up in the country of Shi. Look, there are also cultivators from the 3 countries behind you. Don't you think there's no difference between me wanting your life and others wanting yours?
I want to see how you're going to take my life.
Zi Ming said coldly. I'd like to see which one of the people of Huta village dares to attack me.
Ha ha ha, Ziming, you think too highly of yourself. If you become the G-man of the Hutu stronghold, it won't take long. My Hutu stronghold will be swallowed up by Shi by stronghold. Ziyan laughed loudly. Ziming feels good, but I feel even better.
Xiao Hua sneered, if you become the elder shaman of Huta village, my 3 dynasties of cultivators will definitely suffer.
Let me choke you to death today.
After saying that, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and was about to use the nascent soul's hand. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Xiao Hua abruptly converged, but the shocking might had only just risen when it instantly transformed into smoke and clouds. Haha, Xiao Hua. Zi Yan, who was not far away, said with a smile. The pain of having your divine sense burned by Hidorigami must be very uncomfortable, right? Now that you don't have your divine sense, you're like the soul beasts of Meng Mountains without wings.
I'd like to see what other divine abilities you have. Xiao Hua's expression was also unsightly.
Indeed, using the nascent soul's hand not only required magic power, but also divine sense and pressure. He had just sent out his divine sense when an uncontrollable pain came from his divine sense that had yet to recover, forcing him to withdraw his divine sense. Needless to say, since the nascent soul's hand couldn't be used, then other magical techniques couldn't be used. Just as Zi Yan said, Xiao Hua was like a strong man with his hands tied. He had strength but couldn't move.
There's still me,
Li Zongbao said coldly as he slapped his hand and took out the immortal slaughtering whip.
Don't forget
Fairy Hong Xia also stretched out her hand and took out the phoenix token. Seeing Fairy Hong Xia's phoenix token again, Zi Yan's eyes flashed with a strange light. It seemed to be a kind of eagerness, but also a kind of greed.
Don't worry. I've already prepared everything for you.
Not a single one will be left behind. Zi Yan clapped his hands, and a crisp sound of clapping rang out. Around everyone about 30 meters away, 9 soul warriors dressed in pitch-black robes flew out, their bodies emitting black smoke. They surrounded Xiao Hua and the others. At this moment, the spirit warrior near Zi Yan waved his hand and a foot-long bone staff appeared in his hand. A gust of strong wind was generated and flew towards Xiao Hua and the others. There were 2 forces in this gust of wind. One was as hot as fire, and the other was as cold as snow. You're the spirit warrior of Shebi village. Zi Ming sensed the gust of wind and his expression changed slightly. Since you know, then don't make things difficult for me. The face of the big man was covered by the black fog, making it impossible to see clearly. When he heard Zi Ming's reprimand, he coldly said, I respect you as a descendant of Huta village, so I won't make things difficult for you. My opponent today is this cultivator from Dao sect. Xiao Hua is the benefactor of Hutu village, and the benefactor of Meng Mountains. With me here, don't you dare touch a single hair of his. Zi Ming couldn't say anything about Xiao Hua, so he could only reprimand the spirit warrior. The spirit warrior indifferently looked at the image of Huta god on the shaman token and said, You have the shaman token, so you're a descendant of Meng Mountains. I won't make things difficult for you. I'll ask Xiao Hua, are you going to come out on your own? Or do you want me to kill these cultivators?
The gust of wind was circling above Xueqi and the others. It was as sharp as a pair of scissors as it alternated between hot and cold. It was as if it could destroy everything in between the hot and cold wind. Xueqi had already sensed that even if his divine sense was intact, it wouldn't be easy to deal with these wind blades, let alone now that his divine sense was injured. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were only Foundation establishment cultivators. Even if they had the immortal slaughtering whip and the phoenix token, they wouldn't be a match for this spirit warrior. It seemed that he could only lure this spirit warrior away first. Just as Xueqi's thoughts were stirred, a crisp phoenix cry rang out. Fairy Hongxia released her phoenix celestial body, and a towering aura pressed down on the spirit warrior.
Humph, with such power, you can't even compare to my family's soul beast, and you still dare to show off in front of me.
The spirit warrior sneered.
With a wave of his hand, dozens of wind blades appeared on the phoenix celestial body.
With a humming sound, they all cut towards the phoenix celestial body.
Wang! The phoenix celestial body flapped its wings, and dozens of thin streams of primordial water appeared.
They were like chains that were linked together, blocking the wind blades. Oh? Nether primordial water?
The spirit warrior was slightly surprised.
No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. So you have such a rare item. However, the spirit warrior's cold wind blades didn't stop. They cut into the primordial water at an extremely fast speed. Pa pa, pa, many tiny sounds rang out, like firecrackers exploding. All the cold and hot wind blades rushed into the primordial water.
Then, without waiting for the phoenix celestial body to make any other moves, pang pang pang, a series of sounds rang out.
It was similar to the sound just now, but it was much louder. Xueqi's gaze swept over.
All the primordial water released by Fairy Hongxia had been shattered by the wind blades, turning into droplets of water that scattered in the air.
This method is too strange. Xueqi was somewhat shocked. This primordial water was extremely strange. Even he didn't have any way to deal with it. He didn't expect this spirit warrior to break it so easily. But Xueqi's shock was just beginning. The phoenix celestial body flapped its wings again, and a watery light appeared in the surrounding dozens of feet. The droplets that had been shattered by the wind blades earlier also turned into water threads. Those water threads were like sharp flying swords, sealing off the surrounding dozens of feet of space. The spirit warrior's actions made him even more shocked. The soul warrior was clearly taken aback. But then, he saw the water silk surrounding him, and the wings of the phoenix celestial body spread out.
The wings were releasing a strong restrictive force, as if they were trying to squeeze the space within a few dozen meters under the wings.
You're quite strong. No wonder you dare to come to Meng Mountains.
The spirit warrior's voice rang out.
Boom! A strong hurricane was born from the spirit warrior's body. It was as if several dragons were madly rushing towards the phoenix celestial body. This hurricane was both hot and cold. As it spun, it easily tore apart the primordial water threads. Moreover, the restrictive force of the primordial water was also torn apart. Seeing the hurricane attack the phoenix celestial body, Xueqi knew that Fairy Hongxia wouldn't be able to easily block it. He quickly slapped his hand and took out a mace. His body turned into a shadow as he used the wind escape technique to smash towards the spirit warrior.
He shouted, "You want this daddy to come over?
Then eat this daddy's mace first." Xueqi's wind escape technique was extremely fast within the hurricane.
As he spoke, he was already in front of the spirit warrior.
The huge mace whistled through the air and smashed into the spirit warrior's forehead. "Hee, you finally came out." The soul warrior sneered and waved his bone staff again. A green brilliance emerged from the bone staff. Accompanying this green brilliance was a powerful force that blocked the spiked club. Furthermore, the several hurricanes that had been blown out earlier suddenly turned around. It was as if the soul warrior had already anticipated Xueqi's attack. These hurricanes were nothing more than a feint, that's all. These tornadoes were like a giant hand, pressing down on Xueqi's body from all sides. That powerful force was like a fist blocking the front of the mace. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the mace hit the green brilliance. That powerful force was defeated by Xueqi's attack. The green brilliance scattered in the air like a pile of tattered green seal characters floating in the air. The spirit warrior's body was lifted up by Xueqi's mace in an instant.
The spirit warrior was barely able to stabilize himself after the black aura around his body rapidly curled up. The spirit warrior looked at Xueqi in surprise.
Chapter 2876.
Hiss. The soul warrior didn't expect Xueqi's strength to be so great.
But what the soul warrior didn't expect was that this wasn't the end of it.
He watched as a large hand and scissor-like hurricane blew towards him from behind. Although the sharpness of the wind couldn't be seen, the feeling of it being able to split apart a boulder had already attracted Xueqi's attention.
Xueqi's figure moved slightly. His feet seemed to be using some kind of strange footwork.
The wind that sealed off all the angles behind him, and the wind that imprisoned his body, unexpectedly flashed past him one by one. Although Xueqi's clothes were a bit scattered, and although the light protecting Xueqi's body was somewhat extinguished, Xueqi was still completely unscathed.
Evasion technique?
The soul warrior was slightly astonished. The black aura on his face somewhat receded, revealing an old man with a somewhat blurred face. Of course, this old man didn't want Ziming to see his true face, so he still couldn't let anyone see it clearly.
How about it? Old bastard.
Xueqi coldly said, "Eat this daddy's club." As he spoke, Xueqi urged his body to move forward again. Once again, the wolf-tooth club struck towards the soul warrior's forehead. The soul warrior didn't dare to be negligent. Still waving his bone staff, several large hand-like forces were generated and blocked in front of Xueqi.
Heh, your soul force seems to be a bit weak. Xueqi sneered. His arm once again increased the strength of his bone staff by 30%. In an instant, the force released by the bone staff was defeated. His body actually managed to close in to the soul warrior by a zhang. Immediately after, Xueqi opened his mouth and the dream executor and mountain splitter flew out. Heh, don't think that you're the only smart people in this world. At this moment, a strange smile appeared on the soul warrior's face.
Not good.
Seeing this, Xueqi immediately knew that the situation wasn't good.
As the flying sword in his mouth rushed out, his body suddenly retreated.
However, he was still too late. Just as he was about to fly away, a powerful force was born from his heart. As if his heart was about to explode, it rushed through his blood vessels.
This.
Xueqi was greatly alarmed. As he spoke, he couldn't retract his mace in time. His left hand immediately clutched his chest, doing his utmost to suppress it. It was as if he was trying to resist the explosion that was about to jump out of his chest. Moreover, the feeling of his blood vessels exploding instantly filled his entire body. A kind of numbness and uncontrollable swelling came from his hands and feet. What kind of soul technique is this? Xueqi hastily released his soul strands again. Only when all the soul strands protected Xueqi did this uncontrollable explosion show signs of decreasing. Strange. The soul warrior's body was glowing with a green light. Although the expression on his face couldn't be seen, one could tell from his tone that he was surprised. He didn't understand why his soul technique didn't work. Bzzz. An intense sword hum suddenly rang out. Xueqi no longer dared to hide his strength. The sword elemental energy around his body was activated. In a flash of sword light, a giant sword appeared around Xueqi. With a flash of sword light, the giant sword slashed towards the soul warrior. Haha, interesting. It's actually comparable to a sword transformation swordsman. The soul warrior laughed. The bone staff in his hand waved again. The same heat as the giant sword soared into the sky and hit Xueqi's giant sword. Boom! With a loud sound, the sword's gleam overflowed and the heat wave dispersed. The soul warrior's body was once again sent flying by Xueqi's great sword. But the moment the gleam of the sword shattered, Xueqi's body suddenly transformed into a gust of wind and rushed towards the soul warrior who was sent flying. The soul warrior was not afraid. He opened his hand again and was about to hit out with his bone staff. At this time, Xueqi's figure suddenly disappeared. Just when the soul warrior hesitated, Xueqi's figure actually appeared beside the soul warrior. Following Xueqi's appearance was the 5 elements wishful heaven staff. The head of the staff fell on the soul warrior's bone staff. Humph! The soul warrior was stunned at first and immediately understood Xueqi's mind. His bone staff was too late to withdraw. The soul warrior immediately urged his soul power. A green light was born from the bone staff. Hundreds of tentacle-like cold air rushed out with the green light, blocking Xiao Hua's wishful heaven staff. Pa! There was a crisp sound, like glass breaking. The green light and the cold and hot air could not stop Xiao Hua's full blow. The wishful heaven staff hit the bone staff. Ah, the soul warrior was shocked. But it was not only that. The bone staff had just been broken. 2 green and red sword lights were born from Xiao Hua's chest. It looked like a sword gourd. The green and red sword lights had already flown out. They immediately turned into a thin thread and wrapped around the spirit warrior's neck. The spirit warrior only had enough time to wave his hand once, but the bone staff in his hand was already broken. How could he still make any movement? Then, without waiting for the soul warrior to do anything, his head that had not yet revealed his face was reined in by the sword light. Xiao Hua was forced to leave the side of Red Dawn Fairy and the others by this unknown soul warrior. Seeing the hurricane under the Phoenix celestial body slightly hovering to counterattack Xiao Hua, Red Dawn Fairy's back was covered with a layer of cold sweat. It was as Xiao Hua expected. Red Dawn Fairy's Phoenix celestial body was not the opponent of this soul warrior. If it was hit by the cold hurricane, the Phoenix celestial body would be seriously injured. However, seeing the hurricane counterattack Xiao Hua, Red Dawn Fairy was anxious. She wanted to help Xiao Hua. However, before she could make another move, an indescribable killing intent and an unfathomable deathly stillness came from all around her. The 9 black-robed soul warriors that surrounded the group lifted their legs in unison, separating Fairy Hong Xia and the rest from Xiao Hua. That kind of silence came from the 9 people. Ziyan, you actually called out the 9 divine guards. You. Seeing the 9 people's actions, Ziming panicked and said angrily, "Do you really want to force me into a corner?" Heh. If it weren't for the divine guards, which soul warrior from Huta's stronghold and Shibai stronghold would dare to join hands with me? Ziyan said coldly. You think you can scare them with just your shaman token? Then, Ziyan looked at the image of Huta God in the sky and said, You better keep your shaman token. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Humph. Ziming coldly groaned and said, Ziyan, since you have summoned your divine guards, you must have decided to kill me as well when you killed Master Naiqin, right? That's right. Ziyan did not deny it. The shaman elder's position is very important to me. Since you're standing in front of me, don't blame me for being impolite. Ziming frowned and looked at Ziyan from head to toe. When did you learn to call yourself this seat? When did you throw our blood ties to the back of your mind? When I knew that Ziyi was dead. You hid this secret and wanted to take G-Man's position for yourself. Ziyan said without hesitation, Since you didn't even give me a chance, why should I care about our family ties? Is power really more important than family ties? Ziming looked at the black smoke on the shaman token and waved the bone staff in his hand. The black smoke withdrew into the crystal skull. Ziming looked at the crystal skull and murmured, If I didn't want Ziyi to come back to life, if I didn't promise Ziyi that day, I would have given you this soul lamp. Ha ha ha, Ziyan laughed. When the soul lamp is used, the soul will fall. When did you hear that the soul lamp can bring someone back to life? You killed Ziyi with the soul lamp, didn't you? You even took the soul lamp and said that you want to bring Ziyi back to life. This is just an excuse for you to miss G-Man's position. It's just a tool for you to control Hutu's stronghold. Ziming's face turned pale and he shook his head. You're not me. How do you know what I'm thinking? If you swear a soul oath right now, after you obtain the soul lamp, if you have the chance to learn its secret, you will definitely bring Ziyi back to life. Even if you want my life, I'll agree to it, not to mention giving you the soul-falling lamp. Do you think I'm stupid? Ziyan pointed to the left. Open your eyes and take a look. Xiao Hua, who you rely on, has already been blocked. The shaman token you rely on is also useless. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve against the divine guards? Even if these 2 are Foundation establishment cultivators, how can they be a match for the divine guards? With this kind of opportunity, what kind of deal would I want to make with you? You aren't Little Six. Ziming said word by word. Little Six wouldn't be so inhumane. Ha ha ha, you've really lost your mind. Ziyan laughed again. You killed Ziyi and slandered me for not being Ziyan. Then who else can control Hutu's stronghold? I'm afraid you're the only one, right? Ziming, you and I are no longer the children we used to be. If it's a memory from the past, I can talk about it. Besides, I've said so much to you. Isn't it so that you can go in peace? People, can change.
In this world, there has never been anything that can remain unchanged for eternity.
At this point, Ziyan clapped his hands.
The sound was very strange, but when the 9 divine guards heard it, they raised their hands in unison and charged towards Zi Ming, Fairy Hongxia, and Li Zongbao. These 9 people were very strange. Not only did they not speak a word during this period of time, even when they were flying, they did not bend their knees naturally like ordinary people. What was special was that when these 9 people surrounded Fairy Hongxia and the rest, an extremely cold feeling arose around them, cutting off their connection with the outside world. Fairy Hongxia activated her cultivation technique but was unable to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside world. An uncontrollable feeling of suffocation arose from the bottom of her heart.
Young Master Li, Sister Hongxia. Zi Ming slightly bit his lips and hesitated for a moment.
When he saw the 9 divine guards flying towards them at a moderate pace, he reminded, these 9 divine guards are actually commonly known as iron corpses. However, they are more powerful than iron corpses.
They have been tempered in the Hutu stronghold's netherworldly maelstrom.
Not only are they invulnerable, even the flying swords of swordsmen are unable to harm them.
Their only weakness is that they move slowly. If we can fight them from afar, we still have a chance to escape. However, I didn't expect Ziyan to be able to get them out of the netherworldly maelstrom. I was too careless.
Now that we are surrounded by them, even I can't do anything.
Chapter 2877. Don't tell me. We're just going to surrender like this? Fairy Hongxia was a little displeased. After all, this was a matter between Zi Ming and Ziyan. It was also an internal affair of millions of Meng mountains. She had only known Zi Ming for a short period of time. Furthermore, Zi Ming had disguised herself as Zi Yi and befriended Xiao Hua. Fairy Hongxia was already displeased with Zi Ming, and now she was even more displeased. Besides, Fairy Hongxia was a cultivator of the Dao sect. She did not like the soul cultivators of millions of Meng mountains. Now that she was involved, how could she be as enthusiastic as Xiao Hua? Zi Ming saw the coldness in Fairy Hongxia's eyes and understood that she did not know what to say to Fairy Hongxia. She glanced at Xiao Hua and said, there are only 2 ways to break the soul formation of the 9 divine guards. One is to use an item of extreme yang. Xiao Hua can concoct pills and refine items, so he must have some sort of true fire. This item is very useful to restrain the iron corpses. The second is to take away the soul vessel that controls the 9 divine guards from Ziyan. Without the control of the soul vessel, the 9 divine guards will not attack anyone. It's all nonsense, Fairy Hongxia said coldly. She clapped her hand and took out the phoenix token again. As far as I know, this is all I can do. Zi Ming bit her lips until they turned purple. She knew in her heart that Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao might have a chance to escape. However, Zi Ming had invited the 9 divine guards instead of soul warriors or shamans to deal with her. It was clear that she wanted to take her life. Facing the 9 divine guards, she had no way to deal with them. She could only rely on Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao. Fairy Hongxia and Zi Ming were whispering to each other. Li Zongbao, who was at the side, heard everything clearly. His feelings were similar to Fairy Hongxia's. Seeing the 9 divine guards closing in, Li Zongbao stretched out his hand and the immortal slaying whip appeared in his hand. He sneered and said, take this. As he spoke, Li Zongbao's face flushed red. The immortal slaughtering whip drew 2 golden rays and smashed towards the 2 divine guards closest to him. Roar like 2 dragons, the shadows of the whips drew an extremely beautiful arc in the air, sucking in all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that could be absorbed, and pouncing toward the 2 stiff iron corpses. Li Zongbao had learned from Zi Ming that the 9 divine guards were very powerful. Otherwise, he would have lashed out at the 4 divine guards. The shadow of the whip was very sharp, and the magic power it contained was also very deep. One could tell just by listening to the sound of the wind. However, the 2 divine guards facing the immortal slaying whips continued to press on towards the trio. When the whips were almost in front of their eyes, they stretched out their arms and made a slight slash. A black light flashed and an indescribable vortex gushed out from the black light. These vortexes were only the size of a thumb and were distributed very evenly. Boom! The whips fell and scattered these vortexes. Wisps of black gas emerged from these vortexes but were still split into two by the whips. Bang! Two loud sounds seemed to be produced at the same time. The immortal slaughtering whip had struck the two divine guards. A black brilliance flickered around the two divine guards. Wisps of black gas spurted out from their pitch-black robes. Soon after, the immortal slaughtering whip disappeared in the black gas and black light. The two divine guards merely paused for a moment. Even their robes were not damaged in the slightest. They continued to press on towards the three. Hiss! Li Zongbao's expression changed greatly. He was very confident in his immortal slaughtering whip. After all, it was a spiritual weapon. Even a third-grade illusory sword could not withstand it.
He did not believe that the flesh of these divine guards could be comparable to an illusory sword.
However, he still underestimated by Xiaoshan's soul arts. These iron corpses tempered by the netherworld eye could really surpass an illusory sword. Swoosh! Ziming saw Li Zongbao make a move. He knew that Li Zongbao's cultivation was at the late foundation establishment stage. This kind of attack was extremely powerful. Although Ziming did not have any suitable soul arts, he had no choice but to make a move. As Ziming waved the bone staff in his hand, a pitch-black crack appeared in mid-air. A cold wind as strong as a flying sword blew out from within. Then, another 100 or so ghost heads rushed out from the crack. Together with the cold wind, they pounced on the iron corpse closest to Ziming. Moreover, Ziming's other hand didn't stop. He touched the brocade pouch at his waist and took out a pure white fingerbone that was over an inch long.
He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood essence on it.
The fingerbone was instantly covered in blood veins. Ziming didn't dare to be careless.
He muttered an incantation and threads of green light fell on the fingerbone. Woo! The cold wind blew on the divine guard in front of Ziming.
Layers of black light were produced from the top of the divine guard's head. The black light enveloped the cold wind. Under the pressure of the black light, the cold wind turned into a whirlwind that revolved around the divine guard. Looking at the divine guard's natural movements, it was obvious that the divine guard was very familiar with this action. There was no sluggishness in his movements. The 100 or so ghostly heads aggressively charged at the divine guard like a torrential flood. The divine guard stretched out his arms and slowly clenched them with his stiff hands.
As the black light flickered, the dozen or so ghostly heads in front of his arms immediately exploded.
Popping sounds could be heard as the ghostly heads turned into black gas. They let out ear-piercing screams.
Roar! The divine guard finally opened his mouth.
Under his pitch-black robe, he opened his mouth and swallowed all the black gas into his stomach. The remaining ghostly heads were thrown into disarray. They fled in all directions in panic. However, the divine guard beside them extended his hand and in just a few moments, the 100 or so ghostly heads were all swallowed up by a few divine guards. They were of no use at all.
Seeing this and sensing that there was no more spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the vicinity, Fairy Hongxia waved her hand.
The phoenix insignia streaked across the sky with a brilliant radiance. A cluster of 5 colors emerged from the phoenix insignia and enveloped Li Zongbao and the others in a brilliant radiance. When the 9 divine guards saw the multicolored brilliance of the phoenix token, it seemed as though they were afraid of the multicolored brilliance. They came to a halt and extended their hands. Black smoke emerged from their hands and shielded their bodies. The black radiance on their bodies flickered as though they were trying their best to resist the multicolored brilliance of the phoenix token. Ha! Ziming was a little surprised to see this. He sized up the phoenix insignia in Fairy Hongxia's hand with an odd expression. At this moment, the fingerbone in her hand was already surrounded by a green radiance. Ziming concentrated again and tossed the fingerbone in his hand. The fingerbone flew into the air and instantly turned into a dark green flying sword that pierced towards one of the divine guards. Roar! That divine guard was blocking Fairy Hongxia's phoenix insignia. When he saw the flying sword piercing towards him, he grabbed with his hand. A black stream of air appeared and blocked the flying sword. Then, the flying sword flew towards the divine guard's hand. Goo! Ziming's face was very calm. Suddenly, he spat out a green light from his mouth. It was a green light that looked like a green seal character. The green light flew forward faster than the flying sword and landed on the flying sword. With a boom, a green light that was slightly thicker than a thumb flew out from the flying sword and headed straight for the divine guard's head. With a muffled sound, the green light hit the divine guard's head. The black radiance and black aura around the divine guard's head dissipated into nothingness. A skull that looked like a skull was revealed from the black aura. Traces of green light tore at the skull and left large cracks on it.
Roar. The divine god that revealed his face let out a furious roar.
He bared his white teeth. Faint traces of black aura flowed out from his mouth and his lips turned scarlet.
Following the divine god's furious roar, traces of black aura flowed out from his face and rushed towards the wounds on his head.
In just a few moments, the wounds were healed. The green light was also driven away by the black aura and disappeared without a trace. Ziming's green soul tool fell into the divine guard's hand.
The divine guard's eyeless eyes looked at the soul tool in his hand.
He pushed it into his mouth.
With a crunching sound, the soul tool was chewed into pieces by the divine guard. Ziming narrowed her eyes and looked on expressionlessly.
This was what she had expected. As expected of the descendant of Divine Mother Peafowl. This five-colored radiance is really difficult to deal with. Ziyan's voice sounded from behind the divine guards. Divine Mother Peafowl?
Ziming frowned as though she had thought of something.
Fairy Hongxia was completely confused. However, do you think it's possible to escape from my hands with just this five-colored radiance? Ziming smiled coldly.
With a clap of his hand, a small wine cup flew into the air. Immediately, a foul stench of filth mixed with crimson-red light sprinkled onto the five-colored brilliance of the phoenix token. Squeak squeak. A series of noises came from the filth. The five-colored radiance immediately melted and rapidly shrank back into the phoenix token. This is the method of the demonic realm? Li Zongbao was stunned. Although there wasn't any demonic energy in the wine cup, the method of using filth to destroy a Dao sex treasure had always been the work of a demonic cultivator. Li Zongbao's suspicions had only just risen when the filth started to wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. The bloody stench turned into tentacles and grabbed at the group. Moreover, without the five-colored radiance blocking them, the 9 divine guards flew towards Fairy Hongxia and the others again. The cold aura of death firmly locked onto the 3 of them. It seemed as though the 3 of them were doomed. Xiao Hua's Soul Slayer Yuan Light was forcefully shot out and took the Soul Warrior's head by surprise. But before Xiao Hua could rejoice, a sense of foreboding rose up from the bottom of his heart. That was because the head of the Soul Warrior wasn't bleeding from the neck. Instead, it was bleeding from the neck. Following that, the headless body of the Soul Warrior started to shrink. Like a bubble that had no air, it deflated in an instant. Not good. Xiao Hua knew that he had been tricked. He hurriedly pointed at the sword gourd and was about to shoot out the Soul Slayer Yuan Light again when he heard a sneer coming from the headless neck. As the body shrunk, a dwarf with a head half a size smaller than an ordinary person's and a body smaller than an ordinary person's appeared in the air. This dwarf's face was very wretched and his 2 small eyes stared straight at Green Bean. Chapter 2878. I didn't expect you to have a sword. This is beyond this old man's expectations. The Soul Warrior clapped his hands and took out a palm-sized flag from the pouch at his waist. He coldly said, "If this old man didn't have a way to deal with you, I'm afraid I would have been defeated today." This voice was perfectly articulated, and it was the language of the 3 kingdoms. Go. Xiao Hua didn't waste time with him. The spirit-slaying light from the sword gourd flew out and twisted towards the Soul Warrior's head. Whoosh! The Soul Warrior wasn't afraid at all. He swung the flag in his hand and a black smoke appeared above his head. When the spirit-slaying light fell into it, it seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and couldn't move. Go to hell! The Soul Warrior's body flashed with green light. Following the Soul Warrior's roar, a green light rushed into the flag. The Soul Warrior's face immediately shrank as if he had used up his life essence. He seemed to have aged 10 years and his entire body was somewhat stooped. However, when the green light landed on the black flag, the black aura on the flag flourished. The corner of the flag swept towards Xiao Hua, and a faint, almost invisible black light flashed. Xiao Hua suddenly felt dizzy, and the world spun around him. His entire body was sluggish, and he was like a wooden person, standing in the air without feeling anything. Ha ha ha! Ziyan had been paying attention to this from a distance. When he saw Xiao Hua being restrained by the Soul Warrior and Red Dawn Fairy and the rest being torn apart by the Divine Guards, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. However, at this moment, the Spirit-Slaying Light and Spirit-Slaying Light that were previously taken into the Buddhist Association flew out from the mouth of the dumbstruck Xiao Hua. They hovered in front of Xiao Hua as if they were protecting their master.
This. The soul warrior was somewhat stunned. But he didn't stop. He waved the black flag in his hand and completely ignored the sword gourd and the flying sword. He attacked Xiao Hua. At this critical moment, the situation changed again. Damn it, who dares to fight in front of this old man's door and not say hello to this old man? Do you want to die? At this critical moment, the endless yellow sand under everyone's feet surged rapidly, and a huge whirlpool appeared from the yellow sand. Then, the yellow sand suddenly rose, and a figure of several tens of feet in size stood up from the yellow sand. An extremely hot aura swept through the surrounding space of several hundreds of feet. Ah! This figure appeared too abruptly. The spirit warrior could not help but stare blankly. When he saw the figure clearly, he could not help but cry out in alarm. He saw that this was a 3 zhang tall giant. Wasn't this the Hanba that Zi Yan had been chasing earlier? However, the current drought demon was different from before. After not seeing it for dozens of days, most of the red hair on its body had faded, leaving only less than an inch long covering its body. The phosphorescence on its red hair had also disappeared. Instead, its skin bulged like runes under the red hair. Furthermore, the red hair on Hanba's face had all faded away, revealing a large ferocious face. Its crimson eyes were glaring at the soul warrior with an ominous glint. Most importantly, Hanba's arms and legs were already moving freely. Although there was still a bit of stiffness, it was fundamentally different from before. Hanba's entire body was draped in a large animal skin that covered all of his private parts. A man wearing the uniform of the Shibai village was sitting on his broad shoulders. The man pointed his finger at the spirit warrior and spoke a few words in a resolute and decisive manner. Although his pronunciation was very obscure, the man's eyes were filled with anger. If it wasn't kill him, what else could it be? This man was the one that Hanba had kidnapped, Xiao Mao. Oh my god, Hanba's voice was very hoarse, even a bit rough. But this voice sounded very similar to what Xiao Mao had said. Immediately after, Hanba stretched out its large hand and grabbed at the soul warrior who was about to flee. A black aura surged around the soul warrior's body. The black light was also chaotic. The soul warrior hurriedly waved the black flag in his hand. The flag emitted a green light in an attempt to protect the soul warrior's body. But as soon as the green light entered the soul warrior's body, the soul warrior's body began to violently swell. With a pop sound, the soul warrior's body exploded from the inside out into a fine powder of flesh and blood. Then, Hidorigami waved its hand and the black flag fell into its hand. G. Hanba seemed to be asking Xiao Mao something. Xiao Mao looked worriedly at the dumbstruck Xiao Hua and then at the panicked Zi Yan. Impatiently, he said a few words. Hanba's appearance was very sudden. Killing the soul warrior was also very easy. Everything happened in the span of a few breaths. Zi Yan seemed to have yet to recover from his shock. Or perhaps, Zi Yan was really unwilling to let go of such a good opportunity to kill Zi Ming. He was somewhat hesitant in his heart as he pondered how to deal with it. Humph, as the saying goes, enemies meet on a narrow path. Ho Yen, we meet again. Xiao Mao flew up from Hanba's body. His body was also suffused with an indescribable hot aura. As he spoke, he waved his hand. What seemed like a flame, but also like a blood-red light. In short, a rapid splendor sprinkled down. It fell right below the wine goblet where there was a lot of filth. Tang! All the filth in the splendor actually flashed into threads of fire. These threads of fire strangely wrapped around the filth and in the blink of an eye, all the filth was burned away. Without the corrosion of the filth, the 5-colored splendor of the phoenix token shone brightly again. When Hanba appeared, the 9 divine guards were already somewhat alarmed and stopped in their tracks. However, under Zi Yan's command, they did not retreat. At this moment, the 5-colored splendor was so bright that the iron corpses could not help but retreat. They appeared to be scattered. Woo! At this moment, Hanba's figure flew up. The black flag in her hand suddenly exploded. Waves of black gas were emitted from within. Hanba breathed on the flag and all the black gas disappeared. All that was left in the black gas was a soul essence that looked like a bird. This bird was very strange. It actually had 3 legs. Following the appearance of the bird's soul essence, the dumbstruck Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if he had woken up from a dream. The dream executor and mountain splitter that were protecting him let out 2 joyful sword cries. Xiao Hua looked around. When he saw Hanba and Xiao Mao, a trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes.
When he saw the 9 divine guards surrounding Fairy Hong Xiao and the others, his gaze fell on the alarmed Zi Yan. Naturally, the smell of blood that entered his nose made him extremely fearful. He looked at Hanba, who had already thrown away the 3-legged bird's soul essence and flew towards Xiao Mao. Zi Yan was filled with regret. In the blink of an eye, the entire situation had been reversed. He really should have left the moment Hanba appeared. Big brother. Xiao Mao gave up on Zi Yan and turned his head to shout with concern. No worries. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Good. Xiao Mao's eyes flashed with ferocity. He coldly looked at Zi Yan and said, Ho Yan, hand over your life. As he spoke, Xiao Mao once again stretched out his hand and chanted in a low voice. His arm was like Hanba's grabbing hand. An indescribable palpitation and an uncontrollable explosion erupted from his blood. Damn it! How could Zi Yan not know that this was the power of the blood lineage of the great god Shibai's descendant? He hurriedly tapped the bone staff in his hand and a thick layer of darkness appeared around his body, firmly enveloping him. He then clapped his hands and the 9 divine guards howled and pounced towards Xiao Mao. Zi Yan then turned into a cloud of black smoke and fled into the distance. Roar! Hanba let out a furious roar. A torrential heat once again swept across the space of several dozen feet. In an instant, the death aura of the 9 iron corpses was swept away. The 9 iron corpses immediately panicked and fled in all directions like headless flies. You want to leave? How is this possible? Xiao Mao waved his hand and wanted to use the power of his blood lineage again. However, his face flashed with a green light and there was no movement. Clearly, he was not proficient in using the power of his blood lineage. Kaji. Xiao Mao saw that Zi Yan had already flown several dozen feet away and hurriedly gave out a few orders. Kaji. Hanba actually laughed. The ferocious expression on her face seemed to have turned pure and honest. She stretched out her hand that still had some red hair and a strange aura rushed out. Young Master Xiao. Have mercy. Zi Ming shouted. She was still unwilling to part with her family. Unfortunately, Xiao Mao did not know Zi Ming and did not even acknowledge her. Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua knew what Zi Ming was thinking and hurriedly called out. Unfortunately, it was already too late to send a message through words. With a muffled bang, a bloody light appeared again. The thick black aura around Zi Yan's body was unable to block Hanba's attack. After a few surges, it still exploded from the inside. However, Zi Yan was not that dwarf spirit warrior. He had the blood lineage of the great god Hutu, and was somewhat resistant to Hanba's attack. The right half of Zi Yan's body had exploded, but the left half of his body was still intact. Just in time, Xiao Mao also gave the order. Hanba retracted her hand and a resentful expression appeared on her ugly face. However, at this moment, just as Zi Ming was about to fly over, Zi Yan's body slightly swayed and disappeared from the sky. A concealment technique? Seeing this, Xiao Hua could not help but be alarmed. Without hesitation, he pointed his finger at the sword gourd and shouted, Quick! Following Xiao Hua's incantation, the soul-slaying Yuan light rushed out from the sword gourd and flew into the place where Zi Yan's body disappeared. Ah! A miserable scream came from not far away. Zi Yan's head and a bloody light appeared in the sky along with the scream. Young Master Xiao? Zi Ming turned pale with fright. His flying body unconsciously stopped in the sky and looked into the distance in a daze. However, right in front of Zi Ming's eyes, the moment all of Zi Yan's corpses fell from the sky, a pitch-black demonic shadow flew out from the corpses and fled into the distance in a panic. Demonic person. Zi Ming's eyes flashed with a fierce light. A kind of realization came from the bottom of his heart. All of his previous doubts had an explanation. Zi Ming's face was cold. He waved the bone staff in his hand and a black aura rushed out and trapped the demonic shadow.
Chapter 2879. I have a use for this. Xiao Hua indifferently said. Ziyi, can you capture this demon? Ever since he found out that Zi Ming was Ziyi, this was the first time Xiao Hua had called him Ziyi. Although it was a faint Ziyi, Zi Ming's heart immediately burned with passion. The familial love that Zi Yan had emptied earlier immediately overflowed again. No problem, fellow Xiao. Zi Ming faintly smiled. With a pat of his hand, he took out a round bone particle from the brocade pouch. This bone particle was sparkling and translucent. Go, Ziming lightly ordered. The bone particle flew into the black gas. With a wave of the bone staff in Ziming's hand, all the black gas surrounded the demon and fell into the bone particle like a whale swallowing water. The bone particle instantly turned black. Within the silky black gas, one could occasionally see a malevolent demon wandering within. I'll give this to fellow Xiao. Ziming pointed his hand and the bone particle flew in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked and shook his head. This Ziyan must have been possessed by the demon. This involves the secrets of the Back Earth stronghold. It seems to be more useful to Ziyi, right? Who knew that Ziming actually laughed and said, I already know what I want to know. What I don't know, I also don't want to know. If fellow Xiao discovers something and feels that you can tell me, then it won't be too late to tell me. I'm afraid that if I listen to this demon's words, I'll treat everyone in the Back Earth stronghold as enemies. Rather than that, it's better not to investigate. Good. Xiao Hua laughed. Ziyi is indeed wise. AI. There's no other reason. Ziming sighed. I'm afraid of losing my family. Then, Ziming flew to the place where Ziyan's corpse fell and collected it. He then took the brocade pouch and found the soul weapon that controlled the 9 divine guards. He gathered the 9 divine guards around him. As for the soul warriors that Ziyan brought, they had already fled in panic. Ziming was too lazy to pay attention to them. On the other hand, Xiao Hua first looked around.
With a glance, he saw the blood-stained ground, the brocade pouch, and the faint 3-legged bird's soul floating in the air.
Big brother wants this. Xiao Hua waved his hand and the brocade pouch fell into his hand. The 3-legged bird's soul was also stored into the space. All right. Xiao Mao looked at Xiao Hua with a smile. Being able to help Xiao Hua and save him, Xiao Mao finally had some confidence in his heart. Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao kept their magical treasures and flew over as well. They looked at Xiao Mao and Hanba curiously. They were curious about Xiao Mao's situation. Xiao Mao looked at everyone's gazes and could only explain the ins and outs of the matter. In fact, it was more or less the same as Xiao Hua and the others' guesses. This Hitorigami was the bloodline of great god Shibai. Due to the drought, it had inherited some of great god Shibai's divine abilities. However, it was born with red hair. In order to return to the appearance of an ordinary person, it still needed the pure bloodline of great god Shibai. And Xiao Mao was precisely what Hanba coveted. How could he not kidnap Xiao Mao when he saw him? However, although the drought demon was a ferocious creature, it still respected the bloodline of the great god, Shibai. In particular, Xiao Mao's bloodline was exceptionally pure. It was extremely useful to Hanba. After Hanba used its innate divine ability to absorb Xiao Mao's blood essence, not only did its red hair disappear, even its speech and actions had undergone a fundamental change. This made Hanba view Xiao Mao as a celestial being. Furthermore, after dozens of days of simple guidance, Xiao Mao had already gained a rough understanding of the power of bloodline. He was able to use his own bloodline to execute the blood-soul explosion technique. This made Hanba admire him even more. Xiao Mao naturally knew that his disappearance would cause Xiao Hua to search for him. The moment Hitorigami achieved some success in refining the blood essence, he urged Hitorigami to bring him out to search for Xiao Hua and the others. Coincidentally, the direction that Ziming escaped in was exactly where Hitorigami was hiding. Just as Xiao Hua was being restrained by the soul warrior using a mysterious black aura, Fairy Hong Xia and the others were being trapped by the 9 divine guards. Xiao Mao brought Hitorigami out in the nick of time and reversed the situation in one fell swoop. After Xiao Mao finished his simple explanation, everyone felt relieved. In this mysterious Million Meng Mountains, even Xiao Hua himself would find it difficult to protect himself. Now, Hanba had appeared beside Xiao Mao. This was a ferocious creature that even the 9 divine guards were afraid of. The soul warrior who easily defeated Xiao Hua was killed by Hanba's claw. This was even more powerful than a nascent soul cultivator. However, Xiao Mao smiled bitterly and said, "It's a pity that Hanba has just refined some of my blood essence. It can't stay outside for too long. When it completely refines the blood essence and comes out from underground, there won't be such a big commotion. After all, it's inconvenient for it to follow us." Xiao Hua and the rest nodded slightly. What Xiao Mao said was extremely correct. Although the dried-up aura of the drought demon had been restrained a lot when it came out, this kind of aura still had an effect on the weather and the grains. If it could be retracted freely, that would be great. But, big brother, you don't have to worry. Hanba's flying speed is very fast.
Although the million Meng mountains are big, if little brother is in danger, it can still rush over. Xiao Mao continued to explain, moreover, according to Hidorigami, it should be able to travel underground and follow us from afar.
Good.
Xiao Hua clapped his hands and looked at the unusually hot weather. He said, "Then let it go and cultivate. When it succeeds, I'll come and help you."
Yes. Xiao Mao nodded and gave a few orders.
Hanba responded with a stutter and jumped into the yellow sand, disappearing in the blink of an eye.
Big brother, where are we going now?
Xiao Mao looked at Ziming and asked, "Who is this lady?"
Greetings, Mr. Xiao Mao.
Ziming already knew Xiao Mao's identity. He knew that in the future, he might be the nobleman of Xueqi village, or even the elder Wu. Therefore, he quickly came over and greeted him. Xiao Hua hurriedly introduced them to each other and roughly explained the situation of the two people. Xiao Mao also came to a realization and greeted Ziming again. The two of them already understood the importance of each other. One was Xiao Hua's little brother, the other was Xiao Hua's best friend, so the two of them weren't too distant.
Xiao Mao Ziyi.
Xiao Hua looked at both of them and said solemnly, "One of you might be the elder Wu of Xueqi village, and the other might be Ji-man of Huta village. Both of you are people with great power. How you govern your people, I don't care. Even if you attack Huan country, Shi country, Meng country, or Shi country for the benefit of your two villages, and for the benefit of millions of Meng Mountains natives, I don't care. After all, in the future, you won't be alone. You will represent all kinds of benefits. If you don't do it, the tens of thousands of people under your command won't agree. But, I hope that before you succeed, you must work together and trust each other. After you succeed, you must prioritize the livelihood of the people under the heavens. Don't do too many things that go against the harmony of the heavens."
He, fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed a Taoist.
Ziming said with a smile. "My Huta village and Xueqi village have always been on good terms. We even have good relations with the other shaman villages in Meng Mountains. Although there would usually be some conflicts between them, it would never escalate to the point where they would fight each other. As for Huan country, Meng country, Shi country, and Lian country, to be honest, we soul warriors don't care about them. The conflict between Xueqi Mountain and the sword cultivators was previously due to the greed of the elder Wu of some shaman villages for the sword cultivators' swords. Now, it's because of the astronomical phenomenon. If Taoist Xiao can solve the problem of the millet seed, all of these won't be a problem."
Miss
Ziming's words are the thoughts of millions of Meng Mountains natives. Xiao Mao said with a smile, "It's not like Big Brother doesn't know what kind of person I am. Other than hating some cultivators to the bone, I still have a lot of feelings for the three countries of cultivation. It's unlikely that I will lead soul warriors to attack the three countries' territories, right?"
People in Jianghu have no choice.
Xiao Hua smiled faintly and said softly, "There's no need to make any promises. Just accept the kindness in your heart."
Jianghu? Ziming was slightly stunned.
Xiao Mao asked curiously, "Big brother, why do you call Miss Ming Ziyi?"
Sigh, it's a long story.
Ziming looked at Xiao Mao and then looked into the distance and sighed. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, can we go to Huta village now? What I have promised you, and what I have to do, cannot be delayed any longer. As for Xiao Mao's matter, it will probably take at least half a year. There won't be any results."
Hutu village?
Xiao Mao thought for a moment and nodded slightly. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, "I can also go and pay a visit to the seniors of Huta village. Maybe I can gain something." "Let's go," Xiao Hua waved his hand and smiled. "Senior brother Li, I'll have to trouble you." "No problem." Although Li Zongbao's face was calm, ripples were forming in his heart. As his state of mind left the treasured mirror of separation, a touch of red flashed in his eyes. Xiao Hua was facing Li Zongbao and saw it immediately. He hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Senior brother, when you used the immortal slaughtering whip just now, how did it feel?" "No problem." Li Zongbao still replied indifferently. Xiao Hua was a little apologetic and said, "Previously in the soul refining cave, Master Qin Qin already told me that there were some problems with Senior Brother's immortal slaughtering whip. It's all because Junior Brother just learned the refining method and wanted to show off a little. I originally wanted to give Senior Brother a defensive weapon, But I overreached myself and caused senior brother such a big trouble. Now that junior brother has a way to remedy it, senior brother shouldn't use the immortal slaughtering whip before I can remedy it. Although Li Zongbao wasn't too clear about the consequences of this matter, how could he not know when he was deeply hurt? However, he still replied, "No problem, it's better to be alive than to die."
You can slowly think of a way? Oh, do you want to take the immortal slaughtering whip first? That's not necessary. Xiao Hua only thought that this spiritual weapon needed to be nourished, especially since Li Zongbao's cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage.
Once he cultivated to the nascent soul stage and spent enough time with the immortal slaughtering whip, the power of the spiritual weapon would definitely be greater.
Okay, Li Zongbao didn't waste any more time. He clapped his hand and took out the flowing cloud flying boat. As before, he activated it and took everyone into the sky, flying towards the northwest. Chapter 2880.
The flying boat had only flown for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, and Ziming had already finished dealing with his matters.
He straightened his clothes, walked in front of Xiao Hua, and bowed. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I concealed my identity from fellow Taoist. Please forgive me." Xiao Hua wanted to comprehend the things left by Master Qin Qin, but he couldn't open the brocade pouch. He knew that Ziming must have the soul awareness technique, so he waited for her to speak. Now that Ziming was serious about this matter, he hurriedly got up and helped Ziming up. "Ziyi, you and I are two people in the same world. We're like birds of a feather and we're close friends. You didn't ask me where I'm from and I don't want to know your background. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. I only know that you're the Ziyi who walked in the snow with me in Sky Patrol City." When Fairy Hong Xia heard these words, her lips curled into a faint smile. "Good. I like fellow Taoists' magnanimity and sincerity." Joy appeared on Ziming's face as he said with a smile, "I was originally prepared to return to the Huta village this time. From then on, I would no longer need the identity of Zai. However, since there is Taoist Master Xiao in this world, why can't there be Zai in this world? Ziyi will only appear in front of Master Xiao in the future." "Good," Xiao Hua nodded. "Nothingness will always be nothingness. There will always be a time when it will be exposed. It is better to let the truth return to the truth and let the falsehood go with the wind. Alas, although I know it is false, I still care about it." As Ziming spoke, he clapped his hands and took out the repaired soul-losing lamp. "What I told fellow cultivator Xiao and the others in front of Master Qin Qin is the truth. This lowly one doesn't dare to hide anything from everyone. It's just that these things happened decades ago." Then, Ziming looked up into the distance. In front of the northwest, the sky was blue and white clouds were faintly discernible. It was as if the worry in her heart could not be dispelled. This concubine remembers it very clearly. Ever since we obtained the soulfall lamp and discovered that it was damaged, this concubine and Zai tried our best to find a way to light it up. At that time, the two of us were extremely naive. We thought that the reason the soulfall lamp was damaged for thousands of years without anyone noticing was because it could be lit up. As long as we lit up the lamp, there would be no fight for the heir of the Hutu stockade. And Ziyi did as I said. He swore that he would not compete with me for the position of G-Man. Unfortunately, the soul-losing lamp is the inherited soul treasure of the Hutu stockade. We racked our brains. Not only did we read the Magus code of the Hutu stockade, but we also read all the Magus code of our people. We used all kinds of soul techniques, but we still couldn't light up the lamp. Later, we had no other choice but to visit Master Qin Qin Qin. Of course, the first time Master we returned. But on the way back, Ziyi got a broken Magus code by chance. It was the Magus code of an ancient Magus stockade that had fallen. Ziyi read it and found that there was a secret method to light up the soul-losing lamp with souls. Ziyi was overjoyed. He immediately gave the code to me. I was also overjoyed. I thought that the great Hutu stockade had opened his eyes and saw our hardships, so he gave us the method. So before we returned to the Hutu stockade, I started to cultivate it. That mystic art is very difficult to understand, and it is also very strange. Although I have been comprehending and cultivating it all the way, it took me another 2 years to master it after I returned to the shaman village. So I called Ziyi. The two of us stayed in the ancestral hall and tried to light up the soul-losing lamp. I remember clearly that it was a night of 1.5 months. The ancestral hall was very quiet, and only the faint moonlight covered the ground. Just as this concubine's heart was filled with apprehension and confidence, she used a secret technique to light up the soul-falling lamp with her soul flame. However, the soul-falling lamp suddenly changed. The lamp's flame flickered and then went out. Seeing the soul-losing lamp go out, my heart turned cold. The soul-losing lamp lights the soul. When the lamp goes out, the soul will fall to the ground. I didn't use the soul-losing lamp to kill other people's souls. So, what the soul-losing lamp fell to was naturally my own soul. But right at that moment, Zai suddenly waved his bone staff, and in that critical moment, he used the peach zombie replacement technique to place his soul in front of mine. His soul was extinguished by the soul-falling lamp, and I managed to escape with my life. Later, I found out that the peach zombie replacement technique was also a secret method in the Magus Code. However, I didn't pay much attention to it. Ziyi, on the other hand, had been paying attention to it. He had been cultivating it when I was learning it. No wonder he disappeared when I returned to the Hutu stockade to learn the secret method. I was careless. I didn't expect Ziyi to care so much about me. Although it was decades ago, Ziming still had tears in her eyes when she talked about it. Everything seemed to have happened just yesterday. Say. Xiaohua heard this and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He knew that the brother and sister were twins. Their hearts were connected. The brother gave up his life for the sister, and the sister was willing to use her life to redeem her brother's life. It happened too suddenly. I didn't have time to react. Ziye's soul had already fallen into the soul-losing lamp. I could still see a smile and a hint of encouragement on Ziye's face when he fell. After feeling sad for a while, Ziming continued. Then, I performed the secret method again, wanting to light up the soul-losing lamp. But, at that moment, a thunderclap came from the sky. A sacred beast that hadn't appeared for hundreds of thousands of years landed near the ancestral shrine of the Hutu stockade. It disrupted my plan. Sacred beast? This was the second time Xiaohua heard Ziming mention a sacred beast. However, he wasn't interested in the sacred beast of the Hutu stockade. He only raised his eyebrows and listened patiently. The sacred beast's descent caused too much of a commotion. Ji-Man and Elder Wu were both alarmed. Almost all the elders of the stockade gathered in the ancestral shrine. Ziming's eyes flashed with a strange light. The matter between me and Ziyi was originally impossible to keep a secret. However, coincidentally, the sacred beast's body was unwell. Moreover, I was the first to see the sacred beast. So, I used Ziye's name to take care of the sacred beast. Moreover, I used the sacred beast's name to hide the fact that Ziyi had returned to the Hutu great god's embrace. Then, I disguised myself as two people. When Ziming appeared, Ziyi stayed in the ancestral shrine. When Ziyi appeared, Ziming stayed in the ancestral shrine. Fortunately, the sacred beast borrowed the power of the Hutu great god's bloodline and allowed me to understand its meaning. I gave out orders for it, and no one noticed anything unusual. Of course, as time passed, Ji-Man seemed to have noticed something. However, she only probed with her words and didn't ask much. She was probably afraid that if Ziyi went, the descendants of the Hutu stockade would have a grudge against each other. However, she was wrong. Ziyen was taken advantage of by a demon and his soul was invaded. Alas, the blood-refining technique of the demon is quite similar to the bloodline power of our Meng Mountains. Even the ghost-controlling technique is similar. If it wasn't for today's situation, it would be really hard to find out. Ziming sighed. It seems that our Meng Mountains is no longer a paradise. Hearing this, Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out the bone from the space. He handed it to Ziming without hesitation and said, Ziyi, I wanted to get some information from this demon's soul. But now, it seems that your Hutu stockade and your million Meng Mountains are more urgent. I'll leave this to you. There's no need for that. Ziming waved his hand and said, not to mention the demon, even swordsmen and cultivators have their eyes on our Meng Mountains shaman stockade. However, after so many years, the descendants of the 12 great gods of Meng Mountains are still standing. How can those petty tricks succeed? Fellow Taoist Xiao, you have a use for this item. You should take it. If it was any other time, Xiaohua would take it. But now, he smiled and said, Ziyi, although you're afraid of getting information you don't want to know from this demon's mouth. But don't you think you're running away? Everything already exists and has already happened. If you don't face it, how can you succeed? Just like how you want to help Ziyi come back to life. Although this road is long and endless, you're still looking for it. This kind of determination to face it head-on really makes me admire you. Don't you think that if you can do such a difficult thing, why do you not dare to do these things in front of you? Ziming heard Xiaohua call him Ziyi and thought in his heart. He nodded slightly and reached out his hand to take the bone. He forced a smile and said, I know. I will definitely return my Meng Mountains a clear and bright Hutu village. Then he cupped his hands toward Xiao Mao and said, if there's anyone who needs young Master Zhao's help, please don't hesitate to help. Well said. Xiao Mao returned the greeting. Helping Miss is helping myself. Xiao Mao is very clear about this. Seeing Ziming take the bone, Xiaohua was relieved. He smiled and said, Ziyi, I heard that the soul sense of your Million Meng Mountain soul cultivator is very good. Can you let me see how you temper it? Soul sense? Ziming was stunned. That's what I can temper after cultivating for 9 days. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Is it useful? Hee hee. Xiaohua laughed with deep meaning. I'm curious about everything. If there's nothing special about this tempering method, can you let me take a look? Naturally, there's nothing to hide. Ziming reached out and took out a white bone-like item from the brocade bag. He said with some confusion, this is the bone used in my Meng Mountains records. But it seems like this item can only be inspected with soul sense. Hee hee, then I'll have to trouble you, Ziyi. Xiaohua blinked his eyes. Alright. Ziming understood Xiaohua's meaning. He spent several days to write down the tempering method on a jade slip and gave it to Xiaohua. While he was at it, Ziming also gave Xiaohua some records of other soul techniques. He even gave the bone that recorded the Million Meng Mountains characters to Xiaohua. Of course, these soul techniques were all extremely simple. Ziming didn't dare to overstep Grand Shaman's authority on high-level soul techniques. Chapter 2881. When Xiaohua was satisfied and went to look at the method of tempering his soul, Li Zongbao probed from the side. Miss Ziming, I have a question I want to ask. Please ask, young Master Li. Ziming replied politely. Is Zai's body also intact? Otherwise, even if you can use the soul-falling lamp to revive Zai. Li Zongbao's tone was conflicted. Clearly, he already had a knot in his heart. Because of his own cowardice, he didn't tell the Kai family of Luyang about Kai Zhuaxia's corpse, which should have long turned into white bones. Young Master Li is right. Ziming nodded slightly. My Meng Mountain specializes in soul techniques, so I'm not unfamiliar with this. When the sacred beast came to the world, I had already made preparations. I'm confident that Zai's corpse won't change even after 1,000 years. Li Zongbao's heart was filled with mixed feelings. His faint regret was self-evident. Even Fairy Hong Xia felt somewhat miserable. After all, the Kai family of Luyang was just a small cultivator family. They probably didn't have the ability to protect Kai Zhuaxia's corpse. The road to Hutu stronghold was actually very long. It was so long that it exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. The flowing cloud airship flew for dozens of days. During this time, Xiaohua naturally tempered his soul tempering. He also knew that the brocade pouch on the waist of a soul warrior was called a soul nest. It was used to store things and soul beasts. It was more useful than a cultivator's storage pouch. Or rather, it was a combination of a storage pouch and a spirit storage pouch. Dozens of days wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Although Xiaohua's soul tempering was still very weak, opening the soul nest was no problem. When he saw the things Master Qin left in the soul nest, he felt even more emotional. This was the legacy of a master refiner, a legacy that could be passed down. Inside, besides bones, soul tools and so on, there were also some materials for refining. These materials were all strange, causing Xiaohua to be confused. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that there were many jade slips, sword slips, and other items in the soul nest. They must have been collected by Master Qin over many years. When Xiaohua picked up the topmost jade slip and looked at it casually, he couldn't help but be stunned. This jade slip was actually written for him. Taoist Master Xiao, if you see this jade slip, then
This old man must have already faced the tribulation. Hiss, Xiaohua only glanced at it, but he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He thought to himself, sure enough, Master Qin Qin already knows that she's going to die. Then, Xiaohua impatiently looked down. Although I don't know when you'll see this jade slip, but I think you've already left Meng Mountains. Meng Mountains was the place where the old were born and raised, but at the same time, it was also the place where the old were buried. She is the home of a soul warrior like me. It is indeed not a place where cultivators and swordsmen like you can enter. Reverend Zhao's arrival in Meng Mountains was arranged by Hutu, the great divinity. She arranged for Reverend Zhao to save the billions of people in Meng Mountains, and also to ensure that my legacy can be passed on better. This jade slip was written after I parted ways with the Taoist. I walked for half a night in the valley, sighing as I looked at the moon and recalled the past hundreds of years of my life. Throughout my life, I've always been thinking for others, but rarely for myself. As long as I could make friends with people, regardless of whether they were soul warriors, swordsmen or cultivators, I would treat them all equally, never discriminating against them. But why did the great divinity treat me so cruelly? After thinking for half a night, I suddenly realized that unless a person's divine ability reached great success, his spiritual source could reach the heavens, and his soul could become a god, he would eventually return to the embrace of the great divinity. The great divinity, cared for me so much that she sent Reverend Zhao from tens of thousands of miles away to the soul-refining cave to remind me and enlighten me. What else can I complain about? I've devoted my life to the art of artifact crafting, and my heart is for the people of Meng Mountains. My life's work is to be passed on. However, since none of my disciples survived, Taoist Master Zhao must be the only one who passed on this useless legacy of mine to others. Therefore, I've entrusted everything to Reverend Zhao, hoping that Reverend Zhao can find one person in this world. I don't need to say much about this person's potential, but I have one request, which is to treat people with kindness, even if they are soul beasts and spirit birds. Besides, my master is from Meng Mountains. Although I can pass on my legacy to Meng Mountains, my bones. Sigh, I've said too much again. How could Reverend Zhao bring my bones with him? How about this? I've left a keepsake, which was given to me by my master. That place is in Meng Mountains, and I can't go back in this life. If Reverend Zhao wants to pass on your legacy to someone else, then let that person bring my keepsake to my master. Say, I've always been thinking, where should I go? But now that I know, my heart is in a mess. Even if I don't understand the meaning of the great divinity, could she be giving me some pointers? Say. Anyway, I'll leave my words here. At this point, the jade slip stopped abruptly, as if Master Naiqin's heart was in a mess and she couldn't write any more words. Strange. Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense and frowned. He really couldn't understand why he had become Master Naiqin's disciple. But when he thought about Master Naiqin, Qing Ming, and the others, weren't they all recorded in the jade slip? None of them survived? But, how could Master Naiqin know something that even he didn't know? Moreover, Master Naiqin's jade slip didn't mention how she knew it, and how he told her. From the jade slip, it seemed that Master Naiqin was struggling. She didn't want to give up, and the soul nest was just one of her solutions. Presumably, the reason why she ordered her disciples to pack up the things on the reception platform was also her last resistance before she died, right? Unfortunately, the ending was just like what the jade slip said. None of them could escape from Master Naiqin's premonition. Ziyan is too insidious. Xiaohua thought coldly. He ordered the 9 divine guards to attack Master Naiqin in order to kill Ziyi and take away the soul-falling lamp. Who would have thought that we would leave in advance, and they wouldn't be able to catch up with us? When they turned around and caught up with us, we had to change our direction, and that was why we had to urgently surround them. Fortunately, Xiao Mao and Hanba appeared in time, and killed them. Worshipping the night. Perhaps the death of a benevolent person like Master Naiqin made Huta God shed tears. Xiaohua sighed, put the jade slip and soul nest into his space, and stood up from the flowing cloud flying boat. At this moment, Zi Ming and Xiao Mao were together. Both of them were heirs of the Wu village and had to face enemies. It was necessary for them to discuss some things. Fairy Hongxia had been worried about Xiaohua. When she saw Xiaohua stand up, she walked over from Li Zongbao's side and said softly, Xiaohua, Hongxia. Xiaohua rarely called Fairy Hongxia by her name. At this moment, with a smile in his eyes, he reached out and held her hand.
Has your divine sense recovered? Fairy Hongxia enjoyed the warmth of Xiaohua's hand. That kind of warmth was a kind of mental support. It's still early. Xiaohua shook his head slightly, but with the soul consciousness tempering technique, it will be of some help. Xiaohua's words had a double meaning. Fairy Hongxia smiled. It was rare for Xiaohua to tell her the secret of the soul technique he knew. Then, Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked outside the flying boat. The vast land was yellow and not the usual lush green and vitality. However, Xiaohua pointed his finger and said, although the millions of Meng mountains are dry, compared to the situation of Meng Kingdom, it is worse. But now, Meng Kingdom has gradually overcome the crisis and is gradually recovering.
Perhaps in 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years sooner or later, they will return to us a vigorous cultivation country.
As for this place, as long as it exists, there is hope. As long as there is hope, there is a direction to work hard. How can a soul warrior who abandoned millions of Meng mountains become a soul warrior? The soul warriors who merged with Huan Kingdom and the cultivation country have already abandoned their roots. Although there is hope for survival, this hope has already deviated and is no longer the hope of a soul warrior.
Yes, what Xiaohua said is very true.
Fairy Hongxia nodded. As long as a person is alive, there is hope. No matter what difficulties, no matter what dangers, we cannot give up on this final defense. We cannot give up on the life that gives birth to hope. Yes, even Master Qin, at the last moment, still wanted to struggle. Xiaohua said with emotion. Unexpectedly, the corner of Fairy Hongxia's mouth raised slightly and she transmitted her voice. Master Qin's reputation is very good. There must be a lot of good things in his valley. You searched it once. Don't tell me you didn't find anything? Besides, that Ziming didn't find any storage bags from Master Qin's corpse. Don't tell me you don't know anything. Sigh. Nothing knows a husband better than a wife. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Fairy Hongxia's favorable impression of Master Qin was obviously much worse than Xiaohua's. She didn't seem to understand Master Qin's realm at all. However, this couldn't be blamed on her. When Xiaohua first met Master Qin, he didn't have a good expression on his face and even spoke some strange words. If not for Master Qin's request, if not for knowing some secrets, how could Xiaohua be convinced by Master Qin? Hee, nothing to say now, right? Fairy Hongxia smiled. That friend of yours, Zai, is quite assured of you and didn't ask a single question. Really? You should keep the goodies within the family. Hee. Xiaohua could only smile bitterly. You should never guess the heart of a female cultivator. By the way, my wife, why did that demon say you're the descendant of Divine Mother Peacock? What's going on? Xiaohua frowned and suddenly asked. Che, Fairy Hongxia snorted through her nose. How would I know that? I'm just a descendant of a branch of the Kai clan. I came to the ancestral shrine of millions of Meng mountains with the help of my master. How would I know about this so-called descendant of Divine Mother Peacock? Chapter 2882. But you are now the successor of the Phoenix token, the successor of the ancient Phoenix. Xiaohua saw that he had successfully changed the topic, so he said earnestly, you have to know. Think about it. Isn't it strange that your Kai clan's ancestral temple is in the millions of Meng mountains? Sigh, there must be a path in front of the mountain. Fairy Hongxia sighed. There are too many secrets in this world, I don't want to know too much. To be able to protect my husband and accompany my husband to roam the Xiaoyu continent is enough for me to live a happy life. Xiaohua smiled. His heart was filled with sweetness. This small wish. He would be able to satisfy Fairy Hongxia. Husband. Fairy Hongxia's head tilted in front of Xiaohua's chest. Although her figure was slender, standing beside Xiaohua, she could only touch his chest. What's wrong? Xiaohua replied in a low voice. Under the flying boat, there are hundreds of starving natives. Fairy Hongxia hesitated for a moment, then said, along the way, I have seen at least 10,000 people. I saw that you were repairing your spiritual sense, so I did not dare to disturb you, but there are too many dead people. I have not seen cannibalism before, but I have also seen it. That seed of yours. Is it useful? 10,000 people? Xiaohua's heart trembled. Yes, 10,000 people,
although these lives belonged to the natives and had nothing to do with Xiaohua, but Xiaohua could not help but feel heartache. As for Fairy Hong Xia, she could ignore the death of Grandmaster Qin Qin, Qing Ming, and dozens of others. However, when she saw tens of thousands of people starving to death, Fairy Hong Xia could not help but remind Xiaohua of this. Senior Brother Li, stop the flying boat. Xiaohua ordered without hesitation. Poor Li Zongbao. He was a famous cultivator in the Sword Dao battle. He was also known as the #1 late Foundation establishment cultivator under the Golden Core stage. Now, he was only reduced to being in charge of the Flowing Cloud flying ship. Moreover, after hearing Xiaohua's orders, Li Zongbao naturally stopped. The flying ship slowly descended and stopped on a gentle slope. Big brother. Xiao Mao left Zi Ming and ran over. Is there anything strange? No. Xiaohua jumped down from the flying boat and jumped in front of the few starving natives. Using his weak soul sense, Xiaohua already understood that these natives were really starving to death. They were not like Xueqi who fainted from hunger. These natives, are they the people of Hotu village or the people of Shibai village? Xiaohua asked in a deep voice. Look here. Zi Ming pointed at the Aborigines' chest and said, if you have the soul pattern of great god Shibai or the sacred beast of Shibai village, then you are a citizen of Shibai village. Zi Ming was pointing at two curved green snakes with frightening mouths and long tongues. Needless to say, they were the two snakes on god Shibai's ears. They should be the people of Shibai village. Xiao Mao bit his lips and said, Sigh, I've been watching for dozens of days. What do you think? Xiaohua ignored Xiao Mao's explanation. However, Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. Big brother, what can I do? Although I have just grasped the power of the bloodline, I am still very far away from mastering it. Even Hanba is still far away from being able to control the weather. At this point, Xiao Mao's eyes suddenly lit up and he said happily, could it be? Big brother still has a lot of millet seeds? Sigh, naturally not a lot. Xiaohua sighed. However, if I see these natives starve to death one by one, I can't bear it. If you don't have a lot of millet seeds, then you can only bear the pain. Zi Ming said from the side, in order to save more people, the millet seeds must not be wasted. During this period of time, Xiaohua had been harvesting the millet seeds in his space. His primordial spirit was already very nimble and was no different from an ordinary person. However, because he had been working all along, Xiaohua did not try to use his primordial spirit to cast any spells. Since he already had enough millet seeds, Xiaohua decided to use them to solve his urgent need. Let's do some things along the way. Xiaohua took out a storage pouch and said, Big brother has a plan in mind and will keep some. All right. Xiao Mao took it and looked at Zi Ming. Miss Zi Ming. Let's go together. Together? Zi Ming did not understand. Hee. There is no need to deliberately sow seeds. Xiaohua believed in the survival ability of these millet seeds. He chuckled and threw 100 millet seeds on the dry land. Fellow Taoist Xiao, isn't it too wasteful? Zi Ming looked at the millet seeds with some heartache. Sigh, we can only do this. Xiaohua sighed. Even if someone comes and picks up these millet seeds, they can still live. All right, I understand. Zi Ming understood Xiaohua's painstaking efforts. However, Xiao Mao was a bit hesitant. Such actions, I'm afraid no one will know that it is Taoist Zhao's doing. Haha, the heavens are watching what people do. Xiaohua laughed loudly. Human life is the most important. In this situation, this Xiao still thinks of false reputation. How would I dare to call myself Taoist Xiao? Hee, Xiao Mao Zi Ming. I'm afraid it is not suitable for you to say that these millet seeds were obtained from Taoist Xiao. Fairy Hong Xia said with a light laugh. That's right. Zi Ming nodded. If the people of Hutu Stronghold know that these are the millet seeds of a cultivator, I'm afraid there will be great waves. But the people of Bailu Stronghold probably already know by now, right? Xiao Mao immediately understood. Bailu Stronghold's elder Wu won't be so rash. Zi Ming smiled. Young Master Xiao, please rest assured. At this moment, Xiaohua also understood. Even if he sent these millet seeds to Hutu Stronghold and Shibai Stronghold's elder Wu and Ji Man, they would probably have to consider it. The impact of this would be too far-reaching. Using a cultivator's millet seeds to save the people of the 12 great gods, this plan would definitely become one of the countless secrets in Meng Mountains. People always think too much and think too much for themselves. Xiao Hua was helpless. He didn't want to be the Fortune Gate's gatemaster because of this reason. A person's heart was big enough to accommodate the world. Instead of scheming against others, it was better to take a step back and wander freely in the sky.
I can only wrong Big Brother. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. What's wrong with me?
Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and said, both of them were picked up. This merit was also given to me by Hutu Great God and Shi by Great God, so why can't I give it to them?
Actually, Big Brother can also help? Xiao Mao said with a smile. Those talismans that can make rain are excellent. They even have the ability to restrain the power of this little brother's bloodline.
Big Brother can refine more of them and make the people of Meng Mountains see you as a god.
Io, not bad. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and suddenly understood.
During this period of time, he had been thinking about tempering his soul sense, Li Zongbao's injuries, and his own divine sense. He had forgotten his original intention when he first met Grandmaster Qin Qin. Using soul power to enunciate the Green Seal characters, that was the true art of moving clouds and summoning rain. But that's using life essence, which is the life essence of the body and the lifespan as the price.
Xiao Hua was a little hesitant.
Thinking of this, Xiao Hua raised his head and asked, Zai, I remember giving you 4 rejuvenation pills that day. Do you still have any on you?
Yes.
Zai did not hesitate to clap his hands and took out a jade box. I gave 1 to Elder Wu, 1 for myself, and 1 for Grandmaster Qin Qin.
I still have 1 left. Oh? Is this for G-Man?
Xiao Hua was a little surprised. If it's related to Zai's future. At this point, Fairy Hong Xia touched Xiao Hua with her hand, as if to remind Xiao Hua of something. Seeing this, Zi Ming said generously, if G-Man takes the rejuvenation pill, how can I covet G-Man's position?
This one is for Zai.
Xiao Hua immediately understood, but he was a little confused and asked, Zai, G-Man isn't your, haha, this G-Man is not the G-Man from before. At this point, Zi Ming didn't explain any further.
Oh, so it's like that.
Xiao Hua immediately understood why Hutu's stronghold had a fight for the air. However, at this point, everyone's eyes flashed with a kind of understanding, and Fairy Hong Xia almost shouted, Sister. That Grandmaster Qin Qin's rejuvenation pill. That's right. Zi Ming's eyes flashed with resentment. Grandmaster Qin Qin must have been harmed by Zi Yan. This concubine presented the rejuvenation pill in front of Elder Wu and G-Man, stating that there was only 1 of it and that G-Man could not obtain it.
Naturally, she would have some complaints.
Although she did not say anything on the surface and even praised this concubine does not know what she ordered Zi Yan to do. Grandmaster Qin Qin's rejuvenation pill must have been sent back to Hutu's stronghold immediately after Zi Yan obtained it.
Forget it.
Xiao Hua heard this and waved his hand. This item is Zai's. You can keep it for now. If I need it before refining it, I will borrow it first, otherwise I will not ask for it again.
Okay.
Zi Ming and Xiao Hua did not hesitate, and with a flip of their hands, they kept the rejuvenation pill in their soul nest. Next, the flying boat rose into the sky again, but the flying speed was slowed down. In addition to Li Zongbao driving the flying boat, Xiao Mao, Zi Ming, and Fairy Hong Xia all released their spirit sense, and whenever they saw natives or shaman strongholds, the 3 of them would send out the seeds. Naturally, if it was the people of Shi by stronghold, Xiao Mao would appear, and if it was the people of Hutu stronghold, Zi Ming would appear. As for Xiao Hua, he just sat cross-legged in a corner of the flying boat, and released his spirit sense, looking for soul power in Grandmaster Qin Qin's soul nest. In the space, the human-shaped primordial spirit had stopped farming, and began to sit cross-legged like Xiao Hua outside the space, and began to try to cast spells. Naturally, the primordial spirit's first attempt was the fireball spell that Xiao Hua was most familiar with. Xiao Hua did not dare to let the primordial spirit cause trouble near the spiritual herbs and seeds, so he threw it far away in a barren place in the space, and let it cause trouble.
Chapter 2883.
Xiao Hua watched as the primordial spirit waved the familiar hand signs, but there was no movement. He understood that this must be another difficult exploration, and it was fundamentally different from planting spirit herbs. Thus, he pulled his mind out of the space and began his own comprehension. However, just before his mind left, he saw the soul of the three-legged bird again. This thing was the soul essence of the spirit treasure in the short spirit warrior's hand, and it almost killed Xiao Hua. Its power and mystery were self-evident. However, when Xiao Hua was comprehending the pronunciation of the green seal text, he still didn't think of the use of this soul essence. In the following days, the flowing cloud airship flew deeper into the Meng Mountains, and the number of spirit warriors and spirit beasts they encountered gradually increased. However, with Zi Ming's face and her shaman token, they didn't encounter any trouble. However, Zi Ming was finally annoyed. After all, she had to explain every time and stop every time. Wasn't it a waste of time? Thus, under Zi Ming's request, everyone had no choice but to change to a spirit beast. Looking at the incomparably large spirit beast, Xiao Mao couldn't help but think of the deceased Xueqi and the two green shaman feathers, and hatred arose in his heart. He thought of Zi Yan, who was killed by his drought demon. That night rain was supposed to kill him with Zi Yan, and he didn't know why night rain didn't continue to pursue him that day. Otherwise, he could have killed him with drought demon's power. Perhaps, it's just ahead. This Xiao can't avoid facing him directly, and this Xiao can't avoid facing the things that have already happened. Xiao Mao's eyes flashed with determination. After all, this Xiao Mao is not the Xiao Mao of the past. With Big Brother, Drought Demon, and the support of Great God Shibai's people, I am the Emperor. No one dares to disobey my orders. The body of the spirit beast Zi Ming got from the unknown shaman stronghold was probably dozens of feet in size, and with its wings, it was hundreds of feet in size. This was something Xiao Hua had never seen before. Sitting on the back of this soul beast, it seemed to be even steadier than the flowing cloud flying ship. However, compared to the flying ship, this soul beast didn't have any arrays on its back. The whistling heavenly wind that rushed into his mouth and nose made him very uncomfortable. Of course, everyone's protective yellow talismans and Zi Ming's protective soul technique were all activated, so these hardships were not a problem. Dozens of days later, a continuous mountain range appeared in the distant horizon. Zi Ming's face showed a trace of joy. He pointed his finger and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, the Huta village is in front of us. I haven't been back for several years." Oh. Could it be that Zai didn't go directly from Hutu's stronghold to Grandmaster and I Qin's place? Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Of course not. Zi Ming covered his mouth and laughed. Otherwise, how could I not know about the drought demon? How could you not know that Zi Yan had invited the 9 divine guards? At this point, Zi Ming's smile gradually faded. He looked into the distance and said, "However, I don't know what's going on in the Hutu stronghold. How did that damnable Zi Yan know my whereabouts and even arranged such a meticulous sneak attack?" "We'll know when we get back." Xiao Hua smiled. "That's true." Zi Ming looked back at Xiao Mao and said to Xiao Hua, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I've already discussed with young Master Xiao. Today, when we go to the Hutu stronghold, we won't reveal your identities for the time being. You are all young Master Zhao's senior brothers and sisters, and you came to Meng Mountains to protect him. When young Master Zhao's identity is confirmed, and he gets the approval of Old Wu and Ji Man, his matter will naturally be easy to handle." "Of course. No problem." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "We are his senior brothers and sisters. He, young Master Xiao is naturally a bargaining chip for me. When I find an opportunity to light up the soul falling lamp, I will do my best to support young Master Xiao." Zi Ming said with a smile. "No problem. Everything will be according to our previous discussion." Xiao Mao nodded. "When we get here, we will follow Miss Zi Ming's lead." The soul beast under Xiao Hua's feet was called the Kuan Horizon. With a flap of its wings, it flew across several miles. Seeing that the mountain range was getting closer, the Kuan Horizon let out a long cry that traveled several miles. Not long after, several soul beasts flew out from the mountain range. They were all controlled by spirit warriors. These soul beasts came to welcome them. When they saw Zi Ming standing in front, they all respectfully saluted. Then, some of the soul beasts led the way while others guarded the left side of the Kuan Horizon. When they gradually entered the mountain range, Xiao Hua was stunned. Looking at Fairy Hong Xia, who was also stunned, Xiao Hua asked with a bitter smile, "Ziyi, this is the shaman stronghold in Meng Mountains? Is this the Hutu stronghold where the descendants of the great god Huta live?"
Hee, of course. Ziming replied with a smile.
Her eyes flashed with a hint of slyness as if she was very satisfied with everyone's astonishment. She asked, could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao thinks that only the 3 kingdoms of cultivators have such beautiful scenery? That only cultivators like you can live in such an elegant palace?
This of course not. Xiao Hua was a little speechless. Pointing at the endless palaces and pavilions in the mountain range, he said, but it's called a shaman stronghold, so it should look like a mountain stronghold, right? That's right. As far as everyone's eyes could see, there were several continuous mountain ranges. Within these mountain ranges, there were dozens of towering peaks. Whether it was these steep peaks or the slightly flat mountain ranges, there were palaces and pavilions of different sizes on them. These palaces and pavilions seemed to be very simple in style. It was very different from the style of the Imperial Thunder School and the Utmost Happiness School.
However, these palaces and pavilions had a kind of elegance, a kind of delicacy, and a kind of indescribable charm.
How was this the scene they saw in Bai and Stronghold? Of course, it was beyond their expectations. Who said that a mountain stronghold has to be a stronghold? Who said that palaces and pavilions can't be called a stronghold? Ziming asked mischievously.
Heh, sister. You should have told us earlier so that we could be prepared.
Hongxia Fairy said with a smile. I wanted to tell you, but I didn't know where to start. Ziming said with a smile, however, when I was in Sentry City, I heard a lot about the barbarians of Meng Mountain. If I had told you earlier, would you have thought that I was showing off? Let's not talk about this. Xiao Hua waved his hand. After taking a closer look, he said with a smile, look at the left side of the mountain range. Although the water flow has almost disappeared, there must have been water in the mountains and stones in the water. Even the water villages in Shi country can't compare to this, right? Alas, that's true. Ziming sighed. When this concubine was young, I played in the water with this midnight. Those big and small streams, high and low waterfalls, and the continuous fine grass like brocade, and the lush forest like spring. It's really a memory that makes one reluctant to part with.
Now, although the wizards and elders in the stronghold have used their magical powers to preserve the previous relics, but it's not as beautiful as before.
Ziming was right. In the vicinity of the mountain range, around the gurgling stream, there were many dry depressions crisscrossing one another. They looked a little rugged, like old scars on a person's body. On the mountain peak, there were obvious traces of erosion by the waterfall. That's right, at this moment, only the dried moss had withered and turned yellow, even forming an ugly layer. From afar, it looked like scars on a person's face, destroying the beauty of the mountain range. Alas, the vicissitudes of life are the power of the heavenly way. This is just a small part of it. Xiao Hua was a little emotional and sighed in a low voice. While they were talking, they had already flown to the foot of the mountain. The area at the foot of the mountain was very large. Most of the places were deep valleys. Only the side close to the mountain peak had a flat slope of about 100 feet. At the edge of this flat slope, there were still some pavilions and pavilions built with thick logs. It seemed like these valleys were originally deep ponds, and these pavilions were built to welcome guests next to the ponds. The Kuan-Yi landed on the ground and retracted his wings. The spirit warrior who was leading the way and the other spirit warriors who were escorting the Kuan-Yi all dismounted from their soul beasts and flew down. The dozen or so spirit warriors arranged themselves in an elegant formation in front of the Kuan-Yi. The spirit warriors at the front stepped forward and bowed. Young miss, Xiao Hua was a little stunned. The accent of this soul warrior was completely different from the language of the millions of people in Meng Mountain. It was also different from the language of the 3 cultivation countries of Xiaoyu continent. However, there were some similarities, and it was easy to distinguish. Ziming nodded slightly and gave a few more instructions about Kuan-Yi. Finally, she pointed at Xiao Mao and said, "This is the honored guest of Shi Bai village. The cultivators next to him are his martial brothers. Arrange a quiet room and report to Senior Wu first. I will take them to the guest hall to greet Senior Wu." "Yes, miss," the soul warrior respectfully replied, but then he immediately smiled and said, "However, Senior Wu is not in Ho-Tu village right now. Only Senior Ji-Man is in the village." Ziming was a little surprised. She stopped and asked curiously, "Where did Senior Wu go? He hasn't left Wu village for dozens of years. Why did he suddenly?" "Yes, Miss knows." The soul warrior still smiled and replied, Senior Wu left Ho-Tu village half a year ago. As for where he went, this little one doesn't know. Is there anything else going on in the village? Ziming stared at the soul warrior and asked. The soul warrior was stunned and looked at Ziming in confusion. After a while he said, besides sending soul warriors to Drifting Cloud Lake and other places, there is nothing special. In addition, the drought is too serious. Many Senior Wu and G-Man of Wu Village have gone to Ho-Tu Village to discuss countermeasures with G-Man. And Ziming frowned and asked, is there anything else about the drought? Oh, and young Master Ziyan brought his subordinates to the vicinity of Xueqi Mountain. It is said that there is a monster that caused the drought there. The soul warrior seemed to have thought of something and quickly answered. Chapter 2884. Then, is Lil Six back yet? Ziming was about to leave when he heard that. However, after taking a step forward, he asked casually. Young Master Ziyan hasn't returned yet. And I didn't receive any message. The soul warrior quickly replied. Good. Ziming nodded with a trace of hesitation on his face. He turned to look at Xiao Hua and the others, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing Ziming's expression, Xiao Hua came to a realization and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Ziyi, Elder Wu is not here, and G-Man is the leader of this Huta stronghold. We should avoid her for now? Ziming smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. He didn't answer Xiao Hua and instructed the soul warrior. Go and report to G-Man, tell her about my return, and see if she can receive the guests in the reception hall. Yes, I understand. The soul warrior didn't dare to delay and went forward. Seeing that the soul warrior had gone far, Xiao Hua whispered again. It seems that the several hundred soul warriors led by Ziyan haven't returned yet. Presumably, that bastard used the pretext of killing Hanba to bring the divine guards and soul warriors out. I wonder if G-Man knows that Ziyan's target is you. Moreover, those soul warriors have seen us and Hanba. Now, G-Man is the only one left in this Hutu stronghold. Without Elder Wu's protection, Ziming thought for a while and smiled bitterly. As far as I know, Elder Wu has never left the Hutu stronghold. Who knows why he went out this time? Since I have returned to the Hutu stronghold, there is no reason not to go in, right? As for whether G-Man knows Ziyan's goal, I can't tell. After all, G-Man has been good to us since we were young. She didn't even ask for the soul-falling lantern. I can't tell before I get the memories of the demon. Then, Ziming looked at the vermilion door on the slope and said word by word. I can only gamble now. After the gamble, Xiao Lu will be possessed by the demon, and G-Man won't fall into the trap by relying on our Meng Mountain's soul technique. Alright. Xiao Hua nodded. Actually, it's not that easy to be possessed by a demon. Hi, I'll have to test fellow Zhao's depth again. Ziming said faintly as he brought Xiao Hua and the others to the Vermilion Gate. Xiao Hua raised his head and saw that the Vermilion Gate was several zhang in size. It was very grand, and it was only a simple red color. It looked very flat, but this red color was extremely strange. When he glanced at it, he actually felt like his entire body was being sucked in. Around the Vermilion door were several buildings of the same color. These buildings were painted with strange runes. Aside from the runes, there were also some fist-sized diagrams. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see that these fist-sized diagrams actually contained extremely complicated and minute stories. These stories contained natives, soul warriors, strange soul beasts, and even the image of a great god that radiated light in all directions. Withdrawing his gaze from these places, Xiao Hua slightly paused his steps and said with a smile, where there's water, you have to test its depth. Otherwise, you'll never be able to walk through this water. Junior brother Xiao, you are today's main character. This Xiao will be ranked behind senior brother Li. Alright. Big brother. Xiao Mao was used to walking behind Li Zongbao and the others. When he heard Ziming's words, he quickly walked behind Ziming. Li Zongbao also strode over without saying anything. Sigh, I've never felt that this step was so difficult. No one knows if this step will lead to life or death. After Ziming sighed, his voice was very heavy. He lifted his foot and stepped over the vermilion door that was even higher than his knee. Once you step over, you'll be able to see the vast sea and sky. Xiao Mao behind Ziming said with deep meaning. Not necessarily. Ziming had already entered the vermilion door.
Looking at the huge square behind the vermilion door, he said, "Yes, I've stepped over, but who knows if I'll be facing a calm sea.
Or an ocean with monstrous waves." Xiaohua listened from behind and sighed. Wasn't that right?
Previously, Ziming only wanted to light up the soul-falling lamp and fight for his position as G-Man, and find a chance to resurrect Zai. But now, Ziyan's move tore apart their familial relationship. Only now did Ziming see that the peaceful Hutu stronghold not only had to face the upheaval of millions of Meng mountains, but also had to face the test of familial love and the cruelty of power. Perhaps Ziyan was no longer the Ziyan of the past, but what about familial love? Was it still the same familial love as before? Walking through the square and passing through several palaces, Xiaohua felt as if he had returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Even the elegance and splendor of the palaces and pavilions were far from comparable to the 8 great thunder palaces of the Imperial Thunder Sect.
Looking at Li Zongbao, he also had a look of astonishment on his face. Yes, this was only the Hutu stronghold.
Just the aura of this palace alone was enough to suppress the utmost happiness faction and the Imperial Thunder Sect.
These millions of Meng mountains. Teskask, they're really uncivilized.
There was a magnificent palace in front of them, and there were some spirit warriors patrolling in front of the gate. Ziming pointed her finger and said, "In front of us is the welcoming hall of our Hutu stronghold. Whenever a distinguished guest arrives, Elder Wu and G-Man will receive them in this hall.
Young Master Xiao is the descendant of the great god Shibai, and even Hanba is loyal to you. In the future, you'll be the famous Elder Wu of Meng Mountains.
You're worthy of our Hutu stronghold's welcoming hall."
"Thank you, Ziming." Xiao Mao's face showed a smile.
However, when Ziming brought Xiao Mao to the front of the welcoming hall, the vermilion gate didn't open. Instead, the spirit warrior who sent the message earlier stood there awkwardly. He bowed and said, "Reporting to Miss, G-Man invites young Master Xiao to the Xueqi Pavilion. She's there to receive young Master Xiao."
Xueqi Pavilion?
Ziming stared blankly, and a trace of displeasure appeared on her face. "Miss, if there's nothing else, I'll go out to patrol." The spirit warrior hurriedly excused himself. "Go." Ziming waved her hand and ordered indifferently. After the spirit warrior left, Ziming smiled apologetically and said, "Young Master Xiao, I was too full of myself."
"It doesn't matter. Anywhere is fine. Right now, I'm not a legitimate person. Meeting G-Man is the same as meeting an elder. I don't have any objections."
Xiao Mao hurriedly comforted.
"All right."
Ziming bit her lips and said, "The Xueqi Pavilion is the place where G-Man receives G-Man from the Hutu stronghold. G-Man's actions seem to be. We'll know when we get there."
Xiao Mao was a bit displeased, but he couldn't say anything.
Sure enough, the Xueqi Pavilion was much smaller than the welcoming hall. It was only a 2-story pavilion by the side of the mountain. Moreover, there were thick trees under the pavilion, and there wasn't a stream of water.
It looked a bit simple and crude.
Walking along the winding corridor in front of Xueqi Pavilion to the front of the small building, several servant girls with slightly dark skin bowed in greeting. Ziming and the others tidied up their clothes and went downstairs under the guidance of the servant girls.
It was an exquisite room about 100 feet in size.
There were some animal skins on the walls, some strange decorations, and some calligraphy and paintings. Hiss! Following Li Zongbao into the pavilion, Xiao Mao's eyes swept across the room and landed on the calligraphy and paintings.
He couldn't help but gasp.
The animal skins and decorations were fine, as they all carried the aura of millions of Meng mountains. But these calligraphy and paintings were all inscriptions, and not a single one was green seal script.
Confucian cultivators?
Thinking of the strange scenery of the Hutu stronghold, Xiaohua suddenly understood that there were not only soul cultivators in the Hutu stronghold, but also Confucian cultivators.
Sigh, it's a mess, a mess.
Xiaohua sighed and retracted his gaze. He was about to raise his head and look at the ceiling of the room. "Ziming, you're back?
How's the harvest?"
A kind voice came from above, and Xiaohua's gaze also fell on that direction. Sitting at the ceiling of the room was an old woman with snow-white hair. This old woman was quite tall. Although she was sitting cross-legged on the floor, she looked as tall as an ordinary person. The old woman's face didn't have many wrinkles, and there was a layer of faint luster. She looked similar to a middle-aged woman, but this luster was somewhat dark. Together with the old woman's skin that was not white, it was somewhat similar to the old woman's black clothes. However, the old woman's face was very kind, and together with her kind voice, it gave people a feeling of amiability. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across Ji-man, and his heart thumped. Immediately, he felt a sense of vigilance. Yes, although Xiao Hua didn't use his divine sense to investigate, he knew that his magic might not be able to see the depth of this Ji-man's cultivation base. This Ji-man just sat there quietly, no different from an ordinary old woman. She didn't have the ethereal figure of the experts of the Tao sect, and also didn't have the feeling that her aura couldn't be measured. However, it was this kind of real existence that made Xiao Hua feel like he was looking up at a tall mountain. This was just a feeling, a reason that couldn't be explained. This was the first expert that Xiao Hua met since he entered Million Meng Mountains, whose cultivation base he couldn't measure. Xiao Hua felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart, as if even if he wanted to fight with this Ji-man, he didn't know how to do it. Xiao Hua only took a glance, and immediately lowered his head. After all, today's main character was Xiao Mao. Reporting to Ji-man, Ziming didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly stepped forward and bowed. Boy has a great harvest this time. The old woman raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Could it be that you have the confidence to ignite the soul-setting lamp?"
That's right.
Ziming said with a smile. Boy has obtained a secret technique, and now he has the confidence to ignite the soul-setting lamp.
Oh, there's such a secret technique in this world?
It can actually ignite the soul-setting lamp? The old woman said with a smile. This is really an eye-opener for this old woman. Ziming bit his lips, thought for a moment, then bowed and said, "Reporting to Ji-man, boy." Previously, he hid something from Ji-man. That soul-setting lamp is actually damaged. This time, boy went to the soul-refining cave and asked Grandmaster Hua Qin to repair the soul-setting lamp. The old woman's expression didn't change at all. She still smiled and said, "Hua Qin finally made a move? Unfortunately, this is the third time he repaired a soul treasure. I'm afraid he has already returned to the embrace of great god Ho Tu?" Ziming's eyes flashed, and said word by word, "Grandmaster Hua Qin has returned to the embrace of great god Ho Tuesday." But he was touched by great god Ho Tu's compassion for the people of Meng Mountains. So during great god Ho Tu's sacrificial night, she took him into her embrace. The old woman raised her eyebrows. She actually put her palms together and said to the sky, "Thank you, great god Ho Tuesday." As expected, great god has opened her eyes and allowed Hua Qin to have a good ending.